Hello and welcome everybody to episode 155 of the Warhammer 40,000 podcast, known across the internet and potentially lands beyond as the Lookout Sir Warhammer 40,000 podcast. It's weird, isn't it? Because I said Warhammer 40,000 podcast already, and then I said it again, Warhammer 40,000 podcast. My goodness, how many times will I say that in this intro? Probably I'm done now, maybe. But something that isn't done is Phil. You're still alive, Phil. You're here. How are you?
I'm so done. I am overcooked. That is
like a baked potato.
I guess so. Yes, I'm a well done steak.
Absolutely, wrapped in tinfoil, left on the side, ready to go at any moment.
Exactly, being pecked at by the pigeons.
The pigeons?
Yes.
Is that what's in your kitchen? The pigeons?
I mean, they get in there. Who knows how they got there, but they're there. I'm stuck with them.
Indeed. Much like this podcast, who knows how it got here, but here it is. And what are we talking about in this particular episode?
Gosh, we're talking about a lot of things. So we're talking about a summary of 9th edition, going back down memory lane all those years ago at the start of it all, and basically recapping it and deciding whether we think it is a good edition or not. And not just that, we're also going to have a quick chat about the Forge World and Games Workshop Last Chance to Buy. And in addition to that, the big segment is going to be another Arks of Omen lore chat, book 3, Vashtorr.
I mean, I suspect that the long segment will be the 9th edition retrospective, but...
Well, 2 big segments.
There you go,
Ish.
There you go. But, yeah, we'll see. We'll see how it goes. Who knows for now? 5-star review.
Peter!
Oh, hello,
What are
Dad.
you doing in here, son?
Oh, I'm
What
just...
have I told you about wasting your time with these little plastic figurines?
It's not a waste of time, I like it.
How dare you talk back to me, Peter? It's about time you grew up.
I don't want to grow up. Oh, man, maybe there's something on the radio. Yeah, this is nicer.
Peter!
What's that?
That's right, it's me, the ghost of a award-winning TV and radio presenter, Jeremy Beadle.
Jeremy Beadle?
Yeah, that's right.
Wow.
Now let me tell you here, Sonny, my dad was always telling me to grow up, and I never did. And look how successful I was. So ignore him, Peter, and keep playing with that little plastic crack. And while you're at it, listen to the Lookout Sir podcast, which right now, it's time for the 5-star review.
Wow, thanks, Jeremy.
Who are you talking to with there, son?
Jeremy Beadle.
What? No!
This week's 5-star review comes from where, Phil?
Oh, I'm trying to remember our conversation last time, but it's gone. So let's just say Facebook.
Not Facebook, Phil. Oh no. This week's 5-star review comes from PODBEAN.
What? That's not a
PODBEAN,
thing.
Phil. PODBEAN. This was a review specifically to episode 88, Codex Adeptus Mechanicus.
Oh my god! Have we only just discovered? Have we got like a mass of reviews on Podbean?
No, on Podbean we have 3 reviews, 2 of them insulting us, and 1 that is a 5-star review.
Oh wow, that's interesting. That's where people go to leave the 1-star reviews. Then I take it.
Seemingly so.
Oh, fair
yes,
enough.
no.
Because they know we don't know about it. That's it.
That's it.
Yeah.
No, there's a guy who is calling us GW shills and then tells us off because we mentioned COVID. And then there's this nice person that left us a 5-star review.
Oh, lovely.
There you go. I mean, I don't really feel like we are GW shills, but if we are, then, I mean, fair enough.
I mean, we would love to be, but we're not on their pay sheets.
We do also mention COVID in this episode because we talk about it within the context of 9th edition.
Oh,
so,
I know. He's going to come back and leave us another bad review.
especially now that we've, mentioned it. Anyway, these are the perils that we face, much like JimBlade, who has left us a 5-star review on Podbean. And if you would like to be like JimBlade, you need only leave us a 5-star review somewhere on the internet. We will track it down eventually. We didn't know 5-star reviews could even be on Podbean, but here they are. We're looking at it and we're getting to it. So if you've left us a 5-star review just about anywhere, we will have discovered it. But in addition to the 5-star reviews, if you want to help us out, if you want to support the show, please consider supporting us on Patreon. We do like to do the odd little bits and pieces here to enhance the Patreon offering. Most recently, Phil put together a beautiful retrospective of our time at Warhammer Fest, so that was lovely. Before that, we did like a really underwhelming Hot Ones challenge, and every now and again, there's all sorts of other stuff. Are we thinking of doing anything in particular in a minute, Phil, or are we just going to wing it for now?
Oh, the next one. We keep meaning to do our Primaris miniature tier list, so I think that'll be the one we have to do next. I think, unless something pressing and urgent comes our way.
While they remain Primaris, because Lord knows that's going away now.
Yes, it seems like it is.
Does indeed. So there you go. Patreon, thank you so much for the support. And obviously, thank you so much for listening anyway. You need not do any of these things. We just appreciate you listening. But if you would like to, obviously we encourage that also. But whatever you want to do, up to you. There is merchandise as well. You can go to the links in the description and check that out. And maybe like and subscribe. We never normally say that. I don't know why that's relevant. We're going to move on and talk about this 5-star review, right, Phil?
Exactly. Let's get on with it.
Let's get on with it. So JimBlade has said 5-star review, which is, of course, a prerequisite of appearing here, noting I don't actually think there is an official ability on PodBean to denote the thing with a rating of 5 stars.
Is it just a nice comment? Oh, he wrote 5 stars.
He wrote 5 stars at the start of it.
Oh, well, that's perfect. That's all you need. That's all we need.
That's all you need. That's all you need. Unless someone reads it and asserts that maybe it's a 10-star system.
Oh, yes. In which case we've lost 5 points, and he's
exactly. We've been
scammed us. Yes.
Yeah, exactly. Anyway, 5-star review. This podcast has the best transitional noise of any 40k podcast. 5 star S. And that's it. The 5-star review from JimBlade. Thank you very much, JimBlade. We appreciate you massively. And to emphasize that point, here's Phil.
Thank you very much, JimBlade. What an excellent name. Smooth, cutting. Very well, short, sweet, and you are 100% correct. We do have the best transitional noise, all down to the lovely vocal tones of Dan. It's not pre-recorded. He does it live, in air quotes, every single time. And that's why I want to see more. That's why I think 5-star review should just be transitional noise.
Hello again, everybody. It may not necessarily technically really actually be the end of 9th edition yet, but it really is when you think about it, because as of right now, we're in the throes of the Warhammer community's stop talking about the game phase and is now just basically talking about all the different factions day by day as we run up to the pre-order, which is apparently likely to start happening from the 10th of June. So it seemed like a perfectly adequate occasion for us to summarize our thoughts and feelings on 9th edition, to do something of a retrospective, right, Phil?
Exactly. I'm sure we did one for 8th. I think we did.
We probably did. If we didn't, we probably meant to. But it seems like the thing to do, doesn't it? Because again, 40k editions are disturbingly frequent these days.
Yes.
But each one of them brings a new kind of life, a new sort of dimension to the game. So it's definitely always interesting to reflect on this period of, design decisions and figure out what it was that Games Workshop were trying to achieve, and then ultimately debating whether they may well have done so. So, yeah, it's an interesting vibe. And I guess the way to do it is to kind of start at the beginning, right? That's probably the best place to begin. The Indomitus Crusade box and the interesting moment in time that was the kind of strangely impacted release of 9th edition, due in part, if not probably exclusively, to the then global pandemic known as COVID-19. So, yeah, 9th edition is an interesting edition because it has that asterisk, doesn't it? Because it's the only edition of 40k that's been released in a global pandemic. Mm-hmm. And as a result, it's the only edition of a tabletop war game that is designed to bring people together and to create mutual, collective, collaborative gameplay experiences under a stipulation where that was essentially illegal, except for those lucky people who lived with friends or family members that enjoyed playing Warhammer together. For the greater majority of us Warhammer players, 40k was off limits for quite a while, to be fair. I think in our case, we didn't get together to play 40k 10th edition. I don't think we got together ever. Oh, 9th edition, sorry. Yeah, God, that's an easy mistake.
I think we did I want to say we did early doors when it came out, and then we couldn't for a while. Because it didn't come out during COVID. It was delayed by COVID. It came out during the summer where we were kind of lockdown free, but I think there was some, stipulations on, gathering in public. So gaming clubs definitely was a no-no.
Yes, that was right.
But I think you could meet in public still, like outdoors and things like that. So some people were doing it, opening up their garages and playing that way. So I think we got a few bits that way.
Yes, you're not wrong, Phil. I remember now. Yes, God, the playing in the garage with the door open, as it were, and all that other stuff. And it's weird, actually, really. I mean, again, I don't want to bleat on about that particularly difficult period of time, but it's interesting how much you forget about the way that whole experience was, really. It's kind of, at least in my mind, blurred into kind of this, we stayed indoors for a week and then it was fine again, right?
Yes, yeah. But there were times when we were allowed out, at least in the UK. I think summertime it was a lot more okay. And then I think, post the sort of Space Marine Necron release, I think that's when we went down into like another like mini lockdown over Christmas.
That's right, yes. The Christmas lockdown was pretty real.
Yeah, and then obviously that eased off, and then we haven't had another one since. But it feels like the prior lockdown, effectively the end of 8th edition, just created this massive backlog, which is why I think the Indomitus box came out about a month after it was originally due to, based on like the odd pamphlet and stuff.
Well, remember, Phil, that the plan was. Sorry, apologies if that's all gone garbled. Let me say that again. I mean, remember, Phil, though, that at the time, or at least it appeared to be, that in 2020 there was going to be this grand tournament series held at Warhammer World, and it was going to culminate in a big 9th edition event. So that was kind of like all gearing up for May. We've since seen kind of promotional material that said it was going to be coming out in May. Obviously, all those plans were scrapped. There was no Warhammer Fest anymore, obviously, because of COVID, as we've already spoken about. So yeah, essentially the whole thing kind of just got delayed, as did a lot of stuff. I mean, Games Workshop stopped trading longer than a lot of places. I think they stayed shut for, what was it, like 2 months?
Yeah, it was a bit mad because no one else seemed to. Yeah, because they didn't actually have to, because they're a business, so could stay open. Yeah. But I think they were like, for the good of our our staff, we're going to shut, and then until we can work out ways of doing it in a much more socially distanced manner. But I also think they were like, oh my god, we're leaving so much money on the door, like on the table, like we need to open back up. So because basically people during lockdown, people were absolutely desperate to play 40k. Or at least they were desperate to build and paint minis because they had nowhere to go. And then in doing so, were super excited to play when they were able to. And that was obviously, the launch of 9th edition was like, oh my God, it's going to finally happen. And I can also hopefully play 40k in person. Obviously, depending on which country you're in, it might have been you were in a lockdown or you weren't in lockdown when 9th edition actually came out. So experiences will vary.
Indeed. Them pesky New Zealanders back then, eh? Oh, we all envied them at the time, didn't we?
Yes, exactly. They did okay early doors.
Indeed. Anyway, this isn't a COVID podcast. It's a 40k podcast. So let's get it back on point. So basically, 9th edition, sure, had an interesting start. Had an interesting asterisk, whatever. It had a thing against it. But all the same, as an edition, it had a very interesting vision. I mean, let's just talk Indomitus to begin with. Easily the best Warhammer 40,000 box set there's ever been. Indomitus is incredible. Like, in terms of the value, the miniatures, the sculpt quality, the selection, incredible. Like, so much of the Necron range is still made up of components from the Indomitus box, right? It was instrumental in the range refresh for them, and it was just a big, big moment for the company. I think, Outriders, the Blade Guard, and that whole new kind of, not Baroque
armor type.
Yeah, well, it was a bit
effectively
more Knight Questor type look to them. Just a really interesting, box set. But I think so much of it was just phenomenal quality. And I think, I don't know on the face of it whether I feel like Leviathan is as good a box set as Indomitus was.
Yeah, I mean, I was going to say, hot take, Indomitus is the best box, and that includes Leviathan. And the reason why I think now, Leviathan is a phenomenal box.
Oh, yeah,
however,
incredible.
Now, more so with the Space Marines, the majority of the Space Marines are kind of like resculpts and redos of existing minis.
Yes.
The Terminators, Terminator Librarian. I mean, you've got a Phobos Lieutenant that you've kind of had before. You've got Sternguard. They've existed before. I mean, obviously, like the Flamer Squad, that's all new. God, what else have they got?
The
Other stuff, I'm sure. Oh, the Apothecary. You kind of had Apothecary before, but I guess it's it's in new armor. Whereas I feel like Blade Guard, that's a whole new like type of unit, and it's super cool. Everyone has one. I think obviously in part because of Indomitus, but I think it's also just such a cool, like interesting looking unit. Outriders, yes, they're just bikes, so they're the redo effectively in that. You had the Judiciaire, like a brand new type of chaplain. You had a lot of, and you had the Eradicators, which were like a brand new like unit type as well. And for the Necrons, you had tons of brand new units that they weren't just redoing old models. Obviously, some of them were like Necron warriors, whereas it feels like the Tyranid section of the Leviathan is much more like new sculpts rather than redos. So I don't know. There's something about Indomitus which I think it'll go down in history as a special moment. And it is so far the only starter box I've ever bought, and I've been playing since 2nd edition, which I don't know, says something about me, I guess.
Well, indeed. I mean, the 2nd edition box set still stands up because of nostalgia.
That was quite cool. But I never bought it myself.
Yeah,
one of my friends did.
The weight of history around 2nd Ed's starter box is pretty meaningful. But yeah, like, I mean, obviously, when you go through, like, the back catalogue of, like, box sets, 3rd edition was all right, but it was pretty basic. It was basically the Drakari and Marine sculpts of the time. They were all just the standard boxes you were buying off the shelves. Represented good value, but, I don't necessarily look back on that, fondly. I mean, it was cool, but whatever. 4th edition was the Macragge edition, which was interesting because that had a unique sculpt in it, which was a pilot model. So that was the Imperial pilot that was used in some of the missions. So that had the tactical squads, the Tyranids, and the little pilot model. It had some really nice scenery that you still see used.
Was that the crashed Rhino one?
Not a Rhino, no. A crashed flyer. It was like a
plane. The not Arvis Lighter, Aquila Lander one.
Yeah.
Yes, I remember. Yeah, I've got that somewhere.
5th edition has, in my opinion, the 2nd best box set of all time, which is the Assault on Black Reach, which was the first time they did the Terminators and an easy build Dreadnought. So that was really significant. But they also had a really good War Boss sculpt. They had really good orc boys. They had the copters. Like, for a long time, the only place you could get those orc copters was in Black Reach. So that was phenomenal. 6/7th edition was Dark Vengeance, and Dark Vengeance was, I think, a bit too specialised. I think the problem with Dark Vengeance, it was...
Oh, because it was actual Dark Angels, wasn't it?
Dark Angels versus Crimson Slaughter. It was like... the Crimson Slaughter sculpts were incredible, but I don't think...
Yeah, I have a lot of nostalgia for that, but that was because that was 6/7 was the edition I got it back into the game effectively.
Yeah.
Having missed like an edition or two. So
yeah,
but you're right. Yeah, I could see why it wasn't popular to buy.
It was good, but it wasn't Indomitus good. It wasn't Black Reach good. I'd say the Dark Imperium box, which was the 8th edition box, was epic as well, but it had some dodgy stuff in it. You know, like for example, the Gravis Captain was a bit there. You know,
well, he's been redone since, so that sculpt didn't stand the test of time. I mean, I didn't mind it.
No, it was fine.
Terrible.
It was just, you know, it wasn't anything extraordinary. It was fine. I think the Death Guard portion of that box really hold up, but I think the Primaris side of it is a bit like, eh. I mean, at the time though, I think it was a good box. I don't necessarily. Black Reach was a really cool moment. I'd say my top 3 at the moment is probably still Indomitus, Black Reach, and then Leviathan. And the reason why I think Black Reach is so good is because it really kind of moved. It completely changed what you could perceive as a starter box. It was just very strong. But anyway, look, that's a bit of a walk down memory lane. But Indomitus, yeah, the best they've done. I think it's really cool. And I think that helped because I think their sales went crazy. I mean, we saw just insane demand. There was a time where people were worried that they were never going to get their Indomitus boxes, and Games Workshop had to enact a policy of made to order on them, right? Like, it was huge.
Yes, yeah. And I think you had to wait like 6 months plus to get it. Like, I think it was almost like a year after where I think someone I know abroad finally got there. So I had to wait a long time for some people.
Yeah.
And I guess potentially it was this era is where you get kind of scalping becomes much more prevalent within the hobby as a whole.
Yeah.
Where people are just buying stuff to then, you know, they hoard it for like maybe not even a week. They hoard it, they put it on eBay because they know it will sell out because Games Workshop can't meet the demand, and therefore they can, you know, double the price or whatever they put it on for. So yeah, the made to order thing was a good thing to kind of counteract that. They've obviously said with Leviathan they're not doing that, but they've just made so much of it that hopefully that won't be an issue. No,
agreed, and I hope it won't be. But yeah, so I think Indomitus was really interesting, really good start.
This was where they created the different box types, which is the first time they've done it before, where you did, you got effectively a starter set that wasn't Indomitus, because Indomitus actually isn't really like a beginner-friendly box set. Like does it even come with dice? Like, it doesn't, you know, it's not the great way. If you're like a young kid wanting to get in the game, Indomitus really isn't it. Whereas they did like a specific starter box and a couple of different scaled versions, depending on how much you wanted to pay. And they were all pretty good value for money. So you could, you know, spend 50 quid, get like literally 2 units aside, with some, you know, the slim down rules and stuff. So all of that was really good. And, you know, hopefully we'll see that for the Leviathan edition as well.
Yeah, you gotta hope so. I think it's a good mod. I think, they managed that through really well. And it's good as well because, again, it's like, oh, you know, you've got, you know, maybe a parent or whatever that, you know, is like, I don't want to spend 200 quid on my kid getting into this thing. It's like, oh, there's this 50 quid thing that'll give them most of what they need to get going with them and a mate. And it's like, that's a bit more of an easy to swallow kind of proposition. But like, yeah, I think no, it's definitely good. I like that whole side of things for sure. But yeah, so we had Indomitus. Very exciting. A lot of really interesting work from the community side of things to really kind of emphasize why 9th edition was going to be a big deal. I think the thing that was really interesting about 9th edition from the outset was the fact that from their communications, it was all about basically trying to address people's bugbears with 8th. So it was like, my army doesn't have enough CP. Don't worry, we're going to give you loads. Oh, great. I don't like getting locked down in combat. Don't worry, there's a stratagem for that. I don't like it when this happens. Don't worry, we fixed that. I don't like it when this happens. Don't worry, we fixed that too. It's like, oh, great, this is wonderful. But fundamentally was 8th edition, right? Like, this was not like what we're seeing with 10th now, where they're doing quite a heavy reset. A lot of this was still 8th, with lots of additives and lots of tweaks and changes to, fix some of the problems with 8th edition. But one of the things that was immediately evident was, and I knowingly reference myself quite a lot when it comes to 9th edition, because I said something on this podcast when I first reviewed 9th edition, and I've stood by that statement ever since, which was that the inmates have taken over the asylum, was what I said. It's the edition where it feels like they've catered it so much more aggressively towards their competitive scene. And I feel like that's still true. I think a lot of design decisions that went into 9th early doors, from the way they present rules, the way they've structured missions, the way they've created the kind of core concepts that fuel the game, is all built to service that competitive scene. And I'm not necessarily even actually sure that's a bad thing, right? I don't think it's bad, because a good competitive scene should, in theory, create a good general gaming scene. But I think my frustration with it is, and has always been, that we don't need to be forcing competitive ideologies onto everyone. I think we need a game that is accessible to the majority of people, or to the majority of people who would be interested in this, and have methodologies of creating environments that suit that competitive mindset. So ultimately, I think in an ideal world, the 3 ways to play that they always talked about, and still talk about to an extent, although actually they don't talk about that in 10th edition, but these 3 ways to play should be built around the notion that, there's this kind of, air quotation marks, normal 40k that normal people play, and then these grand tournament packs or competitive builds are specifically there to service the more competitive players. I think the problem is with 9th edition, and one of the things that really concerned me and a lot of others from the outset was like, oh God, this has all got a bit lawyery and a bit intense.
It basically became, competitive play became the default way to play, especially with the Grand Tournament mission packs coming out, because there were no other mission packs. Yes, there was Crusade, but there wasn't under that kind of heading, chapter approved, matched play mission packs. It was always the Grand Tournament ones. That was effectively the new default way to play that everyone shifted towards. And you could say that wasn't Games Workshop's fault, that was the community's fault for effectively embracing that and running with it. But I do feel like Games Workshop didn't at all sell the other methods of play. Yes, they had Crusade, but do you remember everyone absolutely, well, I don't want to say everyone absolutely loved, but a lot of people really enjoyed Maelstrom. And then 9th edition came out, and it's like, there's no Maelstrom. And it's like, and there never was. And yes, we got Tempest of War, but that's still not Maelstrom. It's like, it's a card mechanic, but it isn't Maelstrom of War in the way that Maelstrom used to be. And I felt like they kind of ditched a very good, fun, casual way of playing for favour of like competitive sort of missions and mindset, and the secondaries and stuff like that.
Yeah, absolutely. Richie makes this point a lot, and I respect him for it, and I'm going to reference it, which is that secondaries and the ITC systems that were created in 7th edition, but kind of, refined in 8th edition. These secondary missions that we used in ITC were developed to try and level the playing ground, right? To level the playing field, sorry. And the idea is that these secondaries are being created to try and create balance where no balance existed. The issue with 9th edition is that, they're giving us these secondaries, but they're also pursuing this balance, but secondaries in their own way. And I think actually, because secondaries really were like the big thing for 9th edition. It was one of its, you can obviously wax lyrical about the fact that they changed the way that they wrote rules and so on and so forth. But the truth of it is secondaries was like the big thing. And the way that they structured these missions was the big thing for this edition. And again, I feel like Games Workshop leaned into and adopted an ideology and a methodology of secondaries, but completely discounted the reason why they even had them, which was to create balance in an imbalanced thing. Whereas now secondaries have consistently been the source of imbalance in this game, right? Necrons during Nephilim, the GT mission pack of Nephilim, did well because of their secondaries. Sisters of Battle did well during Nephilim because of their secondaries. Space Marines do better now because of their secondaries. It's just, the problem is with this system that they've created is again, it's another set of interesting variables that they're having to try and work around. But the problem is that I think, again, it's sort of those layers upon layers of complexity that they created. And I think that is, at its heart, one of 9th edition's most consistent challenges, is that it created complexity. Secondaries were complicated. Stratagems were complicated. The fact that we had the same version of a rule written hundreds of different ways was complicated. It was just a very rules dense by the end and very inconsistently complex system. And I think that started from a fair aspiration, but I think over time it just sort of, secondary specifically, just started to fall over under their own weight. And I don't think they've made the game better. And I don't think they really achieve balance, because there is an inequality in secondaries. Some armies have much better secondaries than others, and that hugely influences the way the game is played. Which is not great.
And I think that's always been the way. Even with the Maelstrom cards, when you had the faction-specific ones, some of them, like Tzeentch, I remember being crazy easy to do, because it was like, gain a victory point for casting a couple of psychic powers, which was really easy for them to do in comparison to some of the others. So faction-specific stuff, or when it comes to scoring points, is always really hard to balance, for sure. So, and that's existed in almost like every form. But you're right, the secondaries themselves, definitely had their own issues. And I think they originally created, I think, to stop you from just spamming like the very best units. Instead, you had to come up with, it gives you more work to do at the list construction phase, where you go, oh, okay, I want to, I'm trying to remember what they were called now. The one where I've got to do like an action in every single table quarter. So I need units that can go off and be really maneuverable or deep strike in to do those. I think it was called Rod at one point, and then they,
Retrieve Octarius data was what it was called at one point.
But then it became something else because they renamed it in
R&D, Retrieve Nachman data.
Yes.
And now it's Retrieve Battlefield data.
Right, so they got rid of the different, because it got confusing that people come up with these little names for them, and then they kept changing them. So yeah, you would go, I need X type of unit to fulfill this role to achieve this objective. I need something that can raise banners, so it needs to be, durable enough to stick around while that's happening. But then I obviously want my kiddie units as well. So it just stopped you just focusing on killing and, give yourself more choice. But ultimately, I don't feel like it necessarily worked in the way that they were maybe intending it to do, or it just gave people more puzzle pieces to play with when they were army building or list building. And if you didn't do that, you had a terrible time playing secondaries, because you would turn up to a table, see your opponent, go, oh, well, I guess I'll do this one, and maybe I'll do this one. And if you were picking your secondaries at the table based on your opponent, which is kind of what you're meant to do, you're effectively playing it wrong, because you needed to effectively pre-decide what you were taking at least 2 out of the 3 secondaries and tailor your army to actually achieve them, at least at a competitive level. So if you weren't doing that, it was very difficult to score anything, I think.
I think as well, the most frustrating thing about secondaries for me is just their punishing nature. Like, you make a bad decision at the start, you're stuck with it. I think some flexibility would have been appreciated in secondaries. Something just to be like, oh, this hasn't worked out, I'm going to change it. You know, like,
yes.
it's...
Well, it sounds like that's what we're getting in 10th, right?
Hopefully. I mean, TBD, but it seems that way. But yeah, I think that's the thing with the secondary system. You know, I didn't innately hate it. I just think it's been too much of a crutch throughout this entire edition. You got to build your army around it. You got to and then people are taking armies specifically because their secondaries are better. And again, it felt ridiculous because I played against a Necron army, and the way it was described to me, this was early 9th edition, probably in the year 2021. It was sort of explained to me oh, well, you can't win because literally my army will always score this many points because you can't kill it quickly enough based on what you've got in your army. I'm going to swamp the board because that's what I do. And you're out. And I was just I don't, that's one of the things that sort of irks me a little bit with this edition, right? Is that the fact that it became a game of relative mathematical certainties, that the competitive players could build strategies that consistently gave them results or consistently denied results. So you could build an army and go, this army in almost all instances will earn me 85 to 90 points. So it's on my opponent to try and bring an army that consistently does better than that, because my army will always get 80 to 90. And it's oh, great. This is fun. I can't do anything. So yeah, that was an interesting set of variables. But also as well, and this is the other thing I was going to say, and this is a carry on from the COVID point, one of the other really interesting things about 9th edition is I think this is the edition where online discourse has more dictated the flavour of the game than any other edition. Not to suggest that online discourse didn't happen in previous editions. It always did. But those of us playing the game had a very different outlook from those talking about it on the internet. Whereas because the only way we could actually engage in the hobby for a while was talking about it on the internet, I think we all very quickly kind of fell into that trap. And we all became the war seer people of years gone by who used to sound like they know what they're talking about, but actually hadn't ever rolled a dice in their life. And that was an interesting variable for this edition, I'd say.
Well, there were people during lockdown playing it on Tabletop Simulator. But even then, because we even tried it out just to see what it was like, and I absolutely hated it. But it's it's very arbitrary, and it's not, it just didn't actually simulate the game very well, and there's very little enjoyment playing it. But, if you're a competitive player and you want to practice stuff, then maybe it was great for that. But even then, it felt like you were playing a certain type of 40k because it's all, on a flat table with, a couple of buildings, and you'd almost never put your models on it because they can stand on it very well and stuff like that. So if
you could tweak all of that with the settings, Phil. Tabletop Simulator is not that bad.
Yeah, I'm sure it's not, but it wasn't for me, basically.
I think at the time I liked Tabletop Simulator because it let me scratch that itch,
Oh, for sure. I did think one thing that was really good about it is you could practice or try out playing armies or units that you don't have before actually having to build and paint them and then go, oh, they're not that good, or oh, I just don't like them. Especially if you wanted to get into a new army, I thought it has potential for that sort of thing. Like, you play it in advance and then you go, okay, cool, I'm going to start collecting this army because I like it.
It was fun to play Hero Quest on. That's all I'm going to say.
Well, exactly. Yes, yeah. For anything other than 40k, I think it's probably much better. Yeah, Hero Quest was great.
Yeah, that was good. Me and Phil played a lot of Hero Quest during lockdown. That was our Sunday nights on the old Hero Quest.
Broadsword.
Fire of Wrath, and so on. So anyway, the online discourse around it was really interesting. And I think that has also, I mean, again, I'll get into this at the kind of end of this with a sort of summary, but I think the online discourse as well is as much been a boon, a benefit to 40k 9th edition at the start. But I think also as well, it has actually, over a long-term basis, I actually think sort of turned on itself. I think the problem... I think the way that the kind of discourse around 9th edition has tilted into a kind of negative sentiment has potentially negatively impacted the perception of the game, and it's, you know, and potentially had an impact on the kind of people that are engaged with it and playing it right now. Things like Leagues of Votan, not to kind of like get into specific codex releases
Spoilers.
now. I know, spoilers. But things like Leagues of Votan actually, like, and the negativity around them and the fact that Games Workshop had to come out and do an apology has created a lot of interesting stuff because that negativity sort of created a sort of sense of frustration from that community. And I think people were looking at it being like, oh, this is annoying. Or this game's broken, I don't want to play it anymore. And I think that's the thing as well, though, because people were so engaged with the competitive scene as well. I think for a long time, the game had a lot of very big problems with like broken units and broken synergies and silly things happening. And I think that overall has created a sense of like frustration with it because people are just like, this game is just mad. Like it's always seemingly just going from what's the new crazy thing and how do we deal with it? And it's been interesting in that regard, but we can get a bit more into that later. Let's talk about codex releases, shall we? So they've done every codex this edition, as is, I suppose, the new order of things. Started out with Space Marines, Necrons, Death Guard, and Drukhari. I'll be honest, Space Marines, Necrons, Death Guard, Blood Angels, Space Wolves, Death Watch, Dark Angels, right? In this moment, when it was that series of releases, I didn't think there was much wrong with the game at that point. I was actually like, you know what, the rules are a little bit wibbly. And some of the secondaries are obviously better than others. But on the whole, the Space Marine Codex was really good.
Yeah, the Space Marine Codex was underpowered in comparison to the last iteration of 8th edition, the 2.0 Codex, which was crazy powerful in comparison to what this one was. That felt like a nice breath of fresh air. It's like, Games Workshop have got it. They've toned everything down a bit. It's not as overpowered. There's no power creep this edition because they've toned this one down. We can all breathe a sigh of relief. And as you say, Necrons almost was like underwhelming because it underperformed. And yeah, all the others for the initial releases seemed quite okay. Yeah,
Death Guard didn't seem too crazy. They changed Disgusting Resilience from shrugging wounds on a 5+ to -1 damage, which seemed like a really smart choice. Necrons, they changed the will be back rolls, and they also massively overhauled the way the army played. They introduced the Silent King, which was an awesome miniature, but again, seemed like he was going to be a powerhouse, but wasn't too crazy.
Quick question. Have you ever seen him on the tabletop?
Yes. Oh, yeah. I have.
Okay. I mean, it's quite rare to see a Necron player full stop, to be honest, but I've never seen the Silent King on even just walking around an event.
Really?
Oh, look, I don't think I have, to be honest. Yeah.
He had a moment in 2022 around. It was which GT pack was it now? I think it was Nakmund, because they did a thing where he became core, and people got excited.
Yes, because they gave all the Necrons core, at one point, when they were like, "Oh, we need to fix it. Give them all core." Yeah. But that's the thing. I mean, I don't go to as many competitive events as you, so you've probably seen much more of them about. But yeah, it sort of feels like a shame that they've got their own, effectively like a Primarch. They've got their supreme leader. And it's like, yeah, I've never played against it, which feels like a shame, and I've never.
He might come back
really
in.
even seen it.
He might come back in 10th, mate. He could be the big Kahuna.
Exactly, and this was the other thing, and we maybe get into that a bit later, where it's like the Pariah Nexus was like the initial like story element that they were sort of pitching the Indomitus book in, and obviously it had its own like Crusade and stuff like that pack, and it's like it felt like they came out the gate with it, but then didn't do anything with that setting, and it was only till much later with like the GT pack and stuff, they branded it the Nephilim pack, but then again it was just like it didn't really feel like much of a setting. It was just like a naming convention.
Yeah.
Whereas at least with the Age of Sigmar battle tomes, without wanting to wax lyrically too much about Age of Sigmar, it feels like that, while it is, you know, a naming convention, it does feel a bit more like a setting as well, because you can get a bunch of extra like equipment and gear and spells all themed around, you know, the land of the realm of beasts or whatever we're in at the moment.
Yeah. No, agreed. I mean, the first year of releases, though, yeah, Space Marines, Necrons, Blood Angels, Space Wolves, Death Watch, I think, was their 2020 release schedule. And then I think we kicked off the next year with Death Guard and Dark Angels, I think, were the next ones. So, and then came the Drukhari. And I think that's the thing, right? Like, basically, up to this point, everything was like, this is all right. And then the Drukhari dropped. And all of a sudden we were like, oh, God, what have they done? And I think that, again, just quickly going back to this time, Drukhari were the first army that they put out where you immediately realised that there was a disconnect between what the studio people thought and what the competitive scene were doing. Because one of the things, actually, and I think this is important just to reiterate this, because, again, I know I skew things through a competitive lens.
Are you going to be talking about terrain all of a sudden?
I'm going to talk terrain all of a sudden. Because Games Workshop Studio clearly never intended the game to be played the way the competitive scene play it. Now, for better or worse, that is what we do now, and that's how it is. But I think the Drukhari Codex beautifully showcased that problem, because I think everything in the Drukhari Codex out the gate was pointed on the assertion that you're going to get shot off the board in most turns, so you need a lot of lethality, a lot of like combat jank, and lots of like other stuff, so as you hit like a truck. But then obviously the weird, unique aspect of the way that we, the competitive scene, engage with the hobby and the way that we use terrain is that Drukhari just became obscene, because they basically had the ability to put all their deadly stuff in a tiny transport with a tiny footprint, hide it out of line of sight, and then just appear and start mincing you. And they can still do that to this day. It's just that obviously the creep that's happened ever since has been so extreme, and the balanced data sheets and so on and so forth is that it doesn't feel quite as terrifying. But good Lord, like, I think Drukhari was the moment where I was like, oh God, here we go. And, you know, how did they follow it up, Phil? After the Drukhari, the horror that was the Drukhari?
Was it Admech or was it Sisters?
It was Admech and then Sisters, yeah.
Okay,
yeah. So literally, without being ridiculous, they released like 3 bonkers books on top of each other. They literally just went, here you go. And it was like, Admech were crazy when they first came out because the flyer spam was just obscene. Adeptus Sororitas, the Sisters, were crazy strong because obviously they added the new Lord of War character. I've forgotten her name. You know what I'm on about. She's got the heavy bolter. She's in the mech suit.
Yes, yeah. I want to say Lord Celestine, but that's obviously not her.
No, it's not Celestine. It's
but I know who you're on about.
Yeah, but anyway, so they added her, and she had some like crazy combinations with the fact that she was like a character that could be blocked through Lookout Sir, and she had like those. I always called them boogie board sisters, but I always forget what their real name is. But you basically just had like this weird, crazy stuff you could do with them that like just created this really, really difficult to manage. Morgan Val, there it is, Morgan Val.
That's it, yeah.
So yeah, just, and then obviously the fact that they layered in things like the fate dice, because that's the other thing, right? It's not enough that the Drakari were crazy. It was the fact that they were 3 armies rolled into one. Adeptus Mechanicus were 2 armies rolled into one, with different stacking abilities depending on whether they were of the Cult Mechanicus or the Scutari. It was like, oh my god. It's like, oh yeah, you can get a Canticle of the Omnissiah or a Data Protocol, and then this layers with this, and you were just like, what is happening? And then Adeptus Sororitas came out, and they're like, roll some dice, and then you can re-roll these dice, and then there's dice forever, and it's like, oh wow.
But I think also, in addition to all of those 3 books, but basically when Drakari came out, the Warzone books dropped as well. So you had the Drakari Codex, and simultaneously you had a bunch of Drakari rules within the Warzone book. One of them was an Armies of Renown, which is like a particular fixed
Strife,
build. Yeah. Then you also had the Codex Supplement.
Oh yes,
which is just a bolt-on added rule set for your match play games. And then obviously you had a bunch of stuff to do with Crusade and stuff. But so a lot of people were really angry because they felt like it was DLC and that you've taken stuff from the Codex and you put it in here. But also, basically your Drakari Codex is really strong, but then you take Cult of Strife, which is, I believe, like effectively it's like the main faction is what always gets the Codex Supplement within the Warzone books. And then it just gives them even more rules and makes them normally crazy good. So it was like if you took the 2 together, it was like a perfect storm for like a Codex Creep to, Codex Creep times 10.
Yeah.
And then, add mech less so, I want to say, but definitely Sisters of Battle there. Codex Supplement of, I want to say, the Bloody
Rose, yeah, because it was an Armated Lady, it was Bloody Rose, yeah. Yeah, and they became super strong. And then that's the thing, though, right? This is where the game just started going from crazy thing to crazy thing, right? So we had Drakari, crazy, blew everything else out of the water, nothing touched them. Until Mechanicus came out. And then Mechanicus just blew everything out of the water, specifically Drakari. Adeptus Sororitas were always consistent. I think they never necessarily climbed the ladder, but they were a really good, like, gatekeeper army. But the problem is with Sororitas or Sisters was, they had their moment in the sun, or they seemed like they might. But then the Orcs dropped. And Orcs turned up and went, hey, we're a shooting army now. Not just that, we're the craziest shooting army you've ever seen. And it's like, oh my god, these buggies that shoot out of line of sight that just blow you off the table before you can even do anything. It was like, it was crazy. And again, yet another example of the terrain playing a factor, because you couldn't interact with these buggies. You couldn't do anything to them. They just hid at the back and just shot you to death. And it was like, wow. This is
because you could basically spam them, because you could just take, they came in units of 3, a bit like a lot of the, Leman Russell Guard vehicles come in units of 3, and you could take 3 of them. So you could take 9 of each variant, and there were 3 different variants for those buggies, I think. So you could take a lot of them, basically. Also, I think that was the first time they introduced a new weapon type with the. Was that actually called shooters?
That was it,
no,
Daka Daka.
Or was it Daka Daka? So Daka Daka weapons, which is effectively a form of rapid fire. So half range, you
more
shot
like a
X
salvo
amount
weapon
of shots.
to reference the old rules.
Oh, okay. And so half range you shot this many, and at full range you shot this many. A bit like rapid fire being a 2 and a 1. Predominantly, but it could be any number you wanted. So it was, I think, quite often like 4 and 6 or something like that. So that was interesting that they were introducing new weapon types within the codexes, which is sort of something we'd never really seen before, or at least not that I can think of off the top of my head. But then that was a thing that they did sort of throughout as the codexes went on.
I mean, technically, they used to add special rules to stuff back in the day. So, like, a Gorse weapon would be a Gorse weapon, and have a Gorse rule, as it were. But it was still a rapid-fire gun that was Gorse.
Yes, true, and like grab weapons and things like that. That is true.
Yeah, but you'd have like a melee weapon that's a witch blade, so it does always wounds on 2s or whatever. So there were always like silly little like additives, but there was never necessarily a scenario where the actual rapid fire rule became Daka before, at least not to my recollection. So yeah, orcs exploded onto the scene, did crazy things. Effectively, between the Drakari, the Admech, and then the orcs, and effectively, I don't even actually think the orcs had this, but basically, because what was crazy is the Drakari, the Admech, and the Sororitas period was like 2021 time, and we had a long summer, like literally all the way up until like September, of these guys being like top of the pile. Like nothing came out for ages. It was like a weird like drought of releases in 2021. And
probably because was that AOS 2 coming out? Sorry, AOS 3 coming out.
AOS 3 was 2022. That was last year.
Yeah.
Or maybe it was 21. It could have been. I might be wrong about that. But the point is that it was weird for the game. And then we started ending up in the balanced data slate, and we had those videos of like Stu Black going, right, now we're going to do 4 balanced data slates a year. That's how we're going to deal with this. And we're also going to do FAQs, and we're going to do all this stuff. We're going to fix this stuff going forwards. And AdMech got hit with crazy nerfs, and flyers got downsized, and all the rest of it. And I remember actually as well, there was like a specific fix for things like Thunderfire cannons or stuff that was like shooting out of line of sight. They were like, oh, things that shoot out of line of sight are crazy strong. We're going to neutralize those. And then for that specific instance, and then orcs came out without line of sight shooting again, and they were like, we'll fix those. And then it was like something else round the corner like did that thing. But like it was crazy, right? Like the whole sequence of events was bonkers. And then we got Grey Knights and Thousand Suns together. Grey Knights, they were okay. Like Grey Knights never necessarily like utterly like shaked it up in a really terrifying way. I think the Grey Knight rules I actually really like in retrospect. I actually look back at those ones and go, they're cool. I like Grey Knights. Thousand Suns can get in the sea. That rule set is awful.
You don't like your Cabal points?
Oh, just what is it? Like, why ever would you create a system that arbitrarily gives points based on a model type and have those variables? Just be like, look, everyone gives 1. Like, that's fine. Why would you need that a sorcerer gives 3, this type of sorcerer gives 2, this thing gives... So stop it. Like, just if you're going to do a tally system, just do 1. Deal in easy numbers. Like, the minute I'm turning around and going, oh, so at full capacity, my army generates 19 Cabal points, I've then got to start being like, right, hang on, what have you killed? How do I work this out? What are they worth again? It was just, no. The Thousand Sun book, is it the worst codex in 9th edition? It's between them and the AdMech, I'd say.
What's your metric for worse, though? Like in terms
just
of
unnecessarily
clunky rules?
Yeah, unnecessary complexity and crazy things.
Yeah, AdMech was a really confusing one because you had your 2 different sub-factions and they had different rule mechanics each, and you had to pick a different ability every turn, but you could only, you couldn't repeat it, if I remembered rightly.
In fact, to be honest with you though, Phil, I think so many of these armies have that problem because then again, next out is the Custodies, and they were a mess.
That was the Qatars, yeah, that was confusing. God. I think that was probably, not to say a rambly codex review, but we struggled while reading it on the podcast to work out how that Qatar worked, and then also what how some of the sub-faction specific abilities interacted with those Qatars, because we were like, wait, hold on, this is quite confusing, and it took us a bit of going around the houses to work it out, but we got there in the end.
GSC were tough as well. Remember them with their crossfire points?
I didn't mind the crossfire, but I was like, this is a very cool rules mechanic that if it was just baked into the game that everyone could do, it's very tactical. And I kind of liked it from that point of view. But again, one of those armies that I rarely played in ninth. So I think maybe once I've had that crossfire thing happen to me. So yeah, I've not really ever experienced it firsthand.
No, that's fair. But yeah, GSC came along and so Adeptus Custodes, GSC came along, complicated. Custodes...
Well, what was interesting was Custodes, even though they hadn't had a codex for a very long time, prior to the launch of the Ninth Ed Codex, they were still really strong in the meta. Like, they were always consistently really good. I don't know if that was because they were propped up by Forge World, probably in part, but also I think they just had like a solid rule set that carried out throughout Ninth Edition. And I guess also because they're really durable, and having durable units helped with scoring and your secondaries. So that probably also helped. So yeah, when they came out, it's like they still did well.
You raise a good point though, Phil, and that actually is a book that isn't included on this codex list that I'm reading from. They haven't mentioned...
the Forge World Compendium?
Yeah, the Forge World Compendium isn't listed in these codexes, so they came out...
Yeah, because that came out early doors, just after the Space Marines and Necrons, I think.
Yeah.
And that was all right. It was...
I mean, that deserves conversation on its own, so let's just finish off these codexes, because that's actually indicative of their attitudes towards Forge World. So let's... or Forge World models. So GSC, fine, like whatever. Adeptus Custodes actually were pretty strong early doors. They did really well into Drakari and other sorts of matchups. I think Custodes have always been... The thing is with Custodes is, are you able to roll fours, you'll do well.
It's a bit like being a Nighthaunt player.
Basically, yes. Yes, very similar to that kind of vibe. Then we got the infamous, like the moment where I think, you know, if the orc stuff and the Drakari and all the rest of it wasn't making people flip tables, that Tau Empire release was one where people just were like, right, that's it. What have you done? Like, what is happening here? And again, I don't actually think Tau ever necessarily really, did extraordinarily well in this edition, but just reading it was just terrifying, and the discourse around it online was like, what have you done? Like, when they released the rail cannon that ignored invuns and did like however many damage and mortal wounds on top, and people were just
it was like -5 AP I think, and like I want to say it was like was it like D6 +6 or +3? It did a crazy amount of actual wounds, and then it also did mortal wounds on top. So it was like the triple threat of absolutely everything that it could do, it did. Yeah. Which was odd, because I think that was again the internet discourse where when they previewed it, it sounded god awful terrifying, and then it, as a town never really dominated the meta particularly.
Terrain didn't do them any favours, and Custodes destroyed them most of the time, because Custodes could just get into them and just eat them alive. That's the thing. Tau have always been a good army in this edition. They're a good gatekeeper army. They do well against certain matchups, so they do well against They do well against GSC, they do well against the Aeldari armies, they do well into Nids. So they do well into Knights. So they've got some matchups where they're very favourable. It's just that they've got some problems, and that's still true to this day. But Tau were definitely scary when they first came out. Relatively lackluster releases in terms of the actual support as well for Custodes, Cult, and in fact, actually, the load of them: Grey Knights, Thousand Sons, Custodes, GSC, Tau Empire. 5 really mediocre releases in terms of
a model, I think.
Yeah, Grey Knight's got Castellan Crow, the dude with the sword. I mean, admittedly, that's any Grey Knight. It's not really a description, but you get what, he's got the...
But he's a character with a name.
Yeah. Thousand Sons got their weird, like, pseudo-chaplain.
I want to say Warp Master. Or was it Infernal Warp Master? Give me the points, Richie. I said it just about right.
Yeah, no, that was that. Custodians got their Blade Champion guy with the 2 knives.
Yes, yeah, he was a cool mini.
He's a cool model, to be fair. GSE got the Saboteur.
No.
The one with the plunger and the grenades.
Oh, okay. Yeah.
Yeah. And Tau got Shadow Sun, I want to say.
Yeah, I think so.
Yeah, I think it was Shadow Sun. Unless Shadow Sun came out sooner. In which case, Tau maybe got nothing.
I can't remember. What was the name? Because the named character came out in Arks of Omen.
Oh, yeah, no, they came out in... No, you're absolutely right. No, Shadow Sun came out in Psychic Awakening.
Oh.
I don't remember what Tau got for their release.
Yeah, because Breaches has already come out at that point.
Yeah.
Unless it was like... Oh, was it like because they got a Kroot Commander, didn't they? I think that was...
No, that was in Blackstone Fortress, mate.
No, that was the Kroot Hunter, but they gave a specific like named character.
Was it
not necessarily named
literally...
character? It was like the leader model of the Kroot came out.
Was it literally Darkstrider, the infiltrator guy? I think I'm just looking on the website. I genuinely think that they just got Darkstrider, if they got anything.
Quite likely, yeah.
There you go. So yeah, as I say, pretty lackluster on the Tau front. But something that wasn't lackluster, Phil. Ooh, the Aeldari. Again, another problem codex. People didn't think it was going to be a problem when it first came out. Could you believe it? People were like, they seem okay, But Harlequins, man, Jesus. They were terrifying for a while.
Well, yeah, so, because you were always like, Aeldari's actually really good, but no one bothered to worry about them because everyone was too busy losing their minds over the Harlequin rules.
Yes, correct, yeah. And now Harlequins have been sort of nerfed into non-existence, but now the Aeldari are actually, or rather the Craftworlders are actually, coming to the fore, which is super cool. I really like the Aeldari book. I think it's a really nice book for the Elder, because I think the fact that it incorporates 3 different flavors is really good. The fact you got Ynnari, Harlequins, Craftworlders, I think that's really nice. The models for this release were phenomenal. I liked the Aeldari release, but I will acknowledge that the Harlequins were a problem. Aeldari are very strong in the moment. But again, I'll be honest, like Aeldari to me live in a kind of space where they never really feel like they've been that bad this edition, other than Harlequins. Harlequins were terrible. But besides the Harlequins, I never really feel like Aeldari have been that terrifying this edition.
No, fair enough. Yeah. Did you like the fact that the online community complained that they couldn't load out the Farseer based on the cover art, and then Games Workshop changed it?
That was one of my favourite things about this particular edition, was the fact that they listened to that. The irony being, though, is if you probably built your Ultark with that cover art image now, he won't be legal in the upcoming edition. So, I would
if that
presume
is the case.
It might be wrong, but we'll see.
I mean, yeah, Games Workshop does have a habit of having some options legal for X period of time, and then after a while they're like, "Nah, you can't do it."
Yeah. Whoopsie daisy.
Right, yeah.
Go away.
But they were. It did feel like they were relatively good with kind of community feedback on those kind of issues. Although it did often feel like you just had to, get your community together to shout loud enough and, get something fixed. Or if you're the opposing community, go, oh no, that's broken. Oh, you must change it. And then maybe they would tone it down.
Yeah.
And things like that. So.
No, totally. But Aeldari did, Harlequins, terrible. But the rest of it, fair enough. Nids started strong, got nerfed into oblivion. Zone Thropes out of the gate were so terrifying. It was unreal. I think the Zone Thrope thing was crazy. Like, I think that was a mad
And loads of mortal
build.
wounds, wasn't it?
Oh, it was the worst, mate. The fact that you literally go, here's my Neuron Thrope, he adds this does this, Shadow in the Wall, blah, 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 blah. I roll 2d6, you've taken 60 mortal wounds. It's like, cool, great, like, cheers.
Yeah, I remember one of the interesting things is the Codex Leviathan supplement came out a few months before. Only a few. It was like 3 months maybe. I don't think it was 6. It was somewhere in between at least. And that came out in White Dwarf, and that had the like monstrous Stampede, I think, ability.
Oh, yeah, Crushing Stampede.
Oh, Crushing Stampede, that was it. Or maybe it was the Codex Leviathan, maybe that was in a Warzone book, and Crushing Stampede, Armies of Renown, was in White Dwarf. That was it. And so that was specific Armies of Renown, gave basically invuln saves to all your big monsters. It was crazy good. Kind of needed, I guess, for a supplement, for the Codex, because it hadn't come out yet, and it helped sort of boost them. But it wasn't clearly compatible with the new Codex, because when that came out, they decided to get rid of it. So it was like, okay, cool, you've got this kind of cool Armies of Renown, but literally only valid for a few months and then disappeared. And that they had their own issues with the actual Armies of Renown and Codex supplements in the Warzone books only being available for a certain period of time before they weren't valid anymore. But we can talk about that in a bit more in depth later.
Indeed. All right, getting on the home stretch. Imperial Knights, Chaos Knights. Imperial Knights were, and still are, kind of cool, but again, mostly armigers. Never necessarily been extraordinarily strong. Good gatekeeper army again. Same with Chaos Knights. Chaos Knights, broadly speaking, are better than Imperial Knights. But again, really have to lean into War Dogs.
Do you feel like that's the problem with these codexes in this edition, is there's too much focus on the little knights and not enough on the big knights?
I think definitely in the case of the Castellan or the non-Castellan, the Harpoon one.
Valiant?
The Valiant, yeah. Like, I think that was a shame that they got as much of a kicking as they did, but they were a problem in 8th, so I do understand why you needed to give them a bit of a kicking. Speaking as someone just ran a Castellan at Warhammer Fest, I can attest to its swinginess, but it's still fun, right? But like, yeah, I agree. I think the thing is like, I think the reality of the situation is, though, is Games Workshop are looking at it going, to make this a comprehensive army, we want you to have a mix of little and big, and what is a reasonable split of those? Because is it reasonable to ask someone to have to buy, or is it reasonable that someone would have an army of like 4 miniatures or, well, 4 knights, and that be the entire thing? Or is it better that they have 2, maybe 3 knights and a selection of little armigers?
Yeah,
the problem is... Sorry.
I was going to say, I think the little knights help them play the mission in terms of like holding objectives and also like doing whatever the secondaries are as well.
Yeah.
So I feel like inherently, if you're playing that kind of mission where it is based around objectives, i.e. you're not just doing a kill points game, then yeah, you need those smaller units, which is a shame, because I think sometimes armiger spam can be a bit too much, or, you know, 1 knight and loads of armigers feels like too much in the wrong direction, whereas I think 2 or 3 big knights and like 1 or 2 smaller units would be nicer, or, you know, 2 big knights, 3 or 4 small ones would look nicer.
Yeah, in an ideal world you want it to be at like a 5-3 ratio, but it's quite hard to get that ratio to work, just because of the points. But yeah, I would definitely, I don't know, if you got 2 big knights, 4 little ones, fair enough. But like, again though, then that would be, I don't know, it's an interesting set of variables. But again, the reason why the Chaos Knights were so good was because they just had better, more, they just had more armiger options, so they became better, because the War Dogs had just better options, and that just made, you know, whereas Imperial Knights have 2 armigers, Chaos Knights have like 5, maybe 6 War Dogs, so they just innately got more choice, and that choice makes them better.
I also like how all of their knights can effectively take dual weapon options, so they can take the same thing twice.
Yes,
and sort of mix and match their weapons a bit more, whereas the Imperial Knights are a lot more rigid in what they can take as a weapon loadout.
Yeah, but the other thing with them, though, is that they've got things like the Rampager and the Defiler or whatever it is, and they're just stronger because they got better options, and they're cheaper. So, a lot of good options are available to you for a flat 400 points in Chaos Knights. Plus, mechanically, they don't have the Exalted Court stuff, which is extra stuff to make Knights better. But those comes at point premiums, whereas the Chaos Knights are just Chaos Knights. So you just go, there's a 400 point thing, that's it. Whereas with the Imperial Knights, you can be like, oh, there's a 400 point thing, and then there's its 30 point upgrade, and it all kind of adds up. Anyway, they were good releases, though. I think Chaos Knights leaned into the complexity again, though. I mean, Tyranids had the complexity as well, but we'd kind of gotten used to it beforehand. I mean, Nids had that crazy thing where it's this thing goes here, and here.
Oh, the daisy chaining, yeah.
Yeah, and then obviously Chaos Knights had that ridiculous,
swinging mechanic?
Yeah, that...
It was a pendulum.
The pendulum thing, yeah, it was... Yeah, it was interesting. But anyway, there you go. Next on the list, Chaos Space Marines. A beautiful demonstration from Games Workshop that Chaos aren't allowed to have any funds. They finally got 2 wounds, but they've not ever really been any good.
I think Chaos Space Marines were absolutely desperate to get their codex out, or some kind of FAQ to give them 2 wounds, and it never happened. Which was because that was one of the interesting things when Space Marine Codex dropped. They FAQ'd a bunch of the Imperial weapons, so heavy bolter, las cannon, demolisher cannon was a point in principle. Definitely that one. That weapon profile changed in the Space Marine Codex, but then it also changed in the Sisters and Imperial Guard Army because it's the same, demolisher cannon.
Yeah.
And so I guess Chaos Space Marines are but Space Marines are now 2 wounds, why aren't ours? And it's no. It just never happened.
Yeah, it was very odd. I feel like this edition has been the, fingers up to, or one finger up to Chaos Space Marine players. I think Chaos Space Marine players have been pretty hard done by this edition because they had to wait ages to get their 2 wound models, and then when they do get their book, it's...
Didn't they get a toughness 9 Land Raider when everyone else's was toughness 8?
Yeah, in an edition where Land Raiders are not that impressive, right? Being a slightly more durable insignificance is of no great consequence to them, I'd say.
Fair enough.
I think this is the thing. I don't want to be too ridiculous, though, because I actually think they added a lot of really interesting flavour to Chaos Space Marines. I think the way the army functions is really cool. And Abaddon is a complete beat stick. You send him in anywhere and murk anything that he goes near. But, that's the problem. It's it's an army built around certain ideas that just never really kind of come together into any kind of coherent strategy. And maybe that's the nature of Chaos, right? But yeah, no, Chaos Space Marines, rough addition for the Chaos Space Marines, I'd say. Next up, Chaos Demons, my favourite codex. Well, no, still my favourite codex of this edition.
Had a good layout.
Phenomenal layout, really well put together. And again, everything, making sense. It's the best. It's the best codex of 9th edition.
It was the one with the least number of sub-factions.
Well, I had no sub-factions. That was the greatest thing about it.
Well, you had your 4 Chaos Gods.
Yes, of course.
But in theory, they were actually all separate armies, really.
But, there wasn't a more corny version of Khorne. That was the craziest thing with, Thousand Sons and Grey Knights and even Custodes and Death Guard.
Yeah, they all had their own 7 or 6 different, sub-factions within them, even though they're kind of like a mono-faction.
Yeah. No, it's mad. But no, Chaos Demons stand out as the the top one in my opinion from a book perspective. I also think it's a really fun army to play. I think it's got a lot of really cool stuff in it. I rate Chaos Demons in this edition. Leagues of Votann, hate them, still do, awful.
Just as a race or as their codex?
Codex design, yeah. I mean, the models. I have seen some people paint some absolutely incredible Leagues of Votann miniatures, and I acknowledge that some of the units are not as insulting on the eyes as they were at first glance. But Leagues of Votann, I think Leagues of Votann is, in a way, one of the great ways to end this edition, because it is like, it was just all the stuff that's a bit wrong about this edition was expressed in Leagues of Votann. And I think, to me, because again, I like the lore of Leagues of Votann. I like the idea that these, space dwarfs are kind of spread out and they've all got different kind of functions, and they've managed to create a lore that incorporates, the demiurge stuff that worked with the Tau and the original squats that sided with the Imperium, and
like the Necromunda squats and stuff are all still they've rolled them all into one, but just using different names and stuff. So that was quite clever. Yeah.
So from a fluff perspective, they've done a great job of it. The miniatures are good here and there, but as a range, it's the one I'm least excited about. But as a rule set is the thing that has most offended me about them up to this point. I think everything in it was just so effortlessly good. And still is, right? Like, Leagues of Votann are still extraordinarily strong. And I don't like them that much at the minute. I'm hopeful that in 10th edition, the Leagues of Votann become a really interesting army with some interesting ideas. Because at the moment, they're not doing anything for me. But and also, again, Leagues of Votann created a lot of online discourse that created a lot of negativity around the state of the game, right? Like, Leagues of Votann forced Games Workshop to come out and acknowledge that they'd made a mistake and having to apologise. And, that is something they didn't have to do for anything else. And that is because I think of just the way that they prioritise the opinions of certain people and the sorts of design principles that they landed on. I think anything in this game that removes some of the randomness is a bad mechanic. I don't like the grudge system. I think it's one of the worst gameplay design decisions they've ever made. It's a bad mechanic.
Oh yeah, because that's auto wounding on a hit roll, right?
Yeah, well, auto wounding
Plus
on up to
other
a
stuff.
4+.
Yeah. It's there's definitely some issues with it. Like,
there's no nuance
it's just
to it.
It's all over pretty strong as it rules. They like the Daka introduce a bunch of new like weapon profile types like the Magna Rail and stuff. Yeah. So you can ignore invuns and things like that. Effectively have a beam weapon. So loads of things like that. And it was, for me, it was probably the most disappointing. I don't want to say it because Ashman Tarum is a close second. As a release in an army, it was probably one of the most disappointing of the edition, because when I heard that squats effectively were coming back, I was super excited. I was really hyped. I used to have them back in 2nd and 3rd edition. My early armies of 40k. So I was, really hopeful to potentially make this a new army for me. And I just really didn't like the aesthetic that they went down, whereas I felt like if they did a bit more of a traditional, like, Imperial squats, or, I don't know, something else, I would have probably bought into it a bit more. And it was all very kind of clean cut and didn't really feel like it fitted in with the kind of grim dark of 40k. There was a bit of disappointment from me on that, basically.
Interesting, though. I mean, obviously, a new race added to the game.
Oh, yeah, because we haven't had one of those. I mean, it's not necessarily like a brand new one, but it's...
No, but it is.
It's a bit like, when Custodes or Gene Stealer Cult came out, they all existed in the lore already. I think, probably Tau is probably one of the few times where they've probably just gone, here's a new army, and there was, like, as far as I'm aware, nothing about them beforehand, or not a lot. That was like new, whereas everything else is like, existing in the lore. Like if Dark Mechanicum come out, it's new, brilliant, but we know of them already. If that makes sense.
Yeah, no, of course. Astra Militarum at last. Got to enjoy that for a short period. Added a whole new range refresh, some beautiful miniatures, and the Rogel Dawn. Yeah, look, as a rule set, I think this is a really interesting version of the Guard. I think the thing I love about this version of the Guard is the fact that they are reverting us back into a world where it is not just a mono regiment. It's not like you go, this is a Krieg army or this is a whatever army. You can do that, of course you can, but the idea that the Astra Militarum is a force of humans made up from all sorts of different regiments from all over the Imperium is a much more interesting idea that was really well expressed in earlier versions of 40k, but has since sort of gone away in favour of it's all about the Cadians plus some Forge World ranges. I like what they did with Astra Militarum. I think they were very, very strong, not because of the flipping Karsakin thing that everyone was going like, oh, this is the best thing ever. It was all right. And it obviously got neutralised relatively sensibly. But yeah, like I think, just the way that tanks worked, the way that the sort of orders layered. I didn't like the splashy order thing where it was like that goes there and splashes onto these things and all the rest of it. It's like, no, that's a silliness to me. But no, I was really happy with the Astra Militarum book. I think they did a good job of it. I think they just created a lot of flavour. The biggest letdown, obviously, being the Lord Solar. I think that's the worst thing they've added to the Imperial Guard range because it's the least Imperial Guard thing.
Yeah.
But regardless of that, I think Astra Militarum, and I don't mind the model, by the way. I just don't think it's appropriate for the Guard army. I think it breaks the immersion of the army for me.
Yes, but yeah, I think we said it before. Like a sort of mini diorama type model with lots of little people might have been better than just one big model. Because obviously they want a supreme leader because every army has it. So. And we discussed it, so ad nauseum, so let's not go into it now. In terms of the regiments, I thought it was quite interesting where, you don't specify a particular regiment and you get a kind of pick and mix just to choose your kind of gameplay style, how you want to play your Guard, which I feel is being replicated in 10th with the, you pick a type of detachment. You don't pick Ultramarines, you pick, I'm, a defender type, so I'm going to have a very defensive type gameplay or maybe more of an assaulty type game mechanics and bonuses. So I feel like the Guard one is the first one that kind of really previewed that sort of aspect where you're not locked to how your models look or how they're painted. You get to decide how they play based on how you want to. And I feel like we speculated at the time that might be the case. I think a lot of people, probably even that still now, are, I don't want to say angry, but a bit annoyed or find it a bit difficult that you can't just go, I want to play my Guard as Krieg or I want to play them as Cadians and I want rules given to them to play that. Because I think if you're trying to find a theme, it's very difficult to know how they should play unless you have prior knowledge about that regiment. So I felt like they kind of did away with a lot of the background and lore to those regiments and also how they should be played in that kind of context. I felt like that was a bit of a disappointment or downside to the freeing up of how you can choose your regiments or, abilities. So, yeah, overall it was okay. It was interesting. A bit too late, basically, because as soon as it came out, 10th edition was announced pretty much, and it's like, okay, right, you've got a few months max of playing it if you want to. Orders also was too complicated, I thought, in terms of the amounts that they gave you.
Yeah. No, that's fair, mate. That's fair. Again, I wouldn't ever question your perspective on the Guard stuff, given your, connection to that army list. So, no, I agree with everything you say on that one. Not last, because I've just realised I forgot to mention Black Templars, but last technically.
Of course, yeah.
Well, in fact, we'll do Black Templars quick. Black Templars are brilliant. They are a beautiful range. Their rules are not very good. but they are great. They're cool.
They had some cool rules though. Like
Had some interesting ideas,
like
but they're
army
not good
wide in
in-game.
one save and stuff like
It's
that.
all right. It's okay.
Yeah, they came out just after Orcs, or like a few months after Orcs.
They did, yes. Yeah. And again, beautiful range of miniatures. I think their biggest problem has been for them as a range in the game has been the Crusader squads have just never been worth it. And being in a situation where your core, like, identifying unit is not actually much good to use, then it just creates a situation where it's like it's hard to sort of like get behind them in a big way. I'm hopeful in 10th edition where you can start to put them in Land Raider Crusaders. I hope they do well by the Primaris Crusade squads because they're gorgeous. I mean, to be honest with you, I think at the moment the Black Templars stand out as the best Space Marine range by far. Helbrecht is still the best looking commander. Yeah, I think the Black Templar range is a chef kiss from a model perspective, but from a rules perspective needs some love, I'd say.
Yeah, fair enough.
Yeah. So yeah, never really did much with those guys. But yeah, the last thing for this edition, from a codex perspective anyway, is World Eaters. And World Eaters actually is probably one of the other great books of this edition. But it's not really a 9th edition book, so it's hard to kind of judge it as such. Essentially, it feels like this was kind of designed as a bridge into 10th, not from an actual kind of rules perspective, because as we know, we're not going to be able to use any of these rules in 10th edition, but more from the perspective that the ideas and concepts that will fuel 10th edition are expressed here. And that's a positive, I think, because from a actual like rules perspective and the way they've constructed the World Eaters book, I think it's great. Minimal but effective stratagems, only 2 variants of armies, but with a number of sensible restrictions, warlord traits on the data sheets. It's all good stuff. I think World Eaters is a good sign and one of the reasons why we should be excited about 10th edition, because if 10th edition is like what the World Eaters book is, I think we'll be in a better place for it.
Here's an interesting thought. Why did they make the Codex have so many sort of ideas and philosophies similar to 10th edition when to play 10th edition you would need an index? Because the World Eaters Codex makes sense in a world where, you know, not 10th edition is kind of like a 9.5 where there's no big reset, all the codexes carry on. In that kind of world and philosophy, it would make perfect sense for World Eaters to be what it is. But it's almost like, why didn't they just do what they've done with every other codex? You know, loads of stratagems, load of sub-factions, stuff like that. Other than just to, like, you know, sound the community out for ideas that they would put into 10th. But that also just makes sense because 10th, you know, probably been written by the time, you know, World Eaters came out.
It's because, Phil, Games Workshop's Warhammer 40,000 design team have no core design principles and they don't know how to stick to an idea and see it through. Even with the short release window that is an edition of 40k in the modern context, they can't seem to just go, this is what we're doing this edition, and stick with it. They've always got to change stuff. And actually, it's a beautiful segue because I want to talk about the stuff that they introduced in this edition and then just basically dropped, right? Because there's so much stuff that happened in this edition that they gave up on halfway through. So we're going to talk about that. So yeah, I think like this edition hasn't actually necessarily been any worse than editions of the past, although I'm not sure. They definitely threw a lot of stuff at the wall in this edition. So first of all, we got the chapter approveds, right? Like, so chapter approveds were designed to be annual things, I think, at least initially. So I think the first Grand Tournament pack was the traditional 2020. But after they've sort of done that for a year, I think they never did a Grand Tournament 2021 and a Minotaurum field manual. I think they basically went, yeah, right, what we're going to do now is we're going to abandon that and we're just going to move over to this, like, Warzone system that aligns with these, like, Warzone books. So we're going to effectively do away with, like, this annual thing, and we're going to move into a situation where we're doing more kind of frequent releases. I feel like they must have done a Grand Tournament 2021 pack, though. But I feel like, actually, if I remember, the 2021 pack was so lackluster that maybe it's kind of been lost to history.
Yeah, I can't see it on the list that I've looked through.
No, I can't either, but I'm fairly confident there was a 2021.
Yeah, I feel like there was. Yeah, but I guess it would have only lasted 6 months, and then they did the...
That's right, yes.
The Warzone books. And I think with the 2021, wasn't it... was that the one that was so bad because it was mostly recycled content as well in terms of like the missions and stuff? And I think they tweaked and renamed a few of the secondaries and stuff, but
it was terrible.
Done much. Yeah.
And that was the thing, though, because I think that was like where the emphasis on these new Warzone Grand Tournament packs came from. Was that they obviously heard that people were annoyed. In fact, if I remember correctly, Phil, I think the Grand Tournament 2021 didn't even include the core rules even in it, I don't think. Or maybe that was like Nachman or something.
There was one that didn't. Because the first one, I think, was spiral bound, right? And everyone was like, oh, this is nice. And then, I think the next few, or all of them ever since, never were. But all the Age of Sigma... General's handbooks were. So I think a lot of people were a bit annoyed about that.
Yeah. No, it was a weird thing for sure. But we lost the Minotaurs field manual because Games Workshop realised that it's pointless selling you a book to give you points in the kind of digital era. So that was something that sensibly changed. The Grand Tournament structure changed as well. But it's still with us, just in a new revised form that's a little bit more frequent in terms of its releases, I suppose. But probably some of the more notable additions that definitely lost momentum along the way was this Crusade format that they created. So they kicked it off with Crusade Beyond the Veil, and then to coincide with the events of Warzone Charadon, they gave us the Plague Purge, which was another Crusade book sort of focusing around the Death Guard. And then, if I'm honest with you, mate, I'm looking at the list of Crusade books here. I can't, in all seriousness, remember any of these. You were a lot more engaged with Crusade.
Yeah, I can, because I think the first two I didn't get, but was quite tempted to, but I held off. And I think, so Beyond the Veil, I don't have, and I don't think I've got Plague Purge, but I picked up Midst the Ashes, which was the next one, which had I want to say, Faith and Fury. It's some kind of faith system to do it, because all of them effectively had bolt-on like Crusade rules, but also a literal ton of missions, and this was like the best thing about it. So the Plague Purge one was tied to the corresponding Warzone book. And it felt like very intrinsically linked that you couldn't just do the Warzone book and do a campaign with that, because really you needed the Crusade books, because that's where all the good missions were, although you did have some legendary missions in the Warzone books. Amidst the Ashes, that had a faith system, containment. Oh God, what was in that one? I can't actually remember now. I know
most likely.
That was tied with Octarius, but I can't remember what. Oh, that was Catastrophe was the multiplayer one. I'm sure. Containment, I think, was just a bit more generic. And then, the Wars of Faith one, I actually don't remember much of either. So, maybe I never picked that one up. But I thought I'd picked up most of them ever since, because I did just like the idea of them, and I thought a lot of the missions in there were like much more interesting and narrative. So yeah, I thought that was a cool concept. But yeah, it got to a point where they just stopped producing them. Likewise with the Warzone. I think they got dropped around the same time as the Warzone books, or maybe just a bit before.
It seemed like a real push from them to really kind of build narrative within the setting. So they were like, we're going to do the Warzone books, and the Warzone books are going to service this narrative thread, but we're also going to put content in there for match play. But obviously, the thing that was always weird about the campaign books that were Warzone was the fact that it was like, oh, do you want to play some Crusade-y stuff off the back of this Warzone setting? Buy the additional book to get the Crusade content. It was like, what is this? Like, it's so fragmented, and it was very difficult to follow, I found. I thought it was... and again, I've been very open about the fact that I didn't engage with nor enjoy the concept of Crusade, but I felt like this stuff was very much at the start. I understood the aspiration. I felt like it kind of fell short of my expectations of what I wanted from a campaign book, certainly Beyond the Veil. I remember seeing that at the time and being like, there's no way I'm buying this. This is just ridiculous.
But I think I think most people miss that trick of... I think people just saw it said Crusade and just discounted it. But if it was called like open play or, match play missions, I think people would have bought in droves, and they probably should have, because, yeah, if you weren't a fan of the, the secondary style GT pack, you should have really been buying these books instead as the alternative for your standard match play, ways to play cool narrative or just, standard missions. But because it was labelled Crusade, I think a vast swathe of people, much like yourself, Dan, like, not for me, not interested, I just want to play match play. Even though you can play all the missions without playing Crusade. Like, there were rules at the very beginning of the book to add some extra bolt-on Crusade content, and all the missions had, if you win this mission, you can score these kind of cool bonuses for your Crusade, but you could quite easily play them all without, the Crusade element to it. And I felt like that was almost like it's undoing, unfortunately.
Yeah, it was just, it was very badly conceived and poorly promoted to the community. And I think, the Warzone books were super interesting, because Warzone really, if you also include Arks of Omen, although you probably shouldn't, but I will...
No.
The Arks of Omen and the Warzone books actually did run the distance, right? Like, so Warzone Rift War was like the last one. That was kind of like Q1, maybe Q2, 2022. And then obviously we started getting Arks of Omen in the latter part of 2022 as well, going into early 23. So that's the thing with like the Warzone books. They definitely didn't abandon them, but I definitely felt like people's desire to engage with them was pretty lackluster. Like, I didn't think people fell in love with the Warzone stuff, and I didn't feel like it really gave people enough of what they wanted. But then I always approach this stuff from the perspective of, like, again, rose-tinted glasses maybe, but the old Forge World campaign systems and what they offered and what they had in them, and if those are somewhat the gold standard, I didn't feel like the Warzone books really came close to that, but they were a rough approximation of it, I guess. It wasn't terrible, but it wasn't what I wanted.
No, I think you're right. I kind of enjoyed them because they were a bit of a breath of fresh air, but they didn't hold up a candle to the Forge World books. They sort of did some of those elements, but not just particularly very well. So there was always a story, but it felt like for the majority of them, at least, the story was never resolved. It was always an ongoing conflict that they can just go back to at another time. Some of them did have some great narrative threads, like Be'lakor steals the entire planet of House Raven, which then becomes House Korvax, I think, and that becomes its own, renegade knight chapter that we see even in the Arks of Omen books. They make an appearance later on and stuff. So, some cool, timeline-changing events happen in these books, and I was like, that's cool. The story's moving forwards. That's always a positive to see. But quite often it felt a bit stagnant, like the Octarius one. It was like, oh yes, stuff has broken out, but that battle is still happening. It never had a conclusion to it. And Charadon was a similar one, where it didn't feel like it had a particular end to it. And it was like, are you going to come back to these at some point? Who knows? They all had a campaign system, and every single book pretty much had a different campaign system, so you could, choose the one that you want to do, I guess. But there was, as you say, there was no real missions in them. You needed the Crusade packs for those extra missions, but they had some like legendary missions, I think, which was like more historical missions to play through, a bit like the ones you got in the Forge World books. And yeah, then they had a loosely fitting like theme of the Armies of Renowned, Codex Supplement, and Crusade rules to loosely tie some of the armies that took place in those campaigns. But it never felt like here's a campaign book with army on one side A, army on the other side B, and they've all got like their kind of thematic rules and stuff for playing a campaign. It never quite worked out that way, basically. But I applaud them for trying.
Yeah, I don't know if I can be quite as supportive of the decision. I think there was a certain kind of cash grabbiness to this, but then they've been doing it forever, right? Since like 7th edition, they've been creating these kind of books with a view to adding like extra content. So it's nothing new. It just felt a little egregious in this instance. And also, I think Warzone was also really responsible for adding in a lot of extra layers of like silly complexity into the competitive game as well, because a lot of the time they go, hey, Death Watch, for example, here's a army of renown that makes you super strong. Hey, whatever army, here's a thing that makes you even better. And it's like, yay, thanks for that. But again, I think to Games Workshop's credit, they have listened to the feedback, and I think Arks of Omen is an indication of where maybe this stuff is going in the future, which is to say that they might now be shying away from, going too heavily into rules, mechanics, and just more about here is some ideas or narrative or maybe game systems like boarding actions, for example.
Well, that would be interesting to see what they do, because it could be, because they obviously said when Arks of Omen came out, it's like, we've heard you, we're listening, we're not going to put any of these supplementary rules for your armies in these books. Now, it could just be that they're only doing that for Arks of Omen because it kind of makes sense. It's a standalone piece for boarding actions, although they still actually did that. They gave you, I think it was Vashtorr and I think the Line and maybe Farsight had their data rules. Sheets in there, but they also gave them to you for free as downloadables on their website as well.
Yeah. Which is the right play.
And it'll be interesting to see what they do for future books or supplements. I mean, I'd quite like to do more, here's a campaign book and here's some bolt-on rules for your army when you're specifically playing this campaign. I think the Warzone books would have worked out a lot better if that's the sort of vibe that they went for, as well as
agreed.
They didn't time... because I think a lot of the problems with Warzone books is like Drukhari came out, the Warzone book featuring Drukhari came out with extra rules for your codex within it, whereas if that Warzone book had come out a year or 2 years later, like sort of instead of Arks of Omen we had these Warzone books, I think people would have happily had or enjoyed extra rules for their army to play, either in general or just specifically for a kind of narrative campaign.
No, I totally agree. But yeah, Warzones have been an interesting addition. The chapter approved changes have been interesting. The Crusade stuff's been interesting. I think they've all been met with certain mixed levels of reception. It's too early to say that boarding actions is like a dead format. Hopefully, in 10th edition boarding I hope it isn't as well. I think boarding actions should be here to stay for a little while. At least I hope so. But all of these things that have happened have had sprinklings of negativity on them or a lack of engagement, perchance. But none of them have necessarily been outright awful, except for one thing.
Oh, is it the one that you've not talked about yet? Because can I guess?
It'd be interesting to know whether you think it's something else. I'm talking, of course, about chapter-approved tactical deployment.
That was the one I was going to say, yeah.
Yes, yeah. So this is the own goal of this edition. For all the things I will say about Votann being a bad codex and the layers of complexity within the rules and the rest of it, I think there hasn't been a more universally unwanted thing in 40k than this. I think they just really dropped the ball. Not only because... So for those of you who aren't familiar with what tactical deployment is, tactical deployment is a set of missions built around specific terrain. And it's all built around the idea that you will need to buy official Citadel, Games Workshop terrain kits, and those terrain kits have their own specific rules. And within tactical deployment, they offered rules that were intended to be an expansion to the way that you play actual 40k proper, where you add your own terrain collection to your armies and basically deploy terrain that benefits your army. And those terrain features would have a multitude of different abilities that could exponentially increase the output of your army, increase its defensibility, increase just its general function.
So the idea is each player brings half a table's worth of terrain with them. Effectively, and helps create the table. And I think the idea was that this was meant to be easier for tournament organisers to organise tournaments, because one of the biggest hurdles is having tables full of terrain for, like, where, even if you're doing 10 tables, that's a lot of terrain. So the idea is players bring their own terrain, which in and of itself isn't a terrible idea. I mean, I can see the logic of it. It sort of makes sense, but it clearly either wasn't something tournament organisers wanted. It clearly isn't something anyone's really tried to, actually do, I don't think.
It's definitely not anything, not even the TOs though. It was also like just something the players didn't want. And again though, right? And I think this was one of the things that we saw quite consistently early on in this edition, and why I think we started to get this opinion around, like, as you said earlier, that sort of DLC thinking, was the fact that tactical deployment didn't even give you the rules for tactical deployment. As in, if you wanted to know what a ruin had as rules, i.e. a Games Workshop ruin, you had to buy the data cards.
Oh, of course, there was the cards. I wonder how much they go for on eBay. Do you think they're, like, rare now?
I mean, they could be rare, but, I mean, honestly, if you're buying them, you're a lunatic, because they are worthless. I cannot see any set of scenarios where anyone cares about them.
Dan, 15 years' time, you'll be like, oh, do you know what we should do? We should have a game of 9th edition tactical deployment.
I very much doubt that will be the situation, Phil.
No, because we'd be playing, Napoleonics.
Absolutely. Bolt action at worst. So yeah, sorry everyone, I just got interrupted there. So I can't remember how we signed off on the tactical deployment, but it wasn't good. That was the basic consensus, right, Phil?
Well, I mean, it could have been, but no one gave it a chance, so we don't know.
That's true, absolutely. What could have been was not allowed to be because of you. You ruined it. Shame. Anyway, I did too, though, to be fair. So I'm, I like you, I'm to blame. Open War, that was a thing. Remember Open War? We loved Open War. I actually still think it's my preferred way to play the game. I think Open War is the best version of 9th edition.
Yeah, I think it was one of those things I decided not to buy initially because I still had the 8th ed one pretty much unopened, I think. I never used it because whenever I played, I'd play like with one of yours or Richie's decks. But eventually I got around to buying it, and it was pretty much how I solidly played any kind of casual game with a friend throughout. Oh, I also, I created my own mission thing on my Beyond the Tabletop website, which was like a random mission generator. So I played those and Open War, which effectively the mission generator was an extension of Open War, pretty much constantly. There was also, because it was just simple scoring, right? It's like if you had nostalgia for 8th edition, in terms of I'm stood on an objective and I'm going to score 1 point. And that's all the scoring that you need to worry about. Then Open War is for you.
Yeah. I mean, we did, I only actually ever went to one of the RFW events. Obviously, we're due to go back in July, but that's going to be 10th edition by then. So, Open War might not be a consideration. But yeah, like that's the thing. Like those RFW events were great because they incorporated the Open War format. Yeah, I think Open War was consistently one of the best ways to engage with this game system. So I think they were really, really fun. So I liked Open War.
It's just a sort of shame they didn't advertise it very well or push it more than they should have. It's like they released it and then never talked about it ever again.
Yeah, like it was just this thing. Honestly, even at launch, I think they never really talked about it. It was just one of the things you could buy at launch and then they went away. So yeah, like no one really supported it, never really got a lot of love. Infinitely better than Tempest of War, which I felt like got a little bit more kind of attention. But Tempest of War is not good in my opinion. Like I think people who play Tempest of War and say it is good are kind of like saying that because it sort of adds some randomness. And look, Tempest of War is theoretically a more casual, fun, better way of playing it than playing
the GT stuff.
The GT stuff, but it's not. It isn't the same as Open or Maelstrom,
Yeah, the Tempest of War is mostly you have a deck of cards and you draw from them, and that's effectively the secondary you're achieving that turn, and you are still playing the GT missions, but rather than having 3 secondaries up front that you play every single turn that you're trying to achieve, you just randomly pick that secondary that you try and do that turn. And that feels like that's the only real variance of Tempest of War over the GT stuff. And it certainly isn't Maelstrom, which was a sort of a lot more random. I mean, some of the secondaries and some of the Maelstrom objectives are similar, but one of the key ones with Maelstrom is you had to hold a certain objective number, like I've got to hold objective 2, that's in your deployment zone, that's going to be difficult for me to do. I've got to kill a psyker. Okay, well that is actually like a secondary, to be fair. But yeah, it felt like Maelstrom was a lot more fun and interesting than Tempest of War was. And yeah, I still lament over the fact that we never got Maelstrom at all this edition.
Well, we got that White Dwarf entry, which was good, but not really what we wanted.
Well, it wasn't cards, it was rolling on tables, and that's not the same.
Exactly. Even though you... Oh, no, was it you or Richie who put all the work into doing a...
Richie made them a tabletop simulator deck of cards that you could draw from.
He did, yes, he did. He did. Good, God bless him. Anyway, yeah, so they did a few bits and pieces here and there. I think the most consistent thing with this edition has been the fact that, like, just changes in design philosophy that have impacted, like, the way that they've built lists and created armies. And, it seemed like at the start they were interested in creating balance based on what had come before. A lot of early 9th edition was about addressing the old problems and going, oh, we know this is an issue, so we fixed it with this stratagem. We know this is an issue, so we've neutralized it. Aggressors used to shoot twice. Yeah, that's a bit bonkers. We'll get rid of that, whatever. Like, they toned it down. But then over time, it was like, oh, here's a layer of complexity and layers of complexity upon complexity. And we're going to give you more stratagems and more options and more things. And here's all these secondaries and they're in the codexes, and that innately creates problems. And I think that's the thing, like, rightly so. What's crazy about this kind of edition is almost like how it, again, is kind of reversed round on itself, whereas, like, Games Workshop have come to understand over the course of 9th edition that actually the thing that people want is, not to make it simple, but to obviously simplify it, which is the core principle of what they're talking about with 10th edition. Whether they achieve that or not, obviously we'll be the judge when, and when I say we, I mean we as a collective community, not me and Phil specifically. But yeah, us, the players, will make that assertion once we start to get our hands on it. But, you know, I think that's the thing with 9th edition, is it's been an interesting journey because basically they curtailed themselves or pursued the competitive scene to such an extent that they realized that it was not good for business. Like, by the end of it, they've gone, oh, actually, we still need to actually make a game that casual gamers, people playing with their mates in their garages or their kitchens, still can enjoy. We need to create a game that services their needs, and we're not doing that at the moment. We're creating a game that, you know, the high-end competitive players love, theoretically anyway, but isn't necessarily exciting the kind of more casual fan base. And I think that's left a gap which has been filled maybe by some other games, but also by Games Workshop's own stuff, so Age of Sigmar, Horus Heresy. I have a lot of friends who have left 9th edition 40k for Horus Heresy. I have a lot of friends who have left 9th edition 40k for Age of Sigmar. I mean, in many respects, I'm one of the few remaining people who are standing by 9th edition, and I'm one of its biggest critics. But I sort of weirdly, like, I feel like I went through 7th edition. I can weather this storm.
Well,
but,
yes, yeah, I feel like they, from a rules mechanics, 9th edition was putting plasters on stuff to fix, but not solve. It's like you're solving the symptoms and not the disease, if that makes sense. That's probably a terrible analogy. But it's like, as you say, they had stratagems to fix a lot of the core fundamental mechanics, like, oh, you don't want to wrap and trap units. So we just do a stratagem to fix it rather than just have mechanics that stop that from happening in the first place. And one of the key issues I think that 9th kind of really highlighted was the lethality of low strength weapons, because there was loads of ways to hit that then auto wounds. There was loads of like mid-tier weapons like heavy bolters, strength 5, strength 6, that is multi-wound weapons that could damage vehicles really easily. And then they try to introduce things like is it Duty Eternal, the minus 1 damage on things like Contemptors and stuff like that. To try and remedy that to an extent. And I feel like with 10th, you can see that actually what you need is a kind of ground up rewrite of some of those fundamental core mechanics to make that work. So the fact that strength and toughness has gone up through the roof actually gives you that granularity where infantry weapons should find it very difficult to wound vehicles now, like regardless of how much damage they can actually inflict. So you could have a damage-free weapon, but if it's still wounding vehicles on 6s, that shouldn't really be a problem. But that it means something, let's say an auto cannon, for example, should be very good at killing infantry, but it should be quite difficult to actually damage really heavy vehicles. So hopefully that's the mindset from 9th going into 10th, where they've made those changes, where it felt like 9th was lots and lots of little plasters. I think, as you're saying about casual players and sort of tournament players, is like the churn of the rules. So there was not only lots of complexity in those rules, so you got like your faction-specific rules, you got your sub-factions, you got all your stratagems, you got your armies of renown and your codex supplements, which is a lot to get your head around, in addition to secondaries and stuff like that. But then you also had all the codexes coming out, sometimes in quick succession, which is difficult to like learn or get a handle on in terms of what your opponents are playing. But in addition to that, you've got the balanced data slate coming out every 6 months. You've got the GT mission pack coming out every 6 months. So if you took a break from the game, or you just didn't play all that often, every time you're going back to play a game, you're like, oh, what's changed? I've got to check out all these FAQs. I've got to check out balanced data slate. I mean, technically you don't have to, but I feel like everyone was playing to the mindset. If you've got to play the GT missions, you've got to play with a balanced data slate and with all the FAQs. And if you're a casual player, it's just a lot to kind of keep up with. And I think that's kind of put off a lot of people from the game, basically.
Yeah, I agree. I feel like, again, more than ever, like, this edition felt like it needed like a more widely accepted casual way of playing, but it didn't get that. Everyone defaulted to the GT mission pack, and that kind of formed the basis of everything. And I think from there on in, it just was a bit crazy at times. But there you go. What else we needing to talk about? Let's talk about the Forge World Compendium, actually, because that's something that we said we would talk about when we were talking about codexes, but I think it had a bit more of a wider, sweeping influence on game design, because this is the first edition where the rules for Forge World models have been written by Games Workshop. This is the first time it's happened since technically they did the Custodes data sheet or data sheets, the Custodes supplement, which was a Warhammer community download in 8th edition, if you remember. Yeah. But this is the first time they've done a codex for Forge World. Did you feel, Phil, that they did right by Forge World in this edition?
They did okay, but there were... because they also created the Legends PDF as well, which was riddled with errors. There was still stuff missing. A lot of stuff
that Legends PDF
discontinued.
That Legends PDF was crazy because they actually had, like... Do you remember, Phil, when we were checking it, and they were, like, live updating it at the time because they realised they still mistakes with it. So, like, the PDF was being... Like, I feel like we checked it within, like, 2 days and it had changed like 4 times.
Yeah, so because the one I remember most was like the Gorgon transport had the wrong like capacity on it, and then that mysteriously got updated at some point, and then I think there was another update that came even after that that they'd changed, and that what was mad about that is that it was in Legends when it was still buyable kit. Because I think at the time they wrote the compendium, it was out production. So they moved it to Legends. But then by the time the Legends update came, it was back on the web store. So it's like, okay, why? Why have you done that? Much to the frustration of many Krieg players that love the Gorgon transport, I guess.
That compendium was bad for the Krieg, right? I know we gave you a bit of stick about it at the time, but like... that they didn't really do the Krieg justice, did they, with that book?
Yeah, I think you lost a lot of flavour. You ended up not having... you got regiment ability, but unlike every other guard regiment, you didn't have a warlord trait or a relic or stratagem or what have you. So you already and the actual regiment ability was pretty bad, I think, overall, fundamentally pretty bad. And then, lots of stuff not on there or just not very good. And I feel like that's been a problem with a lot of Forge World stuff. There tends to be 1 or 2 Forge World units, specifically Space Marine stuff, that tends to be really good. And pretty much everything else feels like it's deliberately toned down to the point of being unplayable. At least in competitive sense, but even in like a casual game, it's like an uphill struggle. And when you're playing an army that's already struggling because it's like one of the oldest codexes in the edition, Forge World could have been a bit of a crutch to give it a bit of a power lift or give it a bit more of an even footing. But it's like potentially, we're still in 9th edition as of print or recording. The Astra Militarum Codex is pretty good. So I could now feasibly go, I'm going to take some of these underpowered Forge World units because I'm just having a narrative fun game with my friend, and I will have a chance of winning just as much as they do because a lot of the Astra Militarum Codex is good. And if I take a couple of crap or, rubbish Forge World units, it's fine. But when your codex is in a state of it's really bad as it is and it's a struggle to win, you almost want to take all your best things just to have a fair and balanced game. And the fact that a lot of the Forge World units weren't that, or just had, rules taken out of it, rules missing, stuff like that, just made you, left a bit of a sour taste in my mouth at the time, I think.
No, I can understand that, mate. And I do echo your sentiment, though. I think in terms of that Forge World Compendium, yeah, sure, some Marine stuff was very strong. I think, again, though, that was circumstantial because of the fact that the Marine book was in existence at the time. Like, obviously, Marines, Necrons, Drakari, Death Guard. Not that Death Guard really get any love in Forge World, but, like, a lot of that stuff was, like, was in and around that time. So it was relatively straightforward for them to go, yeah, here you go. This is this now for this. And, like, the Marine stuff synergized really well with the compendium. So, of course, it continued to do okay. And again, we didn't really talk about it with Marines earlier when we talked about the Codex, but I also think one of the things that keeps Marines relevant is the fact that they still have access to their 2019 rules as well, in so much as they still have all the 6 supplements.
Oh, yes.
Ultramarines, Raven Guard, White
Sub-faction
Scars,
stuff, yeah.
Blah, 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 Iron Hands, so on and so forth. Like, they've got those, which actually keep them in the game as well. And that's always been the weird sort of jank with it, right? It's always like, oh, Dreadnought, yeah, cool. What Iron Hands nonsense can I layer onto this thing? Yeah. And it's always like, oh, wow. I mean, like, Richie came up with some hilarious gimmicks for things with, like, salamanders. Like, he had Carib Cullen the Risen, and he had him in the Salamander's form, and if you killed him, he got back up again because he was a character Dreadnought that was a salamander, and it was like, brilliant. This is hilarious. So yeah, there was all sorts of weird, like, Marine stuff, but, like, yeah, God, I mean, like, I bought an Elder Titan. I bought the Revenant Titan, the Reaver Titan, rather, sorry, the Elder one. I mean, that model is 1,500 points to field. They've never fixed it, right? They have never fixed that Titan ever. It's always been 1,500 points, and it's not even as good as a normal Imperial Knight. It's like the equivalent of, like, maybe a 500 point model, and they're just like, oh yeah, it's 1,500 points.
Yeah,
like,
I feel like partly because they're round numbers, but I feel like the whole Titan range within Forge World, they just gave them arbitrary points values that were sky high to effectively keep them out of competitive play, so they didn't have to worry about them. Because you just couldn't either physically field them because the points were so high, or it's just unfeasible to field them. Which is a shame, because I think things like the Hierophant for the Tyranids, even things like the Marauder Bombers for the Guard, or some of the other ones are kind of cool models, and it'd be great to see them on the tabletop. And things like the Stompers should feasibly be playable in 2,000 point game. I don't expect a Warlord Titan to be playable in 2,000 point game.
No, I agree.
Unless it was your whole army in it at 2,000 points. I can't even remember how. I suspect it's like 350 or something ridiculous. But yeah, like a Warhound, you would kind of should be playable in a game and not be awful.
Yeah, no, agreed. I think that's the thing with the Forge World range is, like, yeah, there are some winners and there's some losers. I mean, even in the Elder range, Hornets, for example, have kind of managed to hold on to some relevance. To be honest with you, I actually really like the Wraithseer for Craftworld as well. I think that's actually got, like, some really good options to it. So there are definitely things that sort of have done okay about it, but not everything in that book was created equally. And I think definitely when it comes to the stuff that moved into Legends specifically, I think a lot of people got hard done by with that as well. And I think there was a lot of really bad issues with that. And I think it sort of left a bad taste in people's mouths because, again, obviously the Forge World fan base, people like yourself, Phil, that have invested thousands of pounds potentially in exhaustive ranges of resin, are obviously looking at this stuff going, well, this is annoying, because I want and expect, a level of service given the level of investment, you know. But
Yeah, so I started, I think, my Krieg army, I want to say 2012, 2014, 2013, around about that sort of time. And a good portion of my army has lasted less than 10 years in terms of its playability on the tabletop. A lot of it's gone to Legends, not all of it, obviously, but and then some of it just doesn't even have rules. So things like the Twin Heavy Stubbers, which is like a heavy weapons team, is still sold, last time I checked, on the Forge World website, but hasn't had any rules for this entire edition, because it's not in the Forge World Compendium and it's not in the Legends. So it's like, how do I play this thing that you actually still sell as a model? And it was also weirdly inconsistent when, if everything, because the logic was if they don't sell it, it goes to Legends, which is understandable. But then you have things like the, some of the, was it the Deathstorm drop pod? One of those variants does not exist on the Forge World web store and hasn't for many years, but is still, it's still got a data sheet, so it's still playable. But you can't physically buy the model. And there's a few others like that as well within the range. So it was just the inconsistency was quite frustrating, I think, as a Forge World fan.
Yeah, for sure. And again, I think the way that they handle Forge World on a consistent basis is always interesting. And I'm very interested to see what they do with Forge World going into 10th edition. Are we going to see more Legends potentially? Are we going to... It's going to be interesting.
Here's the thing, Legends as a concept and range rotation is one of those things where they sort of talked about and said they were supporting, and then it's been tumbleweed for years and they haven't really ever done much of it ever since. But yeah, when it comes to Forge World in 10th edition, I said it at the beginning of 9th, either release the Forge World book alongside the particular codex. So Codex Space Marines have a Forge World Space Marine compendium. Like, obviously that's a lot smaller than a big Forge World book. Just release that alongside at the same time, so then the rules match up. I want to see more synergy in the codex for units in the Forge World range, because quite often what happens is there's a bunch of like cool stratagems and abilities that tend not to really ever affect the Forge World units because they just don't even have the right keywords or the right abilities. Or what I would love is for the Forge World units to actually appear in the actual Games Workshop codex itself. And I don't think they'll ever do that. But, in 9th edition, we did actually see them sell Forge World kits on the Games Workshop web store for a limited time only. And I think it had like a little, was it like an advanced hobbyist tag or a 16 plus rating on them, because obviously it's a bit more difficult to work with. So, one day I always hoped that they would merge them together and it would be a bit more seamless as an army. So that would be great.
No, I 100% support that position, mate. I think that would have been awesome. But yeah, we are where we are with the Forge World side of things. I think, at the end of the day, it's a dwindling range outside of obviously what's supported in Heresy and so on. And to be honest with you, I kind of feel like I'm at that point now where it's like, sure, you need to obviously service the things that are core to 40k, like the Krieg range, for example, fine. Certain like other things that they've done with like Orcs, Elder, the other Marine chapters like the Kakaradons or the Red Scorpions or the even the
Those
Blood
Minotaurs.
Ravens, the Minotaurs, yes, the Minotaurs. Like all this stuff, I think is important, and I think they should definitely, continue to support those ranges. But like when it comes to like say a lot of the stuff that's gone into Heresy, leave that stuff in Heresy, right? Like I don't want to see him being like, oh, here you go, now there's like plastic Typhoons, we'll give you those rules. There's plastic Spartans, we'll give you those rules. I mean, don't get me wrong. If obviously if any Marine now can get in a Spartan, maybe all of a sudden that's going to actually make that really compelling. You're going to be like, oh yeah, give me some Spartans going. But it's interesting. I'm just looking at the Forge World website, by the way, Phil. It's quite interesting, actually, the amount of stuff that you can't buy anymore.
Oh, yeah. I mean, in general, especially in 8th, but even in 9th, they did sort of mass removals of stock. Loads of stuff disappeared. Loads of the old upgrade kits like shoulder pads, doors for the Land Raiders and Rhinos, like the chapter-specific stuff.
Minotaurs aren't even listed anymore.
Well, there's two models, right? Well, technically it's three models. There's the Chapter Master and the Chaplain, which is one kit, and then there's the Minotaurs Contemptor Dreadnought, which is another kit, and those are the only two available. They used to have, I think, doors and shoulder pads, but I always think that was it. There was always a relatively small release. Oh, and they had a event exclusive Sergeant with Heavy Bolter many years ago.
But if you go to the website and track it down, it just says no longer available.
Yeah. There you go. So it feels like a lot of their range is dwindling, both from Horus Heresy, because they discontinued some of that, but most of that's now being ported to plastic. But yeah, it's no longer... Forge World used to be the pinnacle of cool 40k stuff. Oh, you like Krieg, you like Legion armies, you want your Grutt tanks or your cool kind of tanks, for your orcs. Like cool units from these, like plucking them out of bits of the lore and creating them as models, or creating kind of interesting narrative campaigns that would tie all of the models together and release them as rules with amazing artwork and stuff. It's like that Forge World has been and gone, and it's, I think, been a slow process of coming to terms with that, predominantly within 8th, but also sort of the nail in the coffin of 9th, whereas Forge World is the specialist game studio. They've said it many times. They basically make Horus Heresy, they do Necromunda, and they also happen to do things like, Blood Bowl, which they don't seem to focus on as much anymore. And it's like Forge World is Horus Heresy and other stuff basically now. It's not cool units for 40k.
No.
As you said, some stuff just might happen to be compatible for 40k now because it's from the Horus Heresy line and they count as relic vehicles or weapons for 40k. But it's no longer what it was.
No, agreed, mate. Agreed. So probably the last thing to talk about within the context of 9th edition, this was the addition of integrated app support. This is the first time that Games Workshop have given us a 40k edition where purchasing a codex was giving you additional access to a digital version of that same codex, which you used on their app. The app had a subscription model to it, which started out as a relatively mediocre, if not terrible, offering. But it got worse as time went on because initially they went, hey, you get access to all the codexes if you have a subscription. And you were like, ooh, that's nice. Until we release the new ones. And then they go away. And you're like, oh, goody. This is great. And then they went, hey, also, if that's not enough, you're going to be able to make army lists in it, but only if you subscribe. And it's terrible. It's like, oh, this is the best. And all you 4 people that like Crusade, we're going to support that in the app any day now. It's coming.
And then that never
That's
happened.
not coming. That never happened, though. I mean, yeah, Phil, the app, just talk about it. It doesn't need a lot of communication, I suppose. Just... the app, what did you reckon of that?
Is it good? Probably not. Is it okay? Yes.
Probably not.
I like bits of it, so I will use it quite often in a game to look up rules. Like I'll use the search.
True.
I'll use the search functionality. I'll quickly look up a weapon or a profile, and I'll use it for that. And quite often I enjoy looking at the data sheets and stuff, so I'll go, it's great as a reference, especially when you don't have a codex to hand, and I enjoy using that more than say, oh, I want to look up a unit and its ability. Okay, I've got to load up Battle Scribe, I've got to create an army just to find a rule. That's a bit useful. There's other things that people use like Warhammer and stuff, but I actually quite enjoy the 40k app for that kind of quick rules lookup. I'm a subscriber, so sometimes the search functionality works as it's meant to. Other times I use the search functionality and it says, this unit is locked and you need to be a subscriber to view it or to have purchased the codex. And it's like, I have that codex, why aren't you working? So it's very buggy. The army builder aspect is all right, but very buggy, and quite often points wouldn't add up, or the biggest gripe was that points was never correct, or that there was always discrepancies, or they would do a bad status slate and update it, and it would take them weeks to update the app to be correct and to reflect that, and that was quite annoying. But there's some cool visual UI elements to the army builder, like when you're sort of selecting units, there's pictures and stuff that you don't get with things like Battlescribe, which is its third party pretender. But then at the same time, Battlescribe does a lot of stuff just a lot easier, and quite often if I'm actually gaming, I'll have my sort of Battlescribe army up with the stats already like preloaded, and I'll just scroll up and down that to look at stuff, and sometimes that's quicker than the 40k app. So it's okay. I mean, is it value for money? Probably not, but I kind of get it free with my Warhammer Plus subscription, so yeah, it's kind of all right, I guess. Does it need to be fixed?
I mean, Warhammer Plus is value for money as well. Hey, Are you excited about your White Dwarf issue this month or week or whatever it is they gave you?
Oh, right, where there was literally nothing bar, a White Dwarf and one other, I think, some old codex or something. It was, not a lot this week. It was a bit disappointed. I'll save it.
Yeah, we can talk about that.
Yeah, let's talk about it in the outro, because actually I want to talk about some of the animations that I watched recently on there. Because I've actually got some nice things to say about it. But yeah, so is it value for money? Yeah, probably not. Will they hopefully do a better job? I mean, I really hope so, with the next one. Disappointing that they offered Crusade support and then didn't, because actually I feel like Crusade needed a bit of support for bookkeeping and keeping track of your units and stuff like that. So that would have been really cool to see. Would it be cool to... Oh, go on.
One thing I will say is it's to the detriment of the game that we have such a poorly developed official app. One of the things that... When we were at Warhammer Fest, we were lucky enough to talk to Matt, who is like the lead developer of Age of Sigmar. He said one of the things that are really helpful for them on the Age of Sigmar team is that the majority of Age of Sigmar players actually use the official app. And because they use the official app, there's a standardized kind of format to how they can extract and scrape data. So they're able to get better insights on the sorts of units that are used and the sorts of combinations. Whereas because Warhammer 40,000... Yeah, for list building. But because Warhammer 40,000 players don't use the official app, they're not able to build the same kind of algorithm to basically scrape data and understand kind of list construction. And as a result, that seems like the 40k team are a little bit more blind when it comes to what they can see in terms of balancing lists. They obviously can get an impression of it, but there's not the same level of automation. So for the game to get better, we actually really should encourage and adopt using the official Games Workshop app for list building and so on. But we will only do that if it is a compelling proposition. And it's weird because by all accounts it works for Age of Sigmar, but it doesn't.
The Age of Sigmar app's always been good. Whenever I've used it, I've always been impressed with sort of almost... Because I remember the old Age of Sigmar app, because you could buy all the kind of battle tomes and stuff in there and the extra add-ons and stuff, because a lot of the stuff was like content locked for battle plans. Whereas the new one... stuff is locked based on codexes and stuff or battle tomes, but yeah, the app it looked like a reskin of the 40k one, but I think it just works so much better. And to be fair, I think a lot of the unit constructions is a lot more simpler. A lot of the units tend to be like, here's one weapon type, that's all this unit has, whereas 40k has your sergeant can have 5 different weapon options, your guardsman can have several different weapon options, and then here's a bunch of little upgrades they can all get. So it's very complicated, and I actually think because of that, you actually do need an app to promote the game. It's like if there wasn't an app or battle scribe to play 40k, yes, you can get pen and paper or an Excel spreadsheet and tot up your list by hand, but it's such a pain. It's a real barrier to entry to like even want to list build, and it's very difficult to explore or be creative if it's very time consuming to constantly add up every single unit to work out all the points and all the variables. Whereas if you can just be like, beep, 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 bop, like, press these buttons, here's all of the points done for me, I can very quickly explore and play around with army list construction. I know that's something you really enjoy doing. So yeah, I feel like when the game, because I think the game launched and the app wasn't out for a good few months, right?
It was a couple of weeks. It was behind the initial launch. And we had that weird period where it wasn't quite set up right. Like, it was weird. Like, if I remember correctly, and I could be getting my history wrong, but for 8th edition, the team at Battlescribe were more dialed in and they were ready to go. So when 8th dropped, Battlescribe was up and going because they had access to it early enough that they were able to build that. 9th edition wasn't so fortunate, and it took a while for that to happen because I guess they pivoted towards their own app. I can tell you from recent experiences, Horus Heresy definitely suffered in the early instances because of a lack of app support.
I thought there's no, even to this day, no Horus Heresy app for army construction.
List building's obviously done in Battlescribe. The Battlescribe team on Horus Heresy right now have caught up to the point that it's phenomenal. It's a really good resource now. Everything's very accurate. They're still ironing out a few little things here and there, like some of the little bits, but it's great. But for the first month, 2 months, it took them a long time to get it to where it is now. I mean, nearly a year, but now it's great. But it does hurt the games now because of the way that people are kind of culturally wired into list building and doing that kind of stuff. Yeah. You don't have those resources early doors. It does damage the engagement.
Yeah, and most other games, like I'm pretty sure Warlord Games for like Bolt Action has, it might not be an app, but I think it's like a website where you can, it's like web mobile, so it's app-esque for army construction. I think Star Wars Legion has it, and it's all, and I think maybe Star Wars Legion is a bit more community driven and free in that respect. Whereas the Warlord Bolt Action one is like an official thing that's been developed for them or by them. And lots of other games do that. And predominantly, I think all the independent games all have like free app builders because it just encourages people to actually go off and play the game. Like if you want to like try out Bolt Action, you might have a bit of fun beforehand building some army lists going, oh, this is cool. Okay, now I'm going to go off and buy those models. Whereas if you're hit by a paywall of, oh, you want to build this army, you want to explore and play around with it, it's going to cost you £5 a month or whatever it might be. That's just instantly putting you off getting into the game. So it's a real barrier to entry. So hopefully, maybe Games Workshop will move to a model where the rules are free. And they, sort of alluded to some of that, at least with the indexes. So maybe if there is an app, it will be free in the initial instance, but judging by past experiences, it will be free to start off with, and then a pay will be introduced once the codexes start coming out. And I would suspect that might be the case with whatever they do for 10th edition.
We can only hope so. Cool. Sounds like it's time to summarize to me. Would you not agree?
Yeah, let's do one last thing because we've done it in every single one of our codex reviews. We've reviewed the covers. So give me your top codex artwork.
I feel like people who've listened to me describe this segment will already know what my top pick is. So it won't shock anyone to hear that it is still number one. Can I have a joint number one, or do I just
go
have
on
to
then?
Number one?
Go on.
So joint number one for this edition are Adeptus Mechanicus and Gene Stealer Cult.
Yeah, I'm in 100% agreement with you. Adeptus Mechanicus wins. Gene Stealer Cult second place. Honestly, third pick, I'd be tempted to do the Astra Militarum Codex, not the limited edition one, but the actual one. No, of course, not the limited edition one. And it will surprise no one is that I assume they're all done by the same artist as well.
I mean, my third place pick, once you discount the two obvious best ones, if I'm honest, like there's a lot I like about the Aeldari cover.
Yeah, no, it's
but
nice.
most of that is the Altark. What lets it down is the weird kind of like muddle of like warriors in the foreground. Like you've got this scorpion at the front just kind of aimlessly being there. It's like he sort of photobombed it. It's like,
I was thinking the exact same thing. Yeah.
Yeah. So like I don't. It's weird. The Aeldari one, I think the main focal point is phenomenal, but all the guff going on in the bottom sort of ruins it. So I'd actually say that if I was gonna pick, I think honestly, looking at them all, I probably would have to go with. Well, I mean, if I could pick a limited edition book, I'd do the John Blanche Black Templars. But
yeah, that's
but I guess in absence of that, I'd probably go Nids. I think the Nid book's actually really cool because it's just that one really ferocious hive tyrant screaming out into the void. I think that's a very evocative image, and definitely it's framed really nicely, and there's a lot of obviously like a lot of ferocity to it and all the rest of it. So I like that one. Yeah, that one I'd say. Did you say what your phone was? Your phone was guard, isn't it?
Yeah, I think so. Yeah, because the Cajun Soldier actually looks pretty good. I do quite like it.
I mean,
and
the worst one
better than the Lord Solar one.
The worst one for me is still Black Templars, not John Blanche Black Templars, just the normal Black Templar book. That is still the hands down worst artwork of the edition. Which one do you go for? Bar obviously some of the Warzone artwork.
I think Adeptus Sororitas isn't that great.
I agree with you, but
it's okay.
Is it worse than the Black Templar book though?
I don't know. Maybe Joint Bottom.
Joint bottom. There you go. Fair enough. No, I mean, look, to be honest with you, though, for the most part, and again, even the stuff that's at the bottom of the pile, right? I think this edition has been great for the fact that obviously we've seen such lovely refreshes for the artwork, and I think like a lot of the artwork's got a lot of really great personality. I think they've really tried to express it in a new, interesting way. I was so sick of seeing the same old artwork regurgitated, as was the case in...
Yeah.
Well, because 7th edition created a load of covers which were heavily based off the 6th edition covers. So in a lot of instances, the 6th edition covers moved into 7th edition, which then moved into 8th edition.
Yes,
so it felt like we were looking at mostly the same covers for like 3 editions. It was like, what is going on here?
And a lot of the art style you saw within like Dark Imperium and 8th edition was kind of a bit more like clean cuts. I don't want to say cartoonish, but the 9th edition artwork, they've definitely gone back in that kind of grim dark style, sort of very evocative and atmospheric, which I actually really like. So I think they've done a great job in 9th edition of pushing the artwork in that kind of direction.
Yeah, I agree. I think obviously the older edition, 8th edition specifically, which was based off of the 7th/6th edition artwork, those editions was based off of the single hero figures, wasn't it? It was always a guy dominating the cover. There were very few, if any, codex covers for those old editions that had like action sequences. A few technically did, but yeah, it was very sort of singular, whereas these definitely are just, I really like the direction.
Yeah, and even the design of the actual codexes, like the little graphics, the marginal arts that they put in, the maps that they've added in are all really nice. And if you go back a couple of editions, like it's amazing how much they pushed it in that direction. Like it's amazingly good.
Yeah, it's done a really good job from a kind of aesthetics perspective in terms of the books and stuff, and again the consistent kind of design of the actual kind of like fonts and other things. They've kept those elements in play. They may not be able to write consistent rules, but they definitely at least kept some consistency within their design from a
Yeah.
kind of creative perspective. Which is,
With the exception of the Warzone books, where they gave a different numbering convention to every single Warzone, basically.
also, the random bookmark books.
Yeah, so some books got bookmarks, others didn't.
Yeah.
That was very inconsistent.
Yeah, it was an odd thing for that. Like it felt like because their production was so topsy turvy, like they were just all over the place. And sometimes it was like, oh, these books need to have bookmarks, and it's like, well, your print run is up, and you want to print which book, and they go, oh, print NIDS, and then it's like, okay, cool. So NIDS get a bookmark for some reason. It's like, all right, fine.
I mean, I wouldn't be surprised if they used several different printers because of COVID, and therefore one printer was able to do bookmarks and another wasn't, potentially. Do you remember? I can't remember what it was. I want to say it was one of the Warzone books where it had a paper insert at the back that was the exact reproduction of the back cover.
Yes.
With no alterations whatsoever.
Yes.
For no real reason. And we were just like, why? Why is it? Is this a mistake?
We presumed it was for localization purposes. So when they were like selling it in different markets.
But I'm pretty sure it turned out it wasn't. Because
a
few people had mentioned, no, it wasn't like that at all. Yeah, it was odd.
There you go. Just random stuff. Someone ticked the wrong box. Whatever. But yeah, there we go. So yeah, let's get into the summary side of it, because I feel like we've probably spoken enough about the nostalgia that is 9th edition. Not nostalgia, really. It's still the current until not too long from now. But I think, look, for me, 9th edition has been an edition of contradictions and an edition of like confusing decisions. I think here's the reality of the situation as far as I would interpret it. Games Workshop knocked it out of the park with 8th edition. 8th edition delivered in ways that I don't think they ever imagined it could do. And they were just riding high on the success of that edition, and they got excited about the idea that this could become a big competitive thing. I think they became really kind of entrenched with that competitive scene, and I think they tried to build something that, you know, would deliver for them and then thusly deliver for the, you know, broader consumer base. But I think as well as wanting to do all of those things, I think they also still wanted to create these sort of systems that allowed them to express some of the unique and interesting ideas that contribute to like the fluff and the lore around each of these armies. And, you know, in the past, we've, you know, basically had maybe one universal special rule per detachment or per army to kind of make them stand out and feel unique. Whereas now in this edition, it felt like they just were, the wheels were off, or rather the kind of inhibitions were gone. They just, anything they wanted to do, they were doing. It's like, you know, oh, what's GSC's gimmicks? Oh, they got blips. That's been their thing since we introduced them. They arrived with blips. Cool. It's not enough just to have blips. Layer some extra stuff on it. It's like, flipping heck, all right, fine. What do you want? Oh, these cross-firing things and other stuff and blah. You're like, okay, great. And it's like, oh, you know, the forces of the Aeldari, what's their gimmick? Oh, they're really quick. They move around. They've got fleet of foot. They can basically advance and still shoot with no penalty. Cool. But, you know, they've got these Farseers and things that see the future, right? Yeah. Give them fate dice. What? What's that? Oh, it's a bunch of dice that just gives you the ability to automatically roll sixes. Why not? It's like, oh, okay, good. And it was just all that kind of stuff. And I think that's the thing with this edition. It's like, it's an edition, I suppose, of excess. I think they just did too much with it. And I think they just created a situation where it just became too overwhelming. And I think it is difficult at this moment in time. Obviously, if 10th edition wasn't happening right now, could I recommend 9th edition to a new player? Would I say that this is the game you want to play? Probably not. I probably wouldn't recommend 9th edition to a... If 10th edition wasn't happening right now, and 9th edition was where it was, I'd struggle to give you a reason to play this over Horus Heresy, Age of Sigmar, Blood Bowl, any of the Games Workshop systems, Adeptus Titanicus. This game is very, very hard to sort of penetrate, and very hard to kind of to to kind of understand to a level that I think would be appropriate to sort of play it comprehensively. And I think that's really where its main fault has been. I think they just did too much and got too high on the fact that they felt like they just couldn't fail. And I think the reason why 10th edition is going to be such a drastic change is because they've obviously, it's the Icarus thing, isn't it? They flew a bit too close to the sun with 9th edition. They've had to come crashing down, and more the better for it, because I think what we're seeing of 10th at the minute is reason to be excited. But yeah, it's hard, right? Like, do I hate 9th edition? Is it the worst edition of 40k they've ever made? I don't hate it, but it might be the worst edition of 40k they've ever made.
Yeah, I do share a lot of those sentiments. Here's the thing. The actual game of 40k, when you play it, is still fun. I still enjoy
but it's
that.
So different from what it's ever been before, right? Because it's funny, was it you and I talking? Yeah, I think it was, or maybe I was talking to Joe about this. I was talking about like the idea of like creating we were talking about like silly TV show ideas based off like 40k concepts, and I was like talking about because we were talking about like 4-player games and the idea of there being a general, and the idea.
This was ages ago. You mean we talked about it?
Oh yeah, we were talking about it again recently for some reason.
Oh, okay.
But what occurred to me in that moment was, it's like, actually though, you can't create fun, interesting gameplay scenarios in this version of 40k because it's too mathed to the extent, like everything's too certain in it. There's so much less randomness in this game than older editions. I still stand by, right? 7th edition, or 6th edition rather, is viewed as a very bad edition of 40k, but I still stand by the fact that in the game of 6th edition, a flamer of Tzeentch deep struck in behind enemy lines, gained control of their gun emplacement and used it to shoot down their own plane, right? Like that happened in a game of 40k and 6th edition that I played. A bunch of daring rolls and crazy things happened and a mad moment occurred. The problem always is with 9th edition 40k is that it's just too much rigidity to everything. Like the game is sort of funneled in a direction that it's all about that ebb and flow, that back and forth. There's very little randomness, very little madness to it, very little memorableness to the games. It's all just, did you roll well or did you roll bad? Did you pick the right priorities? Did you press in the right places? Did your strategy hold out? It's not a game where you can. Fun, mad stuff doesn't happen in this rule set.
It's almost like the randomness tends to be in the damage, how much damage you do on a unit once you've wounded it and they've had their save. But it's almost like, it should be, I'd almost rather the damage is much more consistent with a little variation, but the randomness is, do you hit it? Do you wound it? But those two tend to be the ones that you can mitigate more with rerolls or pluses to your dice roll. I do see what you mean about like is an excess of rules. In a way, it's the most comprehensive version of 40k. It does very well interpret the lore into like rules and mechanics. Like you can thematically play either as a regiment or as a craft world, have a particular play style. All your special units do really cool special things and feel like they should do from the books. All of that's really cool and interesting. I kind of love the character customization that you can do. Like you can upgrade like your captain into a chapter master, or you can, upgrade it, units into veterans like the Lehman Rust into like a tank ace. All of that stuff's really cool and interesting and very crunchy. I don't know how much of that will survive into the next edition, but it's like if you do like really in-depth rules, and a very kind of, effectively, it's probably the ultimate competitive version of 40k that we'll ever see, I suspect. And I don't know how much of 10th will be catered towards, competitive play, or whether the competitive players will enjoy it as much as this edition. But I feel like there's so much to it. There's so much to learn like there's a big learning curve, but I feel like if you're a competitive player, you probably enjoy that element, like the army building, the kind of list creation, and the kind of effectively winning the game before you've already played, because you can kind of create really cool like synergies with units, try to optimize your build and stuff, is been like nothing we've had before. So if you do like it, it's great. But I feel like for a lot of people, it becomes quite impenetrable to play because of the complexity of it. You know, at one point I got really into it and I was like, okay, cool. I'm going to take this astropath for my Astra Militarum. I'm going to take this other character with a dagger, which will allow him to deep strike in on my opponent's deployment zone edge. And I'll take the astropath with him, which will allow me to kind of complete these cool secondary objectives. You know, from a competitive angle or like a, you know, solving a puzzle point of view, 9th edition's very good at that. But I feel like for most people, it's like there's just so many rules, and trying to learn your opponent's rules on top of your own is really difficult. And if you're not playing on a regular basis, 9th edition isn't for you, I don't think, unless you're playing super casual, you know, just, you know, like I said, open war is a great way of still to enjoy 9th edition to this day. But yeah, there's a lot of rules in your army books that you're probably going to forget if you're starting out.
It's interesting, yeah, and I absolutely agree with what you just said there. Yeah, I think that's the thing, isn't it, overall with this edition has been, yeah, it's hard, right? Because the problem is I have enjoyed playing it still. It has still been fun because it's still 40k, and that's great. Like 40k is good, but like that's the thing that's so difficult to kind of get across is like this game, like I've never felt less knowledgeable about the game, and I've never been more engaged with the game than I am currently. Like in the older editions, it felt like, and maybe it was just because of the limited size of the range back then or whatever, but I used to have a good idea of the ebb and flow of gameplay and what units did, and you could know most of the stuff. Whereas now it's like I turn up to games and I'm just like, well, I accept I can't know everything, and I accept that I'm almost certainly going to make mistakes. Like I say that to all my opponents. Like literally, it's like, look, just so you know, I'm not trying to win at all costs. I just will probably make 2 or 3 mistakes. And if I do, please point them out to me as soon as you realize, and I will try and resolve it with you on the tabletop if I can, because, you know, there's nothing I feel worse about than if I've mucked up and later then discover that, and then I'm like, oh, well, what can I do about it now? I've just got to ride it. But there's nothing I feel worse about than going to like competitive events and thinking that my opponents have gone away thinking, oh, that was rubbish because he cheated. It's like, well, I genuinely don't believe I will have knowingly cheated in any game I've played, but I dare say there have been a few people that have probably played me and I've made mistakes against, because knowing this game is impossible. It's like, you know, like I did it the other day with I did it in a game against a guy, and I used a strat that could only work on anything that wasn't a monster or a vehicle. And I didn't realize, and he was like, oh, no, you can't do that to me. I'm on a monster or a vehicle. I was like, oh, well, that's not good. All right. Whoops. Or I thought the Eversaw Assassin automatically explodes in like a game against one guy, and then I checked it throughout the thing and went, oh God, it doesn't automatically explode, sorry, and then had to like basically hand him back units that won him the game, you know. I was like, whoops, like that was my bad. So yeah, it's just that stuff, man. Like that stuff is like, that's the thing with this edition. Like you just sort of, when you play it, you just accept that you can't for a moment understand all of it, and just creates an interesting dynamic. And again, I don't want to come away from this being like, oh, I've really not enjoyed my time with 9th edition, because I have, right? I've had a fun time with it. RFW, for example, has stood out as a highlight to me. Loved that event, and that was with 9th edition. I've had some great weekends playing the game. I've been really involved with like the tournament scene and doing TOing and helping out with that stuff, and I've loved it. Like it's been really, you know, life enhancing in some respects. But like, yeah, would I rather be playing 8th edition? Absolutely. I'll tell you actually as well, we didn't even talk about this, and I'm going to say it last thing as well. The board sizes are wrong. We need to go back to playing on 6x4s at the very least.
Well, what is interesting is some of the rules previews is that some of the weapon ranges have gone down.
Yeah.
For the larger stuff like battle cannon, historically 72 inches is now 48, for example.
Yeah.
So it feels like they're addressing it at the very least in some of the weapon ranges, but probably not with movement and stuff like that. So yeah, but didn't the board sizes change in 8th? Or was it? It was 9th.
That was a 9th edition change.
Yeah, God, the memory. It's all slipping. It makes things more practical. Like I can play a half, 1,000-point game on my tabletop at home.
Yeah, of course.
I can't
and that's
do
great.
a 6x4.
No.
But who can? Well, except you.
Oh, people like myself, yes.
Yeah.
Well, all right, there we go. 9th edition. We barely knew you. But now it's time to say goodbye. So, yeah. Thanks very much, everyone. We hope you enjoyed it. A bit rambly in places. Lord only knows what it's going to turn out like in the edit, because I got interrupted so much during this one. More interrupts than I've ever had in any podcast segment ever. So Lord only knows how it's going to sound when it comes out of the wash. But hopefully it's been enjoyable and not a bit too grumbly or preachy. But what can you do? Transitional noise. Welcome back, everyone. In this part of the podcast, it only seems like moments ago we were speculating on Forge World's future within the context of 40k, and Games Workshop have now released an article on the 18th of May, basically outlining or giving more insights into what the future holds for Warhammer 40,000 Forge World units. It's fair to say, Phil, it's not a bright future by the seams of things.
No, not really. Especially if you're a big Forge World fan, if you're someone that either owns a lot of this or was maybe wanting to buy some of it, especially if you were like eyeing up a particular army for 10th edition. It's going to be a bit rough for you. We've been here before many a time where Forge World have done one of their culls and they've gotten rid of a load of stuff. Way back when, 8th edition sometime, the Elysian Guard regiment completely disappeared. The Traitor Guardsman army completely disappeared. So they have done it en masse before, and this is another en massing. The only bright side is that actually, bar the upgrade for the Vendetta gunship, the Guard tanks and vehicles and the Krieg regiment is actually completely untouched, which is a first, because normally they are the ones that always seem on the chopping block.
It is a rare and strange thing that they have been spared, although it's not just Forge World, it's worth saying as well. We actually are now seeing last chance to buy for a few Space Marine units within the Citadel range. Unsurprisingly, the Sternguard Veterans and Terminator boxes are ceasing to exist. Not the Assault Terminator boxes, at least not as in accordance to this article, but no great shock is it that the units that have now been given upgraded forms within the Leviathan box are being removed.
Yes, this is probably the first time they've done a like-for-like transposition of one unit for effectively a Primaris unit, even though they're not calling them Primaris. Whereas before, there was always like a Primaris equivalent of a Firstborn Marine. Sternguard were very much the first ones where it's like something else. You're going to disagree with me, Dan?
Sword Brethren.
Oh, sorry, yes. We're non-chapter specific. But yeah, the Black Templar ones, yeah. And obviously you had, characters as well, which were... But this is like, Jarek, units that any chapter you could take. I mean, the Stone Guard ones they did announce. Well, I didn't announce it, but someone asked them, I think, and they confirmed it at Warhammer Fest during like the Q&A after the live stream. So I knew that was going for sure. And it kind of seems obvious, right? Especially the Terminators and the Dreadnought.
Well, we didn't get to the Dreadnought yet. That was the one I didn't mention because I was going to call that out individually because, well, the thing is with the Dreadnought, right, is like, I understand the Redemptor Dreadnought now is basically the Dreadnought, right? But it's that thing where it's weird because, like, now they've given us the shooty pew-pew variant of the Redemptor via Leviathan. So I guess they're just going, okay, well, that's Dreadnought now. So I wonder whether one day a Redemptor Dreadnought may just become Dreadnought in the future.
Yeah, maybe, because they talk about the Ballistus Dreadnought, which I think is the chassis that it's on, because like, there was another one as well. I think it was like Callistus or something that they reference. So there's a Warcom article all about the Dreadnought and the history of it, and they talk about a few different patterns. But I wasn't sure if one was specifically the new style, and one was the old, or if they're talking specifically about variants within that range. So like a close combat one versus a shooting one.
Well, the close combat one's called the Brutalis, isn't it?
Yeah, the new one is. Yeah, I guess you have things like the Ironclad and the Venerable. So I think the old ones, yeah, maybe they're like the Venerable Dreadnoughts, and these ones aren't Venerable. They're something else.
Well, you know, the Ironclad, the Venerable, the Blood Angels, and Space Wolf Specialist variants remain. Just your standard generic Dreadnought is gone. Although, to be honest,
yeah,
that old Dreadnought is about as tall as a new Terminator. So,
yeah, they are so small. Yeah, I mean they're still a cool look, but the new pattern of Redemptor fits that bill pretty well. So yeah, it's just a nice looking model. Same with Terminator, same with Stone Guard. They're just old models that look better. So why not buy them because they look better?
Fair. So, yeah, so we're basically seeing these 3 units go away. There is an update here that talks about legends, so they are expanding the range of legends again, so more of the units that are already within legend, more, units are being added to legends, basically, which is no great surprise.
Yeah, I guess they haven't quantified if stuff that is already in Legends and has been for a while, if that will still roll over to be Legends.
I would hope
edition,
so.
Or if they're talking about newer stuff. Yeah, I sort of hope that Legends is the greatest hits back catalogue of stuff. Not going back to 2nd edition, but going back to sort of more recent memory of like 6th, 7th edition, and the stuff that got discontinued from 8th, which is kind of when the Legends catalogue started. So I hope everything that's in Legends will still stay there for 10th, so they're all still viable. The caveat is they're not viable for tournament play, which I know a lot of people don't ever go to tournaments or go to events, but as, let's call us filthy casuals that go to things like Warhammer World, it's like they will never use Legends there, but that's predominantly one of the places where we always do events and meet up. So, and a lot of those aren't actually tournaments. They're kind of like doubles, or they're kind of casual single games and stuff like that. So it is a bit of a shame because it does, I guess, personally affect us from certain units. It's like, especially the Forge World stuff as well.
It's going to be interesting though, because I mean, specifically they've got the image of the old Ultramarines bodyguard for the old Marnius Calgar sculpt in the image. So it'd be interesting to imagine what other kind of like specialist units might fall into that. I'm assuming the Tyranids, the Tyrannic War veterans, could find their way into Legends from the Ultramarine range. I would imagine it's probably just that unit, really. Like that's the only other one that I feel like might be viable. I think at the moment, if they were to put Sanguinary Guard or like normal Death Company or something in, that would be a bit of a mistake. But
yeah, I mean, I sort of feel like I think most units going forwards will have a new model range version of it. As you say, Sanguinary Guard will not go to Legends, because 99% pretty sure at some point they're just going to get a Primaris upgrade to them.
Again, though, do we even say
and they just
Primaris
have those
anymore?
orders.
Is that even now a thing?
Well, yeah. So, what's interesting is in this article they do sort of specifically say that you can play a Space Marine army without deploying a single Primaris Marine, although, and that's probably true still, right? But the ironic thing is they've probably stopped using the term Primaris, and in all the data sheets there won't be the Primaris keyword. So you could say they're doing it on the technicality, because nothing's Primaris anymore. That's just being facetious, though, because that's obviously not what they mean.
Well, I think that's the thing, though.
Yeah, you're right. That things will become Primaris scale, but they will never kind of call them Primaris. Maybe with it, I hope they still do in at least the law. But from a rules point of view, it does make sense that they're just all one army and that there's no distinction between Primaris and non-Primaris.
It seems in all likelihood the whole continuing down the garden path of Primaris naming, we were going to end up in a situation where the range got kind of like split down the middle and stuff was going to become either Primaris or non-Primaris. And there was all this talk about, like, do they split Firstborn out and make them their own thing? I actually think in the grand scheme of things, what they're doing is the right shout. Just make it all the same and move on with our lives. It's like, you know, at some point they might give us a new Land Raider kit. I doubt it. I mean, technically they already have. There's Land Raider kits for Horus Heresy, which are phenomenal and, you know, definitely viable.
True, yeah. I mean, you've also got the Repulsor, which is the pseudo Land Raider hover variant, effectively. That's like the Primaris-ified version of the Land Raider. I sort of feel like the Rogel Dawn is the Primaris version of the Lehman Russ. It's like, it's a new kit to replace it without saying it's replacing it, and the old kit will still be there in existence. And I hope they don't kind of redo the Lehman Russ, or if they did, they need to make it look more like the Forge World variant, basically.
Yeah, no, absolutely. On the topic of Forge World variants, we got a load of that is on the chopping block. Stuff that's actually gone already as well. I was speculating that stuff had been removed. I don't remember if we recorded me saying that or not, but I definitely noted it and remember talking about it. So Space Marines, first of all, quite a lot of amazing miniatures going into the last chance to buy now.
Yeah. I mean,
so
some
this is Space Marines and Imperium units, I should hasten to add. There are a couple of Inquisitors in there. So the Relic Contemptor Dreadnought, no longer a thing. That's going away.
Yeah, that sort of makes sense, just because it's the generic chassis, and the generic Contemptor can be a relic. What's interesting with that, though, is there was never much distinction between a generic Contemptor and a relic, rules-wise at least, other than that you had the old plastic Contemptor that had a really basic loadout of a assault cannon or a multi-melter. And then the relic one effectively gave you all the Forge World weapons and could have a cyclone missile launcher. But now, thanks to the Horus Heresy kit, it can do all of those things.
I mean, the old Relic Contemptor Dreadnought is a beautiful sculpt, though. So I think if you want like a bit of uniqueness within your Contemptor collection, I still think it's a worthwhile pickup. But obviously, from a practical perspective, now that the plastic kit exists, it serves no real purpose. So definitely makes sense that gets removed from circulation. It has lost its shine, I suppose.
Yeah, that's true.
I mean, we don't want to go through all of these in the same kind of level of excruciating detail, but Gabriel Angelos is going. No shocker there. Gabriel Angelos was essentially almost a promotional release. I felt like they did it in support of Dawn of War 3 at the time. It was like Dawn of War 3 came out, they went, Gabriel Angelos, everybody. Woo.
I think it was the first one of their 40k character series, of which they did maybe one other model.
I don't remember what that one was.
I feel like it was. I feel like it was like I think it was one of the Chaos demons that they did. Although the majority of those were all Horus Heresy, so yeah, maybe there wasn't much more to it than him. But the concept of a character series for 40k was exciting, and then they
Yeah.
just never did anything with it, which was a shame. Unless the one of the Red Scorpion ones was part of it, the almost think like the Regents of the Alden Rift, which is down at the bottom, that's already gone. That might have been part of it, but I can't remember.
I don't think it was.
Sure.
I mean, it's definitely true that when they said that they were going to do this Forge World character series, we were really excited about it, because it is an exciting thing. I actually think this is the kind of stuff I'd want out of a Forge World going forwards. I'd love it,
Yeah.
even if it's just like, and then even if in like rules terms they go, this is a Space Marine Terminator captain with this gear. Like, great, fine. It doesn't need to have unique rules or whatever. Like, just be like, it's a really cool model that represents a cool character.
Oh, exactly. Here you go. Perfect contender for Commissar Yarrick to come back as an amazingly detailed Forge World sculpt that's really nicely scaled. And then it doesn't even... Well, I mean, having rules for him would be great, but, you know, you could almost do them just as model pieces that aren't gaming pieces. But as you say, people can swap them out and proxy them as, like, generic characters if they so choose. They could go through the back catalogue of history and do loads of like iconic characters, you know, Black Library stuff, which Games Workshop sort of do from time to time, but they could expand on it and take that over.
Yeah. We're also losing the Salamander's Venerable Dreadnought. I mean, no great shock there. Weirdly kind of clawing on in there because almost all the other Venerable Dreadnoughts have gone already, so no shocker there. One that's close to your heart, Phil, the Minotaurs, Moloch, and what's the pronunciation of this lad?
Ivanis Inkomi, I think is how it's pronounced, which is the chaplain, basically. So the chapter master and chaplain, and then you've also got the Contemptor Dreadnought special character as well, which is, I think, Hekaton Akios. Which is a shame that they're going, and they were both characters I were planning on kit bashing, and sort of I bought Moloch and reused some of his like shoulder pads and stuff, and I was making a larger sculpted version based on Abaddon. And then same with the Minotaur, like I didn't quite like their sculpt, so I was using the Death Guard, the old resin Forge World Death Guard Contemptor, and I was going to kind of kit bash it to represent him, so they would be playable. But now it's like they'd be playable, but in Legends. So my enthusiasm for those projects has somewhat dwindled now.
But you at least own the bits that you want for the sake of
for those. Yeah, if I was really wanting to buy them and I've just missed out, I'd be quite gutted, because I think most of this stuff is already sold out, and like they went pretty quick, unless they're gonna somehow do another like run of them.
Nah, they're not, are they? They're gone now. They're gone forever.
I mean, they did it with the Elysians. Like, there was so much demand for it, they actually had to like redo molds and stuff, which was never their plan. I think they were just going to run out the stock that they originally had. So I've already looked on the 40k Facebook group for the Minotaurs chapter, and a bunch of people have commented, and they're like, "Oh, this is a bad sign," or "This is a disappointing start to 10th edition." That, you know, a bunch of your characters, and in fact your only characters for your specific chapter, are just legends. I'm less bothered by it because I don't currently have those models to play with, but I can see a lot of people, the hype for 10th edition is there and people are excited for it, and then this is actually quite a disappointing blow for people that have these models that were wanting to play them in 10th. And I know people like that you can still play Legends, but as I say, if you like to go to events, you can't, and a lot of people might not want to play Legends because they like to do the whole match play.
I mean, without being flippant, right? It's still just a Terminator captain with a storm shield and a Thunderhammer, right? Like, just there you go. Done.
Well, you could run it as such. Yeah, he did have some interesting rules. Same with I think the Contemptor had the best ones because he was a character dreadnought, so he had some interesting abilities, and he could do some like mortal wounds on the charge and stuff like that. So they all had some like nice.
He may still be able to, though, just
abilities.
in Legends.
Yes, yeah, that's the thing. I think even though Legends is viable, it still just slightly tarnishes the experience knowing that's where it sits.
Yeah, I understand that. Yeah.
It feels like with 40k especially, Legends is like, oh, it's over there, no one really wants to touch it.
No, I agree.
It's the poor child in the school playground that is like, yeah, he's still at school, but no one wants to hang out with him. Whereas I feel like Horus Heresy did it a slightly different way, where they go, here's your rule books, but then, yeah, here are legends. But I don't know, for me, it feels like it's much more accepted that these are just a bunch of extra rules that are still viable and even viable at events. And fully supported, but they're just released via a PDF rather than a book. And I know there was a lot of criticism of them for just being a bit terrible in places where the rules or points and stats were slightly off. But at the same time, it feels like these are actual official rules that you can do everywhere, whereas the 40k ones are like, here are the rules, but we're never going to, support them with points and stuff like that.
No, that's fair. A big loss, I think, is not just the fact that actually, I'll be honest, not just the fact that we're losing Carib Cull and the Risen, but the fact that actually we're losing the Red Scorpions kind of range entirely, right?
Yeah.
So Severin Loth, the Regents. It's a real shame because actually the Red Scorpions have been really kind of synonymous with the Forge world of old, and I think they were a really well-developed chapter for what they were. They had a lot of intrigue around them. The narrative of Carib Cullen has been really exciting, and the fact that he's been raised up in this Leviathan chassis, I mean, that's super cool. It's amazing. Right. Like, I mean, when it
doesn't feel like it's even that old a sculpt. Right?
No,
it felt like it came
8th
out.
edition.
Yeah, it felt like it came out. Yeah, less than 10 years ago. Less than probably 6 or 7. Like,
I think it was an 8th edition thing.
Yeah, so it's probably been around 5 years,
6 years at most. Yeah.
And Richie, off the back of that, got into Red Scorpions, has a Red Scorpions army. So it's a bit of, I mean, poor Richie. He first had an Elysian army. And that's gone, and now he's got a Red Scorpion army, and that's gone as well. So the curse of Forge World, that's what it is.
The saddest thing about Cullen, though, is see, I can make the argument for the Minotaur Contemptor and Moloch, because it's like you can represent those miniatures with current rules, i.e. Moloch can just be a Thunderhammer Storm Shield captain. Okay, he's got a spear, but whatever, right? We can work around that. Yeah. The Minotaur Contemptor has got a plasma cannon and a claw. It's like, cool, I can work around that. That's not... But Carib Cullen is so Carib Cullen. There's nothing else he could be. Because there is no other Contemptor that has a twin-linked assault cannon, a heavy bolter in his claw. Like Carib Cullen is just Carib Cullen. Like, it's not really... That's a blow, I think.
It's a bit of a shame. And so one of the things they state further down is that the Forge World is now focusing on bigger models, i.e. probably knights and such. So, I mean, the Leviathan's quite a big model. I mean, it's not knight size, but it's big and chunky, so you would have thought out of all the vehicles that they would keep, they could keep him. But I think it's the sad fact is these sub-chapters that belong to Forge World are just so niche, they just probably don't sell very much. And they probably don't sell anywhere near as they could do if they were supported. Like all the things that were cool, that were like the custom chapter doors for your vehicles or your shoulder pads, all the etched brass kits that you could get and the transfer sheets. It's like those are huge hurdles. Like not having transfers for your chapter without going to like a third party provider, but basically makes it almost impossible to collect these chapters anymore unless you're going to madly freehand all of the chapter symbols. And it's like, no wonder why these, cool models don't sell, because they haven't supported the actual ability to easily buy these armies. So, yeah, it's sort of like, on one hand, they stopped doing some of the kits thinking, oh, they don't sell. But in doing so, the trickle-down effect is, yeah, these other cool things that could sell don't.
Yeah, it's a shame, man, because, Severin Loth is one of the coolest librarian sculpts they've ever done. The Regent models are amazing. I really love that diorama set. Again, they're really new. They came out around the same time as Cullen.
Yeah, no, they did, yeah.
And Cullen is amazing as well. Like that Red Scorpions range has been a sort of standout level of quality consistently, and I just think it's a shame that we're seeing it come to an end. And again, obviously, like, yeah, okay, it's going to move into Legends, but regardless of the fact it's moving into Legends and you can still play it, no one's going to be able to buy it anymore. I mean, obviously, there will be ways that you can buy it, not legally, yes, but like not whatever, like, there are means, but like, it's just that thing where it's like, it's just a shame. It's a shame to see him go. It's a shame to see that range go. It's a shame to see it all go, really, but eventually this stuff has to come to an end, right? Like, they can't support everything in perpetuity. I get that, but like, I don't know. Cullen was cool, and of all of them, it's a bit like, bummer, because like I say, he can only be Carib Cullen, which is a real shame. 2 Inquisitors as well as gone. Lord Rex.
Your favourite, Rex, yeah.
I really liked Rex. And again, the thing is with Rex is it's hard to run him as anything else because he is a human in Terminator armor. Like an Ordo Malleus Inquisitor in Terminator armor at the moment doesn't exist.
Yes, no, because they got rid of it.
They got rid of it. So if they're gonna put that back in the future, great. But for the minute, it's like I can only run him in an army if I run him in the Legends form, which again, you can do, but it is a shame. I've got to be honest with you, old Locke, I don't know, like he was always a weird one. He had really bad rules, so it's always one of those weird ones where it's like, he's still an amazing miniature.
I mean, Richie ran him from time to time because he was quite cool and he tied in with the Elysians, but he was the lesser of the 2 Inquisitors. No, exactly. It's just a shame because Inquisitors are by far and away one of the most poorly supported aspects of the 40k verse. Admittedly, obviously, we're about to see that new Kill Team box come out, and that's going to obviously up the ante with regards to Inquisitors, or at least sort of, foretells a future where Inquisitors may be more relevant again. But yeah, to see Inquisitor models go is a shame because, especially these two, because they are really nice sculpts. And, Lord Rex is a really fun model to have in an army because he's got a lot of flexibility. He's a cool thing. But anyway, it is what it is, I suppose, at the end of the day. I guess I could just run him as a generic Inquisitor that is in like
flak
an
armor
Inquisitor
or
in
whatever.
power armor would be the closest one.
Yeah, it's not quite the same, but
no,
it does work. I know, I'm sure if I really, really want to, I can find a way, but it's still a bit of a bother. There is one Astra Militarum thing being removed, but it's a conversion kit. What's that for?
Yeah, so the Vendetta gunship was the alternative build of the Valkyrie, where it was basically all las cannons rather than the thing like the missile pods that you could get on the as extras. So it was basically the all las cannon version, which is a shame because that was very much a staple of the Guard Codex. It was always in the original codexes. Even though you could never obviously buy a plastic version of it, it was always the plastic Vendetta plastic Valkyrie with the Vendetta upgrade kit for it. So yeah, that's a bit of a shame. I mean, that sort of was going in that direction after it didn't appear in the last codex or last 2 codexes, I think, when 8th edition read around.
Yeah, and then they get rid of a Dreadnought close combat arm. Oh well, who cares? I mean, it's cool, I guess, but they told you already they're getting rid of Dreadnoughts, so the close combat arm's probably not the worst thing to lose ever. And then, they're getting rid of Tiberius, the Red Wake, the Cacarodon's Chapter Master? Is he Chapter
I think
Master?
it is, yeah.
So again, it's a shame. These are really great sculpts. It's a shame to see him go. And it's a shame that people who have them are having to now be having these models relegated to Legends. But again, you can, at least for the Space Marine characters, sort of represent them in some way. But yeah, it's more the kind of unique stuff that's just a real shame to see that go. I mean, in topic of talking about shames, though, I mean, just to loop Chaos in as a whole, I mean, Chaos are just gutted now, right? It's literally it's literally, if it isn't a heresy miniature, it's gone.
Well, they've got things like the Brass Scorpion, the is it not Defilers, is it Desolators? The like mini dreadnoughts with the Soulforge cannon.
Oh, that's true. Yeah, they kept those.
So
And
there
they've got
are a
the,
few
the
vehicles
Kaitan
still.
upgrade, haven't they, as well?
Yeah, like, they've got some, but basically all the greater demons are going. A bunch of the other demons are all going as well.
That
And
Lord
very
of Change sculpt is so amazing. It's such a shame to see that go.
Yeah, that was it the Bane of 8th edition for a while, where it was crazy powerful.
In the indexes, yeah, it was ridiculous.
Yeah, it's a shame they're going. I sort of felt like these ones were on the cards because a few weeks ago they announced in Age of Sigmar that basically all of the Forge World units for AOS are no longer playable in like sort of tournament play. So not even Legends, just like they're not really valid for, you know, the grand tournament packs and stuff. So I kind of thought these were on the way out. And a lot of the cool stuff like I want to say it's the Saurus, the giant T-Rex model.
Yeah.
That's gone. Like I was generally thinking, with the new Saffron range, if I was to ever get into Saffron, I really wanted that model. But it's like, you just can't buy it anymore because it's already gone. So that's a shame. Yeah, likewise the Hellblade fighters and the Hell Talon fighter bomber. I know you don't like them, but I bloody love these Chaos fighters. I've always just wanted to own one because they're really cool. But yeah, they're gone.
No, that's fair. I mean, look, the Greater Demons deserve a shout out as well, though, right? Because for a long time, these were the gold standard of Greater Demon miniatures.
Yeah.
Like, if you knew someone was doing all right for themselves when they'd rock up with one of these on the tabletop, and also
yeah,
they were a treat to behold. I remember because we were at that one of the early heats for 8th edition, and that guy was running the list with the Lord of Change, and it was like I can't remember what they used to call it, the Big Bird list or whatever it was.
Yeah,
but,
something like that.
But I mean, and fair play, he was tearing it up on the top tables with this guy because he was just ridiculous. But what a thing to behold. I mean, just phenomenal. And that goes for all of them. I mean, the Great Unclean one maybe is a little bit static, but I think beautifully...
It's very similar to the kind of plastic sculpt in terms of pose.
Yeah,
But yeah, they're all really diamond. The Bloodthirst is amazing. I remember, I want to say the last RFW I played against the all Bloodthirster list, and it had one of these as the like named character, and that was just phenomenal to play against. So it's a shame that people won't have a chance to buy them.
Yeah, it's just it's just a shame. I mean, admittedly, the new plastic range of Greater Demons that has now come into existence over time
was phenomenal as well.
Is incredible, right?
It does make these seem a bit dated, but they're still gorgeous.
Yeah. That's the thing. Yes, you know, there are. I mean, yeah, I just think it's a shame, but it is what it is. World Eaters took a bit of a hit as well. They got rid of the Terminator Lord and they got rid of the conversion set, which is a real shame as well, because there was a time where Forge World had a really robust World Eaters range, and that Terminator Lord in particular is a fantastic sculpt, but it's gone now. It's all gone. Xenos, Nids lose the Democarion, which for a while was one of the more kind of consistent sights on the battlefield.
Because it was really good in 8th and 9th edition, or relatively good, but it was also just like one of the awesome like big bug sculpts. It's like I've owned it for years because when I was starting and still not finished my Tyranid army, and Tyranids were one of the armies I was thinking, okay, maybe this should be my 10th edition army. But I feel somewhat discouraged now because it's like, I'm building it and half my units will be legends because I've got a Malanthrope, I've got Dimcaron, I've got Stonecrusher Carnifex, or several of them. And it's like, yeah, they're all in legends now, sadly.
Yeah, it's a real shame. Yeah, the Malanthrope going into legends as well is a bummer. Because, like, yeah, the Malanthrope is a really gorgeous mini as well, and like, yeah, it's just a bit of a shame for them. I mean, obviously they've still got the Biotitan thing and the Hydrojewel and all those other bits and pieces. But you know, so they're not losing everything, but those are probably two of the more popular ones. So it's It's a shame to see those go. The only Aeldari unit to be removed is the Drakari Reaper. The Drakari Reaper is basically the raider with a big gun on the front. They're still going to keep their...
Is it Vitanos? No.
They're Tantalus.
Tantalus, that's it, yeah.
Yeah,
the
Tantalus
really big
is...
one.
Yeah, Tantalus is sticking around. And then obviously all the Craftworld and Aeldari stuff besides this is staying. So strange that the Craftworlds have not been touched at all, because they've got quite a big list of things. They've got the Phantom Titan, the Shadow Spectres. They've even got things like the Cobra or the Lynx or the Nightwing. All these like...
Oh, your little Hornet units.
Yeah, the Hornet.
Do you know why they've not touched them? Because everyone just loves Elder, apparently. I feel... You always say it like tinfoil hat time, everyone. The studio team love Elder. So that's why. Maybe Jez went along with a stick and was like, don't you dare touch my Elder. And they were like, okay, Jez.
Well, I don't think he had anything to do... Well, I mean, obviously he kind of created the kind of core concept.
Yes.
I mean, there is a part of me that when I look at the Phantom Titan that I do go, ooh, maybe. But then I always remind myself that I also bought a Revenant Titan that I've still not built. So,
true. Here's the thing that as I said, they said they were going to focus more on the big stuff. So things like the Titans, I totally understand why they would stay. Because they're big and chunky. They're not fiddly, detailed things. So in terms of like a manufacturing process, anything that's large is much easier to kind of cast up. Whereas anything small and like infantry scale size is a real pain, honestly. And I say to someone that regularly casts up my own kits, right? Small stuff's really hard to do well and to get decent, not have mold lines in it and things like that. And it's fragile, so they break quite easily and the molds tear and you've got to redo the molds over time. Whereas if something's a bit bigger, it's a bit more robust. It's, it's not going to bend as much when you pull it out the mold and things like that. So, yeah, it's interesting to see what's gone and what stayed. The Necron pylons are going, which is funny because this is, I swear, is like at least the second or third time they've discontinued the Necron pylons because they disappear and then they bring them back. I assume these are the really large ones. I'm not entirely sure because there was a very large one and there's like the smaller ones. I'm not sure
so
which
there's
one of this is the one that's going.
I can't remember. I assume it's both of them, but I don't know off the top of my head. I've just opened the page. So there's the Necron Gorse pylon, which is the bigger of the two, and then there's the Necron Sentry pylon. And the Sentry pylon has like two cylindrical chambers, as it were, and the Gorse pylon has the one like crescent moon style sort of visual. But they're all sold out online.
So maybe they're all going.
Oh, yeah, they all say no longer available on them now. So Necrons still have a relatively okay range. I mean, obviously they actually, weirdly, over the last 6 years, got a new super heavy kit with the Serpa Tech or whatever it was called. I can see what it says here, but I don't know how to pronounce it.
Yeah, it's got the Tomb Spiders. They're great. It's got the weird, I can't remember what it's called, like the orb thing that the guy's riding around on.
Yeah.
I presume it's there. The Night Shroud Bomber, I'm kind of gutted to see go because that's one of the units I really want because I was very tempted, I think, back in 7th edition to get an Necron army or a Tyranid army, and I ended up buying some Tyranids. But the Necrons, the Necron Bomber I've always loved.
Indeed. And then Orcs, few characters, a super cannon, which is something I didn't even know they had.
I think it's just like a big artillery piece. I sort of feel like it was originally meant to be mounted on one of their like big truck things, but I'm not sure if that was actually the case or not. And
the Warboss on bike is gone as well.
Oh yeah, he was a staple for a long time in
big iconic unit for a while
because he was popular. He was always really good.
And then obviously the Stomper upgrade stuff is gone as well, which no great shocker because you know.
A shame, but understandable, because it's like you got the plastic kit. But it was very cool to have, a variant design, especially because a lot of Orc players love to have two stompers, so you can have one plastic one and then one plastic one with all the cool Orc upgrades.
Yeah. I tell you what, though, actually, I mean, looking back at these Orc things, I completely forgot that Forge World did an Orc Mega Dread sculpt. That thing is glorious.
Yeah, no, that's a big boy. Yeah, that's
buy that
very
before
cool.
it goes away. The Orc Dreadnoughts actually probably are some of the most beautiful kits that Games Workshop have ever done. Because there's sort of like ramshackle beauty to them, isn't there?
Oh, yeah. No, I do love them. Them and the Grot tanks are like my favourites. I'm glad the Grot tanks haven't gone. They're still viable. But again, I think they're just like big chunky bits of resin. And I think a lot of Orc players love, who doesn't love Grots, right? So I feel like they're probably quite popular. I think relatively easy to cast because they're like just big chunky bits. So I can see why that would stick around.
Absolutely. And then, the stuff that's already been removed, which is interesting, right? Because there was the implication they didn't tell anyone this is left before. They just had.
Yeah, so it's either that it's already gone and they just sort of stealth removed it. Like the Damocles command vehicle, totally understandable because there's a new command vehicle upgrade kit for the Damocles Horus Heresy tank. So that still kind of exists technically.
Yeah.
But it might be some of this was sold out and they're just like, we can't be bothered to like cast up more, or the molds have gone.
I don't know if can't be bothered's the right language. Probably just not economically viable, as it were.
Well, yeah. So let's say because either they've got the molds and they just don't feel it's necessary to cast more up, which is odd because if the molds are still viable, they could have them and they're just effectively it's like a mini meta order, right? They sell a bunch and then cast them up. But it might be if the molds are sort of on the way out because they do wear over time, they don't want to have the hassle and cost of producing new molds for them, and on the assertion that maybe only a couple of kits will sell. So they almost need like a guaranteed number to make it viable to redo the molds and stuff. So I can see why they might just be like, the stock's run out, so let's just stick this on and it's just gone, right?
Yeah. I'll tell you what actually is really interesting is the singularity generators are going, which are a weapon upgrade for the
the Necron Super Heavy.
Super Heavy that's not even been out 6 years at this point. So that's interesting.
Yeah, it might be that they've gone, it's a variant weapon, the other weapon's still available. So
it's like it's almost like they're saying, like, who cares?
just count it as whatever. But I guess, it'll just now have that one weapon going forwards.
It does make it a lot of an easier proposition for people, though, I suppose.
Oh, that's true. And they've always done that. They've always gone, do you have alternate versions? Let's get rid of them. So they used to have for all the heavy weapon teams for the Krieg. So you had las cannons, mortars, twin heavy stubbers, auto cannons, las cannons, right? And you used to have like 3 different poses. You had 2 crouching down and then 1 running, kind of carrying the gun. And over time, they just got rid of them to just be like a guy on the ground shooting because that was the sort of the one that most people would probably have. But you don't need all those other designs. So they just go like, cool, here's this one. Just be happy with that because they know it's, duplicates of stuff is almost just not efficient from a business point of view.
That's it. Huron's gone as well. No shock there.
Yeah, because he's sort of like, because that's the thing, a lot of the characters for the Space Marine Rangers are all from the Badab War. So things like Huron, things like the Minotaurs, things like Red Scorpions, predominantly, with the exception of Cullen the Risen, because he came later. But a lot of them were all kind of classic Badab War characters. So, down the line, Games Workshop could explore that as a, or Forge World could explore it. A bit like Horus Heresy. It's like a thing in its own time period that they can revisit. I sort of doubt Forge World will now, unless they go, here's Horus Heresy kind of done, and we want to go on to another time period, or it feels like something more Games Workshop could do in the future. And that's one of the things that they talk about at the end. So it does say when they add new units in the future, they will almost all be in plastic. and there'll be lots of stuff coming over the next few years. So I guess the caveat with that is they're probably just talking about Forge World in the context of 40k, and not in the context of, like Necromunda and Blood Bowl, because they have loads of resin models, characters and stuff, which is when it's like, small scale, not viable to make in plastic. Which is interesting they're saying they're even going to do stuff for 40k, because it feels like you won't really, though. You're a specialist games company now. You're going to do Horus Heresy, and Horus Heresy stuff might accidentally bleed into 40k, like the new Plastic Knight Cerastus, some of the Space Marine kits, they'll be compatible with 40k. But it'd be interesting if they ever do an actual dedicated 40k miniature. It feels like there's no purpose in them doing that anymore.
I mean, it definitely felt throughout 8th edition when they were still doing it. Because bear in mind, they've not done, and correct me if I'm wrong, Phil, they've not done, Forge World haven't done a 40k specific mini since 8th edition.
Well, they did the Astraeus, which was their Primaris only vehicle.
That was 8th edition?
8th edition, yeah. And
Yeah,
I think
and
around that time...
The Tau suit was 8th edition.
Oh, the giant one. Yeah,
Yeah.
Supremacy, I think.
Supremacy,
That
yeah,
was,
something like
and
that.
obviously the Necron Super Heavy that we talked about.
But they felt like the dregs, as well as obviously Carib Cullen, but it felt like the dregs of like stuff that they had in the pipeline for a while.
Yes,
And then they just kind of
likely.
went off the boil for 9th.
Yes, I feel like basically their focus has completely shifted to Horus Heresy, and you kind of see that where, Forge World no longer do the rules, it's moved over to Games Workshop, which actually does make logical sense, and I'm kind of glad that they have done that. And it's like they're no longer like Forge World, they have a specialist game studio, and there's like this weird sort of hangover of naming conventions. Forge World, I think, don't have their own social media presence anymore. Neither do Black Library, that's kind of all gone. But I think Horus Heresy as a page exists. Or maybe that one's even been wound down. I think that one's still around, but I could be wrong, because I know they got rid of a few recently and just gone, it's the Warhammer page, and that's kind of it. I think you've got 40k, so you might have Horus Heresy as well, and Age of Sigma as like the social media pages. So Forge World as its own entity isn't really a thing anymore, which is a bit of a shame, especially for people like us that got into Forge World sort of at its height or just before its decline. At the very least, like around sort of 7th and 8th, 6th and 7th, I think was probably Forge World's glory days of doing things like Bad Ab War, doing things like Siege of Rax and the Krieg line and the Elysians.
Do you know what edition that was, Phil? It wasn't 6th and 7th.
Well, 5th.
5th edition.
Yeah. But they still did stuff going through it. So probably the height of it was 5th, that I wasn't actually playing 40k at that point.
Well, no, to be honest, the height of Forge World has been the Heresy game, which came into existence during 6th, let's be honest. That was
obviously,
it at its
well,
height.
for them, yes. And I think that's obviously, they've just gone, let's follow the money, and they've just gone all in on Horus Heresy. And it makes sense to do plastic kits as well, and the technology's there to do it now, and the kind of quality is as good as a lot of the Forge World resin stuff, especially when you're doing bigger things like vehicles and knights and stuff. So that's, super impressive.
Yeah. But what does this tell us, Phil, for the future of 40k and Forge World? It felt like throughout the course of 9th edition that at the start we felt like, oh, this is going to be exciting and interesting, but then it kind of fell over and had its issues because of how they supported it. I mean, we talked about that in the retrospective thing that we did before this, so we probably don't need to dwell on what happened before, but going into 10th edition, I just feel like this probably is the last edition of like meaningful Forge World releases. But we could be wrong. They're obviously indicating that they want to try and do stuff that supports 40k, but I just get the feeling that like that just isn't reality, and after this edition runs its course, that Forge World will essentially be out of the game, as it were. And the other thing I would say as well is I would strongly encourage people who are looking at getting into purchasing Forge World miniatures for their 40k armies to approach it with that kind of cynicism. I mean, ultimately, for the short term, certain units may be supported in some way, but I think you just have to accept the fact that if you've purchased a specialist Forge World thing, its longevity is definitely not guaranteed at this point.
Yeah, 100%. I've been very sort of cynical and disappointed with a lot of Forge World, how it's gone over the last few years as a hardened, hardcore Krieg player. And it was like, that got me back into 40k. Everything I did was sort of resin. I learned to love it. And I actually kind of hated using the plastic kits in comparison. And sort of over the last few years, I've sort of switched over because, a lot of that range has just been gutted. A lot of the support from the rules aspect had completely gone. So it's like, yeah, it's almost like bittersweet to even want to play with my Krieg army anymore. It's because the love that I had for it has just sort of been tarnished, and it's kind of gone over the years because of that sort of lack of support from Forge World and Games Workshop from like a rules perspective. And I've always said to people, if you want something from Forge World, buy it, because it will go out of stock at any point. It might just go last chance to buy. So if you want something, just get it as soon as you are able to. But at the same time, know that this model might not be playable in a year's time. And I think we're seeing that now. And I think this is probably the first of probably more to come. So I wouldn't be too surprised if a lot of this, the existing Forge World stuff does go. Like, the grot tanks that I've sort of just been talking about, that could go at any time. That might not make it to 11th edition, right? They might go, we're downscaling it. What I would love to see is a lot of this stuff be moved over to plastic and be produced by Games Workshop. Obviously things like, Contemptors, all the Horus Heresy stuff, that's being all updated. We're getting the Knights, the Cerastus Knights done in plastic from Forge World, great. And in theory, that should all have support from Games Workshop from a 40k perspective. Will we ever see, the kind of Mars Alpha Lehman Russes or the Solar Auxilia for Horus Heresy in plastic? I mean, maybe, but maybe not. And definitely not anytime soon. A lot of the 40k stuff just might not be around for long, which is a shame because, I've got a lot of fond memories and love for Forge World. But it is a bit unfortunate when rules aren't being supported. And as you say, the lifespan of it is, sometimes it's less than 5 years, which as a purchase is not a good investment. If, you'd be quite shocked if they did that with a Games Workshop plastic mini, if they effectively said, here you can buy it and in a few years' time discontinue it or make the rules unplayable. Or at the very least, I hate to say unplayable because it's in Legends. Yes, you can still technically play it, but lots of people they have the ick when it comes to Legends and they just don't want to go near it.
I totally agree, mate. Well, there we go. Forge World Legends and changes. The fun don't stop. Transitional noise. Welcome back, everyone, in this part of the podcast. Me and Phil, mostly Phil, we're going to talk about Arks of Omen Vashtorr, but Phil is the educational entity in this instance. He's the knowledgeable one. He's done all of the research readings and all theory crafting, right, Phil?
Exactly. I am the lore master. It is no longer Wayne or whoever now does it.
Wayne.
It's my job.
Isn't his name Wade?
Oh, God, yeah, it is Wayne.
Oh.
Sorry, Wayne.
Sorry, Wayne.
You've not been on the show for a while. I've not seen your face in a while. It's made me forget what your actual name is. Yes, Wade Price. Good old lovely chap. Who's now head honcho lore master, which is quite exciting.
Is he the head honcho of all lore, is he now?
All lore in 40k, so I presume he's doing some more, background writings for the game, I guess, or something. Yeah.
Well done him. Hasn't he done well?
Exactly.
So, when last we met our heroes, Abaddon and Vashtorr had gotten together to launch Arks of Omens into various locations in search of key fragments. Those key fragments are mostly now in real space because the ones that are in the warp are seemingly easier for them to locate. Angron went to a place and got angry And that's
Yeah,
more or less where we left it, right?
His anger on book 2 was all about him going to a planet where there was effectively like a mini Astronomicon beacon, and he basically smashes it up, and in doing so sends the murder curse into the warp, so everyone in the nearby sectors basically just become possessed, mindless killing machines, and they all fall to chaos. So that was that story. And you say book 1 was about Abaddon and Vashtorr making a pact together and sending the Arks of Omens, which are these space hulks retrofitted off into space to search for these key fragments. And then I guess book 3 is about what Vashtorr's up to next.
And what is Vashtorr up to next? What is his devious plan, old Vashtorr, as he aspires to become a god or something? No, he's not into being a god, is he, Vashtorr? He was quite clear about that.
Yeah, I can't quite remember. I think he's doing his own thing, but he doesn't. I part of me thought he did want to raise himself up to godhood, but he doesn't ally himself with any of the 4 major gods, right? He's apart from them. A bit like Be'lakor, I guess, but Be'lakor was always like wasn't he like a mortal raised up to?
No, Be'lakor has always been a demon. Be'lakor is not one of those humans-made demon princes that's gone through the ranks. He was always he was an aspirational.
Oh yes, no, you are right. Yeah, because I'm trying to think back to how he appeared in More Time, where he came from the comet. So he was always like a dark entity in and of himself. Anyway, I'll start, shall I?
Please.
Yes. So he starts off in the warp, but he's spying on real space, watching his many plans and actions around the galaxy, and then he materializes at a location where there's Admech and Inquisitors, and I think he's actually in like this teleportarium, and these Death Watch Space Marines arrive and approach him. But it actually turns out that they're Alpha Legion doing Vashtorr's bidding, so they sort of turn into the Alpha Legion, and he basically sends them off on their own mission following like this code beacon. So they have like an initial introduction, and then he's like, okay, now go off and do the thing that I've told you to do. So I don't know if that's laying sort of a future story element, but as far as I'm aware, this doesn't really have a payoff in this story that I could tell, unless I completely got the wrong end of the stick.
I mean, that's the thing with the Alpha Legion, though, Phil. You never really know what they're up to.
Well, exactly. But basically what happens is like these bunch of cyborgs and inquisitorial scions enter the room because basically the alarms start going off once those guys have disappeared. And they're met by what's called tech spawns, and basically a big fight breaks out. So it's some of Vashtorr's guys versus the Inquisition or henchmen. Vashtorr basically
any description of what a tech spawn is? It's just a big old blob of technology.
I assume it's so I think all his chaos stuff is all technologically based. So I guess it's like a normal spawn, but also like half melded with like wire.
It's got a
mechanendrites and stuff like that.
It's got a kettle flex for a tail.
Yes, pour you a little kettle.
And a USB port for eyes.
I know, and you can never plug it in the right way.
Exactly, that's it.
That's the trick. So he summons this warp portal within the teleportarium, and he floods it with demons, and the demons like descend on all the fighters. So all these demons just pour through. And then he basically becomes aware, because he can sense technology, he becomes aware that there's a self-destruct vortex bomb underneath the flooring. Which it seems like a logical and almost sensible thing for a teleportarium to have, because if someone's going to be teleporting into your chamber, you want to sort of kill them off quick option. So basically, he plunges his hand into the floor and creates a stasis field around the bomb, and he sends it through the warp portal. And he's like, this will be useful for a future plan. And he's like, there's only a set amount of time that the stasis field can last, but he's like, it's long enough for me to do the thing I need to do, and then I can look at this. So maybe again that is something for a future story that we're here about. But
the day that Vashtorr forgot to check the bomb And
I know, and it blew up his
yeah,
house.
exactly. Oh, Miss Shed, no.
Yeah. So Vashtorr continues on his mission. He slays the defenders, and he's breaching this door until he reaches a chamber filled with banks of cogitators. And he kills the adept there. And basically, he wakens basically AI. They call it abominable intelligence. And it's some form of AI that's been hidden within these cogitators. And it's been there in hiding. So it's like this intelligence that's in this inquisitorial base, but the inquisitors aren't aware of it. It's been hiding and pretending to be like a normal computer, but it isn't. But Vashtorr knows this.
He's onto him,
and
it.
Yeah, so Vashtorr knows, and Vashtorr basically says to it, "Where is the rock?" And that's when we get onto the next segment, which is the convergence of might. So they talk about so there's a planet called Marwant's Reach, which is under attack from the Chaos Knights of House Korvax, which is Bellacor's Knight household.
Formerly Raven.
Formerly House Raven, that he stole away. He whisked the entire planet into the shadows, and then they became House Korvax. So the knights just appeared from nowhere, because obviously Be'lakor can do shadowy teleportarium type stuff. So to their defense comes a strike force from the Indomitus Crusade Primaris. Chief Librarian Tigerius leads Ultramarines and Nova Marines alongside Astra Militarum and House Raven of all, so they can have their beef and they can sort it out. So they suspect at this point that Korvax, being from their lost night world, which is correct, and then Korvax is joined by the sinister cloaked traitor marines, and they sort of hint at the Fallen.
Ooh, the Fallen, eh?
Yeah, well, I think someone refers to them like, because they talk about cloaked traitor marines, and they say the Fallen, but I think it turns out that they're not the Fallen in terms of Dark Angels. They're just Fallen Space Marines.
I see. I mean, it is, in theory, a generic phrase for, traitor Marines, I imagine.
Yes. Yeah, exactly.
But it is typically associated with those that have fallen from the Dark Angels specifically.
Yes, yeah. So basically, there's lots of Vox relays going along between all these Marines and the planet that's being attacked, and these are all picked up by a Dark Angel's ship called Implacable Justice, which basically calls for it's pretty good. They call for reinforcements, basically, because they're aware of either the Fallen or just generic Fallen on this planet. So they're like, we need to get here and deal with it. And weeks later, basically, the rock appears out of the warp above the planet, alongside half of the chapter. So it's like a massive force of Dark Angels have appeared to effectively what appears to be coming to the rescue of this planet. But as they approach the planet, something huge is about to come through the wall.
Oh my goodness.
And then they do a bit of backstory. So the AI, the abominable intelligence, so not artificial intelligence because it's evil, I guess, is known as Aurak Myriad. That's its name, I guess. And it's belonged to Inquisitor Halex and disguised itself as a simple cogitator by underperforming its tasks. So, like I said, it pretending to be a computer, but not a very good one. And the task that it was given by the Inquisitor was that of locating the rock, as the Inquisitors believe that the Unforgiven chapter was building back to Legion-sized strength. So obviously this Inquisitor's nosing around the Dark Angels and trying to find out where they are, because he's obviously on the hunt for them. But the Abominable Intelligence has got its own, desires about what it's doing.
Understood. I mean, the Unforgiven chapter is essentially the organization, the kind of the sub layer or the hidden layer of leadership that defines the overall kind of Dark Angel function. So the Supreme Grandmaster of the Dark Angels, Azrael, in the past was in charge of the Unforgiven, which is every successor, basically. So if you're a Dark Angel successor, you're in the Unforgiven, basically.
Oh. Yes. Yeah.
And now
that
presumably
makes sense.
Lionel Johnson is the head of the Unforgiven.
Well, not yet.
But who knows,
'cause
right? Who knows?
He's not in it
Exactly.
yet.
No, we ain't got that far yet.
So once Abaddon learns about Vashtor's plans, which we don't know entirely just yet, he sends his own Black Legionnaires, commanded by the Sorcerer Lord Zorfus, who I think we heard about in the first book, while Perturabo has sent Vashtor some Iron Warriors, and then joining Vashtor's own forces to form a large Bell fleet. So another Bell fleet, which is basically the evil Indomitus Crusades that surround the Arks of Omen as they go. They're called Bell fleets. So the Arkman's ferryman, which is like their pilot, which we talked about in the first book, is melded with this abominable intelligence, and the ship is renamed Orc Unleashed. So it's basically powered by this sort of AI being. And it's this fleet that bursts through to the warp to ambush the Rock. This is the big thing that's coming for the Rock. So the Rock basically flees towards Marwant's Reach, which is a planet, hoping to join up with the Indomitus strike force. So Dark Angel ships, they're destroyed by ship-to-ship fire. There's lots of boarding actions going on, and many of them are like infested with Vashtor's demons that he's like summoning around. Once basically loads of the Dark Angel ships end up sort of scattering around, and Vashtor launched Orc Unleashed to attack the Rock directly, basically. And then we find out that previously Vashtor had worked with Dark Magi to install 5 huge arcane energy projectors that are the size of a hive city onto the Ark. And then these are linked together and powered by a warp cage, which they describe as a reverse Geller field, to create a super weapon called the Unmaker, which is so basically you've got the Ark attached with these giant, huge pylons that are gonna shoot something out, a super Death Star on an Ark, basically. So the 5 beams get fired at the Gorgon Aegis. So the Gorgon Aegis is the sort of super shield that protects the Rock. I presume it's more than a void shield. It's like this special sort of, I guess, void shield combined with, I guess, some kind of spiritual protection. So
Watchers in the dark plus void shield equals super protection.
Yeah, and it's the one thing that makes the Rock kind of impenetrable, because nothing can normally get through the Gorgon Aegis.
Except the changeling in the events of the Fenris books.
Oh, yeah, that was like a short story, wasn't
No,
it?
well, that was in the Curse of the Wolfen / whatever the follow up was to that. It was called Curse of the Wolfen and something of Fenris, the burning of Fenris or something, or
Oh, okay.
because
I remember
the Magnus one where Magnus rocks up and starts. There's a whole like plot about how Grey Knights are being basically. There's a whole thing about how the Changeling has kind of taken over the command center of the Rock or something, which was crazy.
Yeah, I remember that, because there was like but I read it as part of like a short story where I can't remember who they were fighting. It was like the Space Wolves were down on a planet, and I think it was maybe Tyranids, and they all completely swarmed.
No, it was Thousand Suns. It was Thousand Suns and Magnus and the demons of Tzeentch on Fenris burning it all. But at the same time, there was a subplot where Grey Knights were basically being made to watch videotape of Dark Angels doing devious things, so as they might go after them.
Well, because the story I watched, I think the Dark Angels come along and basically bombard the planet's surface, and basically the chapter master of the Space Wolves and his entourage are like trapped underneath the planet, and they're sort of left to fend for themselves, and they're presumed dead, but no one knows what's happened to them. But then there's a hint that there's some kind of changeling on the command deck of, well, I guess was the Rock, but at the time I was reading it, I wasn't sure if it was the Rock or just like a Dark Angel ship.
It was a bit of a silly narrative, though, because the whole idea of this shield that you described and the Rock itself, like Caliban basically had, the whole thing is like filled up with these Watchers in the Dark, which is basically anti-warp, basically. So like, yeah, so it's like the idea that a changeling could actually be, anyway, it doesn't matter. Tell us more.
Anyway, so so basically the 5 beams that gets fired align themselves to the field's the Gorgonagus's shield, the field's warp frequency, which causes it to fail. The Dark Angels have made preparations to be boarded because they're like, oh crap, we're going to be attacked. They set about activating the backup void shield defenses because they know that's all going to be needed. Vashtorr stands atop a spar on one of the arcs, and he's like hooked in by wires into the ship, and he's communicating with its AI. And he's informed that 3 of the 5 projectors have blown, making the super weapon inoperable. So that was like a one and done Hail Mary to destroy the Gorgonagus, and he won't be able to use it ever again, effectively. Key to note, though. So dogfights are happening between launched craft from both sides that have taken place. So Vashtorr intervenes with blasts of energy from his hammer, and he can literally disassemble ships as he blows them with his hammer. And basically, he sort of hits it. The ship literally disassembles like a sort of I don't know. You sometimes see like these computer graphic animations where stuff like that happens, and basically the Space Marines are left floating in space because they're still there, and the ship's just disassembled around them, which is quite a cool thought. And then he
doesn't disassemble like their suits of armor at the same time.
Well, I guess he technically could do that, but yeah, he's just done it I guess it's more humorous to just leave them out there in space, and he's just disassembled.
I don't know. It'd be even more hilarious if they were stripped down because all their armor flung off as well at the same time. Yeah,
he could undo all those screws.
Yeah, exactly.
So he then turns to the rock in search. He basically describes it as the last of 3 pivotal pieces of the key. So he's like, simultaneously, hundreds of boarding torpedoes and boarding craft are launched all towards the rock from the Bale fleet, and then Vashtorr flies down. And he's able to watch the fighting via the rock's vid feeds and tactical inloads. So he can almost hack into the rock because it's all technology, and he can see all the different battles that are happening around on the rock, and he can kind of add his tactical insight. So his forces fight really effectively because he's able to make decisions and tell them all where to go.
I love the idea that a weapon that is described in lore as being able to one-shot battleships in the rules is strength 14 -2 free damage. It's like what? There's a disconnect somewhere.
Yes, yeah. I mean, maybe that's just, hitting it and damaging it, denting it, whereas the disassembly function, maybe that's a stratagem that they just forgot to put into the...
Maybe it's something that only works in 0 Gs.
Oh, it might be. Yeah, exactly. So behind him, when he's down there, there's a big prism engine. It's a crystal prison set inside flesh metal mechanisms. And it's dragged by blazing chariots. So this is being pulled down, I guess, from space to where he is. And Vashtorr strikes it, and it brings it to life. And then he keeps striking it again and again, and it shatters, and it creates a warp rift where more demons pour out. So it's just a very theatrical.
I like this plot hammer that he's got in this whole thing. It's now you disassemble. Now you fix. Now you fix better. Now you create a portal for demons. It's it's just it's a heck of a MacGuffin, this thing.
Well, yeah, I guess also he's he sort of plans within plans, and he always plans ahead. So the idea is that quite often he spent centuries trying to make all these things happen, and this button on this console will suddenly get sticky just as someone needs to press it, and he's somehow worked hundreds of years to make that one thing happen. Or these what are they called? Those crazy machines where a spoon hits an egg and then it knocks a ball along, and it's those crazy
yeah. I don't know if I call those machines, but yes, those things.
I can't remember quite what they're called. There's a phrase for them, but
the Wallace and Gromit alarm system.
Yes, he that's sort of almost how he works. It's like these little mini chain reactions to create all this stuff.
I turned your Pepsi into a Coca-Cola.
Yes, yeah, basically. So anyway, he's basically reinforced with all these demons, so he now goes inside the rock. There's more fighting going on, and he's determined to find his prize, which you don't find out what it is because he just keeps saying it's my prize. So this is all about the war for the rock, which is the next bit. So Supreme Grand Master Azrael, he appoints Master Belial as strategic commander for the overall battle. So he gets left behind in the Stratageum, which is like this giant tower, while the other commanders are fighting the battle. And obviously Belial doesn't really want that job because he wants to get stuck in the thick of it, but he's like, this is, what I've been told to do, so this is what I'm going to do. And basically there's two big fights that's happening. So one is on the plain outside the Tower of Angels, where there's basically like this huge armored spearhead. I think it's on the spearhead and a cadre of librarians. So it's
the plane,
Dark Angels.
as in a plane surface, or like the
yes,
plane?
Plain, not Plane. So it's a plane surface. So which is why you've got basically all the bikes and stuff riding around.
Fine. The planes, the roaming
yeah,
countryside.
Yeah, for roaming planes.
Yes.
So which are outside the Tower of the Angels. So there's armored spearhead and a cadre of librarians, and they're fighting demon engines that have like landed and then dug in, basically. So that's one big fight that's happening, and then the other one is the subterranean battle, which are the people that are protecting the key areas of the rock. And they're trying to keep, not only are they trying to stop them from like getting in, but they're trying to stop the heretical forces trying to basically find all of the Dark Angel's secrets. So, they've got loads of secret weapons, secret technology, and they've also got loads of captives that only like the inner circle are aware of. So they've got all these like little areas that they need to try and keep the traitor forces from getting to, as well as like the key or whatever it is that they're trying to find. So the defenders win many actions, but they still can't stop Vashtorr's assault of the Forbidden Gate, which is like this key, not an actual key area, key location. And there's a cool map in the book as well, called Galleria Abscondal. And there's brief descriptions of the battle sequences and all the different areas as they go effectively down the levels of the rock to the final bit, which is the Forbidden Gate, and then effectively is a bit on from Forbidden Gate, and you don't know what's beyond that just yet. So Vashtorr breaks through and he starts ascending into the bowels of the rock. He's joined by Lord Zorthus and his Black Legionnaires, and then Vashtorr resurrects several Dark Angel dreadnoughts into a single golem construct to aid him. So, because obviously he can do all this crazy technology, he's like resurrecting them and forming them into this, big giant creature. That doesn't stick around for too long though. Azrael joins the fight as well, and he's got combined forces of Deathwing, Ravenwing, and battle companies, and he meets up with Lazarus, but orders Lazarus to fall back to reinforce librarian Ezekiel, who's also fighting Vashtorr and the Black Legions, and also now demons and world bearers, who are at the Galerium Extractor, which is one of it's the lowest room in the map, which leads to the Nameless Gate. And then the lower depths beyond that, which is the bit that they're trying to stop them from reaching. And eventually Azrael joins them as well. And this is where it's an absolutely massive room where the fight is taking place. Basically, it's described statues of the size of Warhound Titans, to give you like a concept of how big this room is down in the bowels of the rock. The ceiling's covered in black tile that's basically stained armor glass, so it's lots of, very cathedral-esque, and that's all backlit as well. So there's lots of, glowing light coming through. And then the Nameless Gate is an imposing obsidian door locked with chains, and each link in the chain is the size of a dreadnought. So it's like the scale of this room and the door is literally off the chart. It's like absolutely huge. Azrael's fighting Lord Zorthus, and it doesn't take long. He basically severs his head pretty quick. So Azrael makes quick work of that character. And then he soon meets Vashtorr, and then just as basically Vashtorr was about to fight Ezekiel, but Azrael intercedes, and then Vashtorr, noticing that, turns his attention to Azrael. So they're now having their big showdown. And then it talks about Vashtorr using some like really cool abilities before he does this. So he was at one point modifying his body's empiric composition. So basically he gets shot by a ton of hellblasters and he basically absorbs all the plasma energy, and then he basically hurls back like a plasma comet into them, because he's sort of doing like the scene. Do you remember when Yoda battles Count Dooku? He's like, I'm taking your lightning and take it back at you. So he does that effectively. And then later he does what is called a scrap code roar. So he's doing like some kind of roar that affects all the Dark Angels in their Vox networks. So loads of them have to like tear off their helmets before they're driven mad. So that's kind of cool. Again, using technology against the Space Marines. And then it's also worth pointing out, so Azrael has only just crossed the Rubicon into Primaris form, and he's actually still not fully recovered. Like he's, I think, literally just had the operation, and during which he died twice, which obviously, you know, he still managed to recover from, because they always do.
He managed to recover from dying twice, did he?
I know, because if you know, I guess you could say you didn't technically die, but I guess if your heart stops beating, you're technically dead, but then have been recovered. But as he's battling Vashtorr, he actually soon realizes that he's completely outmatched and he can't actually beat him. In part, I think, because he's sort of, you know, he's in need of some medical leave because of he's only just crossed the Rubicon, so he's not 100%. So you could say that's the reason why he's going to lose. So basically, Belial in the tower commanding, hears all these Vox cries happening and that there's all these battles. He goes, to hell with it, I'm actually going to join the fight. So he's going to leave his post and join everyone else. And then also at the same time, the rock passes through an energy field. I don't quite know what it is just yet, but basically lights blink out all around the rock. And then the eyes of many combatants momentarily cloud over with darkness. So there's lots of confusion happening from both sides, I think, at this point. Belial leaves the tower just as this happens with a retinue of Deathwing Knights. So he's all kitted out. And then Vashtorr himself is even puzzled by this incident because he doesn't know what's going on. Azrael uses it as an opportunity to escape. Vashtorr tries to pursue him, and he uses a huge scream that rises through the Galarium, shattering. Actually, I don't think he's doing this. It just happens. So there's a huge scream. You don't know where it's from. It raises through the Galarium, which is the area that they're in. Basically, all the stained glass panels blow out, and it basically kind of goes dark because all the lumen lights disappear. And then all of a sudden, shadowy portals of reality open up all around them, and out strides cloaked marines. And then again, Vox chatter refers to them as fallen. So you're like, oh, what's going on here? As they whip back their heads, they reveal themselves though as word bearers. Oh, it's going to be word bearers and Alpha Legionnaires. And they open fire on both the Dark Angels and the demons. So they're gunning them all down. And then Vashtorr...
The word bearers are going after demons? That seems a bit far-fetched.
Yeah. Well, so what you realise is, or what Vashtorr also realises, that this is all the work of Be'lakor. So basically, we have introduced a third party into this, a gatecrasher into Vashtorr's party.
Be'lakor sticking his oar in.
Yes, and it's the classic scenario of chaos could win if it wasn't too busy infighting with itself. But we will get to that as it progresses. So the Dark Angels start managing to rally beneath the Nameless Gate as and Vashtorr realizes his chance to seize his prize is starting to slip away from him, because not only is he now fighting the Dark Angels, he's also fighting Chaos Space Marines as well, and it's kind of ruining his plans. As he attempts to make his way past the gate, though, he's engulfed in shadow and these weird like ropes slither towards him, attempting to trap him. And eventually he gets entombed, like in a shadow. And then Vashtorr is feeling like he's going to be banished, because obviously he's a demon. He feels like he's going to be banished back to the warp. But instead he gets teleported to the surface of the rock. So he's now, I guess, sort of back into the plane, or that kind of area.
Mm.
And around him, more marines, demon engines, and even knights of Be'lakor's forces start to appear. So it's not just like a couple of people down inside the rock, it's happening all over the rock, where Be'lakor's men starting to appear and fight. Basically, Be'lakor says that he's to Vashtorr that he's there to remind him where he sits within the pantheon, like the Chaos Gods, and which god really controls Abaddon, before launching like an all-out attack into Vashtorr. This bit's now titled Demons Clash. So many of Vashtorr's forces find themselves caught between Dark Angels and heretical Astartes, and they start suffering heavy losses. Some of them manage to break free of their fighting because they want to reach Vashtorr, who's basically called for aid as he's fighting Be'lakor. So Be'lakor's got Blade of Shadows. It basically licks out at Vashtorr's corporeal form, because they're doing like this big back and forth fight, and he even manages to stab Vashtorr in the chest. Vashtorr basically knows that if he sustains such an assault for much longer, he is actually going to be banished back to the warp, because basically he's losing this battle and he knows he can't sustain it. So basically Vashtorr drains the Tower of Angels void shields. Like, he basically takes their energy, a bit like what he was doing with the plasma, I guess. And he uses it to fashion a shield around him to protect him from the blows of Be'lakor. And then at the same time, he basically redirects a load of the Dark Angel's technology. So he basically redirects these plasma missiles and basically fires a salvo on his location to basically decimate where Be'lakor is, because he's protected by the shield. But basically, as Be'lakor's just about to disappear, because he's shadowy, he can always like teleport around. As he's about to do that, basically, as Be'lakor disappears, and he basically remanifests to avoid the blast of Vashtorr, lands a blow with his hammer, because I think he can just sense where he's going to reappear as he's teleporting about. And then basically, I think, Be'lakor sort of manages to get the upper hand, though. So even though he's just been hit with the hammer, he basically manages to stab Vashtorr in the back, and his blade basically bursts through into Vashtorr's throat. So there's a very graphic description of how he's like impaled him on his sword. But then Vashtorr vents his infernal engines, turning it into like a plasma reactor that's overcharging, and it like burns Be'lakor. So they sort of reach a bit of an impasse where they've sort of both done some like serious damage to each other. And they're both now pretty wounded. But Be'lakor knows he's already ruined Vashtorr's plans, and he's going to be unable to claim his prize. And reinforcements from Marwant's Reach, which is the planet, about to arrive. So I think Be'lakor at this stage is like, I've distracted Vashtorr enough, and my forces having come have like scuppered his plans, and that's kind of all he really wanted to do. So it was, and it turns out that it was Be'lakor's forces that were attacking Marwant's Reach all along before Be'lakor spirited his elite forces from there to the rock. Tigerius and Task Force 12 lands on the rock, which was the guys that were going towards Marwant's Reach in the first place, and House Raven are there with them, and they make a beeline for House Korvax to have like a showdown. Vashtorr realizes that his forces are outmatched and his plans have been ruined. And Be'lakor was about to vanish back into the warp with his forces, because he's like, I've done what I came for. As this happened, Vashtorr uses some scrap code tendrils to seize control of nearby forces, and will do yet another like almighty launch of fire, of barraging at Be'lakor. And Be'lakor basically howls in pain from all these strikes. just as he flees back into the shadows. So Be'lakor escapes and gets away, but he's like hit once again on the way out. Bit of a kick up the bum as he's on his way out through the door from Vashtorr. So the Dark Angel forces, they've basically been freed from fighting Be'lakor's forces, and they've just been reinforced as well. And they were, so all they have left to deal with is fighting Vashtorr's remaining forces, and they managed to slaughter and capture a load of the mortal warriors and banish a load of the demons back to where they came from. And they're starting to get the upper hand at this point because, Be'lakor did a lot of damage to them, and it distracted the Dark Angels enough. Because quite often they're like, we'll just let them fight each other, and we sit back, and they managed to regroup. So at this point, Vashtorr knows that his plan that was centuries in the makings failed, and he wouldn't be able to complete his key or fulfill his promise to Abaddon. Vashtorr uses Orruk's unleashed teleportation array to return to the Ark of Omen, while loads of conventional ships make these desperate last-minute attempts to rescue what's left of the Black Legionnaires, the Iron Warriors, and the Wordbearers, which are like his Wordbearers, not the ones that came from Be'lakor, I guess. So interesting that they both had Wordbearers on both sides. And then the Ark also eventually returns to the warping retreat. So at this point, Vashtorr's gone, and what's left of his forces as well. And then we're left with like the cleanup side of things. So loads of captured traitors are going to be punished by interrogator chaplains to find answers regarding the attack. Meanwhile, reinforcement contingents of the Ultramarines and Nova Marines are basically told to leave at once. There's a pretext given, but like about the shield needing to be reactivated, like the Aegis, Gorgon Aegis, but the undertone's quite clear that basically we don't want you here, sort of discovering our secrets, so get lost. So the Nova Marines are really offended by this, but Tigerius, who's had experience with the Dark Angel's secretive ways, sort of relents and goes, I know what the deal is here, okay, fine. So they all go. And then once the Loyalists have gone, the Gorgon Aegis shield can be restored, and the rock heads back into the deep void of space. So then it's sort of like a bit of time's gone on at this point. So there's a character called Degra who's a captive in the rock. They're chained to the walls and surrounded by darkness, and occasionally one of the interrogator chaplains will visit them and ask them loads of questions and administers pain to them, but they don't know where it's coming from. It's just happening. And he basically wants to learn about how they knew about the rock and how to find it, why they attacked it in the first place, and how they disabled the Gorgon Aegis. And then they also want to know who this demon Vashtorr is and where he is now. And a lot of the time, like, he's like, I don't know any of this information. But then when he's asked, like, where Vashtorr is, he suddenly knows where the answer is, and he didn't know the answer before. And he says that he fled to the Somnium stars. And it's soon revealed basically that the interrogator has had the same answer from several captives, and those answers have all mysteriously appeared at once. So he's discussing this with another character, and they're like, well, this feels like a trap. But they've suddenly mysteriously all said the same answer, but they didn't know, where it's come from, but they're still going to report it back to Azrael to say, well, this is what everyone said, but, it's probably a trap. And then the last bit is, so we see Abaddon now, and he's on a planet where there's loads of Adeptus Mechanicus. He's slaying loads of the Mechanicus people all around him, and they basically heap all their bodies into a cogitator pit. So I guess it's like where those of servitors and stuff have all been around and all plugged in. And it's basically some kind of sacred shrine to the Omnissiah. And with all these bodies heaped up, some of his sorcerers do an incantation, and the heaped bodies in the pit, basically all the flesh and the metal sort of meld together, and out of it forms Vashtor's face. So basically, it's a way in which Abaddon can communicate with Vashtorr.
A grotesque Wizard of Oz type thing.
Yeah, it's very graphic, but in like a good way, very visceral, like in something a bit new that you don't normally, it's not just like, I'm taking a phone call on like a Vox network or communicator. It's a bit more esoteric.
Got the old rotary phone. It's the whole deal.
Yeah. So basically, he addresses Abaddon, and basically Vashtorr speaking to Abaddon and asks him to punish Be'lakor for his actions, because basically Be'lakor is within Abaddon's inner circle of lieutenants. So he knows that effectively he should be on the same side as, all of them. So he's like, sort him out.
Sort him out, mate. Sort him out.
Exactly. Abaddon says he's basically going to
Mummy!
Yeah. Abaddon does
the
the
naughty
classic...
boy hit me!
Yeah. He does the classic line, and he basically says, I'm going to do... he will be reprimanded, but at the time and place of my choosing. And he's also like, I'm not your servant to Vashtorr. It's like, I don't do your bidding, but I, kind of will do this at some point down the line when it suits me. They have a bit of back and forth jibing, basically. And Vashtorr says that 70% of the desired key fragments are what they've got, but none of the triumvirate core mechanisms, whatever that means. The keys need completion, and its key needs completion in its place of restoration, is the other thing that he alludes to. But Abaddon says that they're still missing the prize, and without the last of the three, which again I presume is this triumvirate. So there's like 3 key fragments, right, that they need, and they don't have them. He doesn't name the prize for fear of loyalists still listening in. So it almost implies it's a person, right? So it feels like they're hinting at the lion being one of the key fragments, but that's just my idle speculation. I don't actually know what it is, but obviously the lion, as we know now, is within the rock. You would assume. Maybe it's not. Anyway, so Vashtorr explains his plans about having the captives tell the Dark Angels where Vashtorr's located. So he basically says, I don't need to go to the rock. The rock will come to me. And with it, the key. So he's like, don't worry, I've still got this.
This is under control. I've not lost control of this situation.
Exactly. I've lost, but I've got a backup plan. Basically, they were like, if they send out their fleet to the Somnium Stars, which is where they've said Vashtorr is, then the Auric Myriad, it basically still has an ability to locate the rock because of the abdominal intelligence that knows where the rock is at all times, I guess. So it's like, if their fleet comes to us, then the Auric Myriad will go to the rock and it will be undefended, so we can attack it again, basically. Although Abaddon's like, but there's no way that you can disable the Gorgon Aegis for a second time because the arrays were damaged. Although basically Vashtorr sort of refutes that by saying, I can undo any device built by mortal hands, but it won't come to that. So he's obviously got another like trick up his sleeve should it come to attacking the rock, but we don't know what it is. And then basically Abaddon tells Vashtorr to not fail him again. And at that point, the avatar of Vashtorr, which is like this weird face, disintegrates into a gory avalanche of, I guess, flesh and metal. And then Abaddon returns to the battle. And it was stressed throughout that basically Abaddon was constantly running out of time talking to Vashtorr because of the battle around him, and that it cost him dearly in the lives of the Black Legionnaires to get to where they are, to kind of do this like summoning ritual to just be able to communicate with Vashtorr. And then basically Abaddon lastly muses about the final arc. So there's a couple of arcs left, and they're headed to Ultramar, the Damocles Gulf, which is obviously where Tau is, and then Ultima Macaria and the Medusian Reach. So these are all like name checks of like arcs or future battles that might happen. I don't know if they're going to be covered in the future books, but I presume the Damocles Gulf one is a hint to the next book, which is Farsight, isn't it?
Yes, Farsight is next in the order of events.
Yeah, and then that is story time over for Vashtorr.
Story time concludes for the Vashtorr chapter.
Yeah.
What a glorious occasion.
But I have to say, it was a really good book. It was a really good story. I enjoyed it very much to read. It was easier to... Angron was definitely the weakest one so far. Although with this one, if you think about it deep down, nothing happens. It's a lot of filler. Like, they attack the rock, they get defeated, and then there's another plan to attack the rock and get the key. So while being a great story, the plot line hasn't really progressed much.
Well, he put that bomb in stasis.
Yeah, so he's got a bomb. You've got these Alpha Legionnaires doing some shenanigans at the very beginning. That was literally like page 1 or 2 of the book, right, in terms of the storyline. It was very early on. And then I guess you've got this back and forth with Vashtorr and Be'lakor having like a bit of a grudge match, which maybe sets something up for future, because I think Be'lakor appears in the last book with the lion, I think. So that'll be interesting to see if anything comes of it. And then obviously they're hinting at these other stories, but in terms of the grand scheme of things, not really much has progressed. But it was still a really good story. So, if you're interested in reading them, I highly recommend, checking them out.
I mean, it's nice to see like the interactions with Be'lakor, and it's also really cool to hear about the kind of extent of Vashtorr's power.
Yes, yeah.
Even if it doesn't get represented on the tabletop, it's kind of awesome to see that, Vashtorr has this kind, the idea that he could not go toe to toe necessarily, because he didn't necessarily, come out on top, or seemingly hold his own. Well, he did hold his own in those circumstances, but
just about. But it felt like they both won and both lost in different ways in that battle. I think that was probably the best thing about it was, understanding more about Vashtorr as a character and how he operates. Because there's a few lines about how he sort of finds it amusing that, humans just see things in a very like linear level, like in terms of like time and space, and how he's a bit more, he's not fully omnipotent, but he has that kind of, almost that ability, because he can tap into all these Vox relays and he can sort of see things everywhere through video feeds and cameras and listening in to everyone. So he's someone that works on a much higher level. So he does find it amusing about how humans operate in this totally different way. So you get to see a bit more about his thinking and how he works, but also, when it comes to the fights, what his kind of power level is and what kind of abilities he does and what tricks he has up his sleeve. So seeing him in action was really good and interesting, I think. And obviously before that, we've just seen him basically chat a few times to Abaddon, and that's kind of about it. So it's great that he's now a bit more of a fleshed out character.
Oh, absolutely. I think that's really cool to see. Again, I mean, obviously the idea that he has this insane kind of ability to essentially just immediately obliterate, vehicles and constructs with a swipe of his hammer is pretty incredible.
That seemed a bit OP, but very like thematic, I guess. Like, and I like how all of his thralls and not slugs, they spawns are all like mechanical in origin, as are sort of all his powers. It's definitely he's a sort of like, I can see him being almost like a fifth chaos god, because it's just all about machinery, and that's like technology that hasn't really, the other gods don't really operate in that realm. So I think it's kind of good that he's about, even though he's not a god.
Surely that's going to be the Emperor of Mankind.
Oh, true. Yeah, because he's plugged in.
He's plugged in. He's the one that's likely to emerge as a god. I believe in the Emperor.
Yeah, exactly.
He's got a good chance.
Exactly,
anyway,
he's the Omnissiah.
Absolutely. Thank you, Phil, for another beautiful, edition of this Arks of Omen story time. We'll do our very best to address Farsight next episode, as there's not very many episodes now between now and 10th edition, so I guess we just got to get those
try
moments
and finish
in.
it off in time. Yeah.
I noticed that the Lion is actually a lot easier to buy now, so I probably should get on and get that purchased. Have you purchased the Lion yet?
Yeah, no, I've got them all now. I think I got the Lion before Farsight was my last one because it took ages to arrive. Because that one I got through Element, and yeah, they kept pushing back the release date or the date that they were getting supplied copies, and it was literally getting to the point where I was gonna think it was when I was gonna go somewhere. I was either going to be at Warhammer Fest and just buy it, or was it when we? No, I was thinking if it was when we went to Warhammer World, but that was ages ago, so it wouldn't have been that. Yeah, I was basically at some point just going to be like, right, today's the day I'm just going to buy the book in the local Games Workshop or something. And that was the day I got the email from Element say it's shipped. And I was like, oh, finally. Just when I was going to give up all hope. So yeah, it was good that I could support them.
Amazing. Good times. All right, well, thank you, everyone. Thank you, Phil, specifically. But just for checking that out.
My pleasure.
And transitional noise. That's enough of that nonsense, or at least could be. I think we're just going to talk for a little bit now, aren't we, Phil?
Exactly. Let's have a ramble.
Little ramble about general topics and things. We talked about it earlier, later, further along, past tense. Warhammer Plus has been really bad recently, hasn't it?
So bad in terms of the it's not consistent content, the lack of content that they've been putting on there. So this week, I think it is, was the first time where there wasn't actually even any kind of video support whatsoever. So no Lawmaster. I don't think it was a Lawmaster, or maybe it was a Lawmaster plus something else, but there's no Lawmaster, no Masterclass, no Battle Report, and obviously no animations of any kind, because that is very few and far between this year, and that feels like it's dropped off a cliff. But then they have put out some good stuff when they have done it, and then I think it was a White Dwarf and I want to say like some kind of supplement or something, but I can't actually remember what it was. But it was two things this week which felt low.
Yeah, it's fair to say. I mean, effectively, so over the last 6 weeks, there's been the animation Black Talon Episode 1. That was an animation, so that's nice. And then there was the week, so from the 19th, so that was from the 12th of April. Then from the 19th of April, there was Black Talon, which I assume was Black Talon Episode
Part 2. Yeah.
So that was a thing. And then from the 26th of April, Black Talon Episode 3.
Oh.
There you go. And then from the 3rd of May, that was the end of that. So no more Black Talon there. And then from the 10th of May, Hammer and Bolt of the Undercity. So, something. And then from last week's one, the 17th of May, there was Lawmaster's Arks of Omen, Phil. That was what they did.
Yes, so it was, I just checked. It was, Arks of Omen plus, a very old White Dwarf, and that was the only two things they did.
Yeah.
The two recent Hammer and Bolters, though, so I managed to watch that this week. Tales of the Undercity, I think, it was like an Age of Sigma one. Very like Curse City-esque, like a bunch of misfit heroes going on an adventure. Phenomenal. Really liked it. Great story, because they don't do much Age of Sigma in Hammer and Bolter, but they've done a few. Animation style, I definitely think, is improved. I don't want to say quite a bit, but it's still the same sort of art style, but it feels like the actual animation, they've sort of whacked up the frame rates and the amount they're actually drawing and stuff, and they do a lot more 3D to animate things like doors and stuff like that happening. So really like that story, and it did make me go like, oh god, just do a Cursed City, like an actual, the board game, but as the storyline of the board game, like as an animation series. That would be amazing. And I got vibes of that from this, so I really liked it. And some of the stuff you saw in it in terms of world building and lore and kind of cool magic was like brilliant. I really liked it. Yeah, and then the one before that was like a Tyranid invasion on like an Imperial Hive world. That was a great story as well. Really enjoyed that. Haven't watched Black Talon yet, so I can't say what that like. I did want to watch it this week, but I just didn't get around to it. And then the previous animation that they did was it Iron Within? That was pretty good. But just a one-off though. It wasn't a series, but it was nicely done and kind of well animated, I thought, and pretty good story.
It's just, all that being said, though, and again, I accept and acknowledge that when they do finally put this stuff out, there is some quality there. Or, I mean, maybe quality is a bit generous, but like there's some good stuff there, right? Like there's some nice stories and there's some cool world building, and that's great. But it's just when you see like weeks like this one, the 17th of May, and they're going, yeah, so this week we're going to give you one Lore Master video about the Arks of Omen and an old white dwarf. It's like, I mean, guys, like, is this really what you promised your subscribers? Like, do you think this is what we signed up for? Not that I have signed up for it. I've not been a Warhammer Plus subscriber since its first year. Like, it's just, yeah, and I don't regret it at all. I don't miss it even slightly. Every time I look at this stuff, I'm like, I just don't care. I wouldn't watch any of this even if I had access to it. And every time I see these things, I mean, like, they've been scraping it recently. Like, obviously this Black Talon series and Hammer and Bolter has maybe given them a little bit of life, but
it's, I think this year in total, I could be wrong, but it feels like they've probably done maybe 5 Hammer and Bolter episodes, and I can't remember how many it is in total. I think they may be up to 16 or 20 or something like that. So first year they did felt like they did at least one a month, and it feels like this year, and we're already well over half. I mean, if we're over halfway through and they've done 5, then it's almost...
Well, we're not well over half. We're not even gotten to half yet, technically. Technically, it's...
Well, no, I mean, sort of from the year of the Warhammer.
Oh, yes,
so
of
not
course.
The start of this year, because it's actually August, right?
Yeah,
so
that's true. That's
far
true.
away. It's August to August is what I'm talking about, not January.
Oh, right. So we're
December.
We're 3/4 of the way through.
Yeah, and we've had maybe, it feels like we've had like 5 episodes of that. Obviously, we've had Iron Within, which was like a mini movie type thing. I think that was like half hour long, I want to say. I could be wrong. And then the 2 Black Talon episodes. So it just feels like a complete lack of animations this year. It felt like year 1 was okay, but people felt like this wasn't enough, and then it's like nosedive this year in terms of the amount of content. Oh, I think we also had that Krieg Tau animation that was a 2-parter, or that was either at the very end of the last year's worth of content. I can't remember because that was quite a while ago. It just feels like there's not a lot, and I feel like if they don't step up their game, so many people are going to unsubscribe when it comes to, do you want to sign up for year 3 of Warhammer Plus? Unless basically they know people don't care about the animations all that much. People don't care about the Vault. People care about the cool mini and that they get their apps subscription included. And that alone kind of makes it value for money, because you get, an app that costs you probably like £2 a month normally, included. Plus you get like a 28 to 30 quid mini included, and it costs you 40 odd quid a year. So most people go, well, that kind of justifies it, and anything else is a bonus. But I know most people actually want to subscribe for the animations.
Yeah, like,
so
you want to subscribe to a subscription service for content.
Yes, not for the bonuses that was effectively like tacked on. Right, it felt like those were all like added niceties, and even those have like fallen off. Like I said, last two Warhammer World events I went to, there was no Warhammer Plus bonus. Warhammer Fest, they did say you would get something, and it was a couple of posters if you went to the store and bought something, and they asked you then. So it's like, felt like this kind of VIP treatment that they sold you for being Warhammer Plus for going to their events was completely missold.
Yeah. I don't know about that, but I think, it's just not been great. That's all I can say about it. It's just that thing where, like, it's just
they just need to. It feels like they just need to invest loads more into doing the animations, and it's like they're cool when they happen.
I don't know if they need to though, because like at this point, like what can they do to like change the mind of people who have been a subscriber and unsubscribed at this point? Really, like at this moment in time, I have no sense of FOMO or anything with Warhammer Plus. I'm just like it doesn't like. Its existence is irrelevant to me. They made it so undesirable. Like, I don't know what even the Astartes 2, I'd be like, I don't care. I just won't watch it.
I think that would be its one saving grace. For year 3, they have to announce Astartes 2 is coming. If not, people probably, because I think a lot of people, that's what they wanted. And that's the thing that was like so well documented as being taken off of the air, so to speak, from like YouTube. The Astartes 2 would have probably started to have come out by now.
Oh, for sure.
Games Workshop hadn't, like, it would have been an episode we would have probably had by now, because it felt like he's quite prolific. But yeah, part of me, the real cynic in me is like the animation team is predominantly spending all their time making promo material for Games Workshop. You know, they've made the Horus Heresy gameplay trailer. They've made the Age of Sigmar 2 one, I think. And they've made, I assume, the 40k 10th edition trailer, and they're all kind of cool, big budget, high complex animations that are taking up probably a lot of time. It feels like, while that is brilliant, it's like, you know, you hired these people to not do those things. You could outsource that to a studio. You hired them to make these kind of cool animations for Warhammer Plus. And then even then, like Hammer and Bolter, when you read the credits, it seems like they hire an external studio to do this, so it's not as if it's like an in-house team. Or they sort of sold it as, we're making this in-house team to do stuff. If they had done, if they do now, like one animation a week, which isn't really feasible for them. But if they did it, I think that would generally get a lot of buzz, and people would be really excited for it. Like if they did,
if they could deliver that would be worthwhile, I think. But like even then, it's because even the Astartes 2 thing, right? It's not that I wouldn't care in the sense that, but I wouldn't jump on it straight away. Like if I really want to watch Astartes 2, which I will when it comes along, because you know I'm sort of neglecting to remember how amazing the first Astartes was. I'll just buy it for a month and then just leave again. You know what I mean? Like I'll be like, oh, cool, Astartes 2's out. I'm gonna watch all that, and then I'm out. You know, like
I sort of feel like that's what we've always said is the best option for, if you want it for value for money, just blitz through them. And it's like I did that. You know, I'm a subscriber, but I've not watched a Warhammer Plus animation in since Iron Within came out, which was like a month or two back. And then this week I watched 2 of the Hammer and Bolters to catch up. And it's like I will probably at some point this week also watch the 2 or 3 Neve Black Talon episodes as well. And that's what you can do. Like within 1 week, you can just binge on so much of the content because there's so little on the platform. At least in terms of the animations, like normally there's a fair amount of like painting and lore and battle reports to watch. And I occasionally dive into those, but I'm not as fussed about them as I am the animations. Yeah,
we went through it last year, didn't we? We actually figured out how many hours of animation there was and all the other stuff, and it was pretty underwhelming. And
it'd be interesting to compare for this year because at least it doesn't feel like it's anywhere near as much.
Yeah. Anyway, there you go. Warhammer Plus, a little bit underwhelming at the minute, but maybe they'll turn it around. I mean, who knows what kind of amazing exclusive minis they're going to offer us for year 3, you know?
Oh, yes, but then just hold out to Warhammer Fest and buy it then.
Oh, yeah, of course, because they're just going to sell them there anyway, aren't they? Yeah,
I know.
clever. it's a relative reason to go there. What else is going on? I'll tell you what, Phil. Recently, I listened to one of the Primarch series books. Alfarius is what I listened to. And I have to be honest, I have spent a considerable amount of time since listening to that book because it is brilliant. Looking at Alpha Legion Heresy minis going, I have a load of generic Horus Heresy miniatures that aren't painted yet. And I know my aspiration and desire has always been Dark Angels, but I keep coming back to the Alpha Legion at the minute.
They're nice.
They're so cool.
Would you do the kind of the like metallic green colour that is quite popular for them? Because that always looks quite nice, I think.
If I was to do them, and again, this is a big what if at this point, yeah, I'd go for that metallic kind of paint scheme for sure. I think obviously the trick with them is the methodology I assume that works best for them is to obviously airbrush all of the metallics and then to paint with a paintbrush the actual like the overlay as it were. Now I appreciate it's probably easier to apply that with an airbrush as well, but then I suppose you've then got to do like the trim detail over the top.
Yes,
but I suppose maybe with the decorative trim you can do it a slightly different metal than the one you use for the underlay actually. So, and normally painting trims over the top is a bit easier, but yeah, I'd probably go. I'd probably go for just like a mixture of different like silvers for like the undercoat. Do like a Xenofold type deal, and then I'd probably look at some of the Tamiya ranges for some of their.
So a Tamiya Clear is the ones that most people use to get that. It's normally cherry red for Thousand Suns, but it'd be whatever kind of greeny teal colour for Alpha Legion.
Yeah.
Although it's quite blue in some of the artwork, I remember
very blue.
Tim
very
pointing
blue.
out. And then alternatively, you can use contrast paint, and if you thin it down enough, that will give you a nice kind of glaze where it still shows the sort of the shine of the metallics underneath.
Yeah, but regardless of all that, I just think the Alpha Legion, they're just so cool, man. Like they are a fantastic Legion because they're just pragmatic and they're like there's a logic to them that I just enjoy. They're a much more like open-minded chapter, like all the other chapters. Like it's funny, right? Because I loved the Lionel Johnson miniature. I love Dark Angels from a 40k setting. So I innately was like moved by. I was so taken aback by the Lionel Johnson mini when it came out. I just became kind of like super into it. I was like, I'm going to do Dark Angels because this Lionel Johnson mini is so good.
You're talking about the Primarch Horus Heresy one, not the new
correct
plastic one.
Yeah. And also some of the other Horus Heresy Dark Angel miniatures are phenomenal, right? Like they're just really amazing. So I sort of got into Dark Angels because of the miniatures. I was like, these miniatures are incredible. And I love 40k Dark Angels. So I was really sort of like, but then I've gone on a bit of a research thing and I've read and listened to loads of like Dark Angel stuff. And I listen to it all, and I'm just a bit more like, they are cool, but they're a bit like, they're a bit like up themselves and a bit sort of annoying. Whereas Alpha Legion are not
just
that.
like you, Dan.
Well, that is true, I suppose. Maybe that's why I lean towards them more. But maybe I aspire to be like an Alfarius character, but I am more like the Lion.
Sneaky.
Exactly. But like that's the thing, like I don't know, Alfarius as a character and the way that Legion is kind of portrayed is just super interesting. And I don't know, it's weird. Like I'm not saying that I won't continue down the Dark Angel route because I'm sort of a ways down that path. But the Alpha Legion are cool, is all I'm saying, and that's where I'm at the minute. Because I haven't painted any of the new like stuff I have, so it would be very easy for me to just go, it's Alpha Legion now, woo!
No, nice, yeah. And these ones that look like Dark Angels are really Alpha Legion.
Well, maybe. I wouldn't go in for that because I actually really like because one of the sort of like key deceptions that like Alfarius does well, actually, I don't want to spoil that, but one of the things with Alfarius is he's all about obviously deception and things, and early on when the Legion became known by the rest of the other 17 Primarchs. Well, they might have been known by 19 other Primarchs at the time, because again, the timeline, they may not have, found out what was wrong with the other two. But the point is there's a lot of cool stuff around Alfarius as a character, but also the way the Legion conducts itself. So I don't know, and also the miniatures are all really cool. So yeah, I'm a bit torn up on that side of things.
Because Alpha Legion are still around in 40k, but
are
there any actual miniatures in 40k?
No, there isn't any specific Alpha Legion Chaos Space Marine miniatures, no.
Because I sort of feel like out of all of them, Alpha Legion would be the one that would still look like their Horus Heresy counterpart. I mean, that's just in my head, but they feel like they would be the least corrupted and chaosy looking, unlike how you've got Sons of Horus end up being like Black Legion or Death Guard have tentacles for days everywhere and stuff like that. So I feel like the 40k stuff tends to be a lot more baroque and over the top and mutated and corrupted, whereas I feel like Alpha Legion, you could be like, it's a Horus Heresy army, but it could be a 40k army as well, and you could get away with it quite easily.
I agree with that. I think the thing is with the Alpha Legion versus the rest of Chaos Space Marines is I feel like even when the Alpha Legion appear in the more baroque Chaos Space Marine kind of look, because I think the Alpha Legion do and would adopt some of that baroque style. I get the impression that they're doing it to blend in, I get the feeling that they're doing that because that's what's expected of them now that they're heretical. But actually, that's not really what they're about behind the scenes. You will find them in that kind of get up, but that's not because they actually are like that. But maybe not. I mean, I need to dive more into. That's one of the actual elements of the Alpha Legion that I've not really fully explored, is their Chaos Space Marine variant, as it were, what has happened to them. Because there could be Alpha Legion factions that have more sided with the demonic side of things. But there could be others that still kind of remain a little bit more pure to the old school kind of things. But I agree with you. I think that's also one of the appealing ideas of it, is the idea that kind of also, in addition to being a Horus Heresy army, it's also a 40k Chaos Space Marine army,
Yeah.
Because, that is effectively what it is. But anyway, yeah, so no, I'm interested in that. I mean, again, I'm still not giving up on Horus Heresy yet. It seems like there's a lot of fun still to be had with that game. Even though I know you've kind of mothballed the Thunder Warriors for a bit now.
No, I'm working my way back up to getting them. So someone helped me get the new Warcry half. So Warcry will be out by the time this episode comes out, and half of it is Stormcast Eternals, and those are perfect for my Thunder Warrior. So I managed to find someone who's going to sell me that half of the set, so I'm pretty pleased for that. So I've got I'm in the kind of gathering of bits and parts stage before I do more to them. I do want to do it. What I feel like I really need to do is buy the Liber Imperium book, so I can look at, because their account as Custodes army, ideally for 40.
You can always borrow mine, mate.
Horus Heresy. Oh, maybe that be. I should just buy it really, because I need it for the Imperial Guard or Solar Auxilia stuff, right? So it's just, I've just been putting it off because I'm a bit like, I'm not doing it just yet, because I was doing Age of Sigma for a bit, and now I'm at the stage where it's like, I do need to do it. Although I've actually been building the second half of the boarding actions, so the second half of one of the kill team boxes for the terrain. So that's what I'm currently working on in terms of making stuff for 40k, and then once that's out of the way, I'd like to do the Thunder Warriors, and then maybe whatever we end up doing for 10th edition as well, which might be the Thunder Warriors, might be something else I've still not decided. So at that point, I can sort of focus on narrowing down what I'm gonna work on. But I do want to do it, and it's a relatively low model army, hopefully. So would be quite good to do for Horus Heresy, even at low points, like a sort of Zone Mortalis thing, which we can use the boarding actions to rain for as well.
That'd be cool. Yeah, that'd be really cool. I'm still on the fence about Leviathan as well, right? I still haven't landed on whether I'm in or out on that one. I feel like the more I think about it, the less interested I am.
Yeah, same. I think the decider will be how much of a box is versus how much are all the component parts that you will want, i.e. the rule book, and possibly I'll want the separate Crusade book, plus the cards that you need for generating the missions. And it depends on how much all of those three things, or at least two of those for you maybe, will cost in comparison to the box, determines whether it's, because I suspect the box will be almost too good a deal to pass up, because potentially the standalone cost of the book and cards might be at least 50-60 quid combined.
Yeah, that's the factor, isn't it? And again, the captain's cool, the apothecary's cool,
Terminator's obviously cool.
Yeah, Sternguard are cool. There's some really good marine stuff in there. The Nid stuff, I'm like, anyone who wants it can have it. Like, I don't want that Nid stuff at all. I will literally just throw the Nid. If I was to buy it in a Games Workshop store, I would open it. I would open the box.
Someone take these sprues.
Yeah, I'd leave the Nid sprues on the table and walk out and be like, whatever. Like, I don't want them. Like, I genuinely am not bothered about the Nids at all.
They look good. I'm just still on the fence as to whether I'll ever redo my Tynid army, especially now that a bunch of them are going to Legends. So, because that was a contender. Maybe it still is a contender for 10th edition, but it's
Well, it feels like if you're going to do a 10th edition army, like Nids right now is a good one to jump on board with.
True. It's just a lot of models. I think I'd have to.
You're just going to have to
contrast it.
Yeah.
Speed paint. Yeah. That's the way to do it, I think, for that.
I think so for gaunts and stuff. Like, sure, like you've obviously got like your Tyrant Guard that you've painted really well. You've got like a really awesome Swarm Lord conversion.
Oh god, that's waiting to be painted.
Mate, that's
pretty much built.
Yeah, that Swarm Lord's beautiful. Like, you should totally paint that to a high standard. But like the gaunts and stuff, like, I mean, yeah, not being funny, like you can achieve a pretty reasonable result with just contrast and like, like the carapace and stuff. Maybe you can use your current kind of formulas and stuff to get the purple right and all the rest of it. But like, honestly, I genuinely think for the gaunts, it, just contrast, dry brushing and done, right? Like, I mean, who cares?
Yeah, no, that's true.
But you could probably, like, I mean, that Swarm Lord model that you did was amazing, though. And I think, like, yeah, it's just a shame, as you were saying earlier when we were talking about what was going on with Forge World being discontinued, that so many of those really awesome, like, so many of those two NID things three NID things going away is a bit of a shame, isn't it?
Yeah, because they're relative. I could almost get the Malifaux or Maliceptor, because it's like sort of single mini. It's very fragile, right? But the Stone Crusher's like an upgrade for the generic Carnifex, quite chunky. Team Charon is a big thing. You'd have thought they'd have kept that, and that's a real shame. And that's a popular kit, and it was like a lot of Tyranid players have that. So yeah, real shame that's going.
Yeah, it is, mate. It really is. But maybe still, though, regardless of that reality, Nids could be a good shout for you. You can have all... If I do buy the box, you can have all my Nid stuff. No problem.
Well, that'd be too kind. That'd be too kind.
Indeed. It'll save me leaving it in the shop.
That's true. And it's probably literally the only way I'll be able to get it in the house, I'll have to say to my dear wife. It was given to me for free. I did not spend any money on it.
Exactly. How do you explain the other one that you bought for yourself?
I don't know. I'll come up with a good excuse.
Exactly. I'm sure you got one in the chamber. Anything going on your end, Phil, or should we wrap this up?
We can wrap it up. Like I said, I've been working on the boarding action stuff and doing kits for the shop. If you want to buy a left-handed holster, I'm the man to go to because that's on the store today.
Never a dull moment on the Beyond the Tabletop store.
Exactly.
It's the place to go for all of your left-handed holsters. The leftorium, as it were. You're like Ned
Ooh.
Flanders.
Yes, yeah. It's because you can't get left-handed holsters anywhere. They're very hard to come by, so that's why I was like, I'll make some. And I'll stick them up.
Where can I find a left-handed tin opener? I don't know, it's a Mr. Burns reference, but it's all kind of going off on a...
I can't help you with that one.
No, that's fair, that's fair. Well, you got the leftorium, that's at least something.
That's true, that's true.
That was all it was all in relation to that whole topic, but it's fine. That's enough of that. Thank you, everyone, for checking out yet another episode of the Lookout Sir Warhammer 40,000 podcast. We hope you've enjoyed it. Maybe show that appreciation by subscribing, liking, 5-star reviewing, Patreon, merchandise. Otherwise, goodbye, everybody.
Bye-bye.
Bye-bye.
Bye-bye. Bye.
I was just looking at the moon in your eyes. I thought it was mine. Oh, what a ride. I gotta be ready for moving inside. You're feeling me right. Oh, what a ride. Stay as you are, aching with love. Fall from your mind, Jennifer. Out on the line, I found you in time. I found you in time, Jennifer. Jennifer. Ah, yeah. I was just dreaming of the ribbon of light. You won't, but I might. Oh, what a ride. I gotta be ready for changing my life. You're feeling me right. Oh, what a ride. Stay as you are, aching with love. Far from your mind, Jennifer. Out on the line, I found you in time. I found you in time, Jennifer. Jennifer.